the squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Greetings! Join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Women's Day, Empowering Women, Empowering Humanity.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Greetings! Join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Women's Day, Empowering Women, Empowering Humanity.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Greetings! Join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Women's Day, Empowering Women, Empowering Humanity.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our
Greetings! Join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Women's Day, Empowering Women, Empowering Humanity.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Greetings! Join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Women's Day, Empowering Women, Empowering Humanity.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Greetings! Join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Women's Day, Empowering Women, Empowering Humanity.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Greetings! Join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Women's Day, Empowering Women, Empowering Humanity.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Greetings! Join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Women's Day, Empowering Women, Empowering Humanity.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Greetings! Join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Women's Day, Empowering Women, Empowering Humanity.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Greetings! Join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Women's Day, Empowering Women, Empowering Humanity.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal
Greetings! Join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Women's Day, Empowering Women, Empowering Humanity.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Greetings! Join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Women's Day, Empowering Women, Empowering Humanity.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Greetings! Join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Women's Day, Empowering Women, Empowering Humanity.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Greetings! Join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Women's Day, Empowering Women, Empowering Humanity.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Greetings! Join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Women's Day, Empowering Women, Empowering Humanity.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Greetings! Join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Women's Day, Empowering Women, Empowering Humanity.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Greetings! Join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Women's Day, Empowering Women, Empowering Humanity.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the
Greetings! Join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Women's Day, Empowering Women, Empowering Humanity.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Greetings! Join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Women's Day, Empowering Women, Empowering Humanity.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Very warm global namaste to all of you from wherever in the world you are connecting to us from. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Welcome to Healing Our Earth. This is our 119th episode. Yes, you heard it right, 119th episode. But before we begin with this wonderful lineup of ladies for International Women's Day, let's just take a minute or two to send some positivity out into the globe. We're facing a pandemic. You know, there are a lot of places, countries in conflict right now. Let's pray that everyone comes to a peaceful resolution, that our planet heals, and we come into a brighter, bigger, better, more positive world. I will be saying the Gayatri Mantra 3 times, followed by 1 Loka Samasta. You may wish to hold whichever affirmation or prayer you want in your heart. So let's begin. Let's all sit comfortably and easily. Let's take a long, deep breath in and breathe out. Another deep, long, centering breath in and let go. Remember, when we use the power of collective energy, we can send vibrations of positivity with so much power. Affirmation or prayer, I will start. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona prachodayat. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. May everyone be healthy, happy, and may there be peace all over our planet. Welcome back to those of you who have just hopped on. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening from wherever in the globe you're connecting to us from. This is our 119th episode, and we have a wonderful lineup for you all. A set of very dynamic, inspirational ladies who can actually bring so much forward to shift our perspective. So let me begin by introducing our co-host for today, Kiran Robinson. Kiran Robinson was born in India with a career that spans over 30 years in the hospitality field. She has been in over 3 continents and is currently based in Luxembourg, and she started her journey in Hong Kong as a chef, entrepreneur, and a founder of the niche brand Taza. She is a food futuristic stylist, a concept designer, and a wedding planner, and all these have been part of her commissions. Kiran has been very successful in receiving the IFB government tenders. Kiran was offered the role of hospitality food service operations and event services in one of the top hospitals in the Bay Area in California, serving 10,000 employees daily for 17 years. Kiran has been instrumental in the planning and the opening of the new state-of-the-art hospital in Palo Alto, California. She is the co-founder of the Malawi Children's Mission from 2007 till present, where they serve vulnerable children by providing nutrition, education, healthcare, and life skills. She's focused on community building and works with chefs and women entrepreneurs. Her mission is to impart her experience in hospitality through writing, speaking, and coaching. Currently, she's based in Luxembourg, as I mentioned earlier, and she wrote her first book, Seva, The Art of Hospitality, which was launched in November 2021. To know more about Kiran Robinson, you can log on to www.kiranrobinson.com. A very, very warm global namaste to you, Kiran. Welcome to Healing Our Earth.
Thank you, Seema. It's so lovely to be here. Warm welcome to you too. Seema, you are awesome. Today, I want to introduce you, but first and foremost, I just want to say that I celebrate you today. Today, the day, the month that we're celebrating all women here on this planet. And I want you to be exclusively aware that we love you, we appreciate you. I just want to say thank you for your wide open arms, the way you welcomed me here, and a beautiful warm heart. So there we go. And if I may continue, Seema, truly a woman of substance, I must say, and integrity. Seema was born and raised in Nairobi, Kenya. Her culinary interests developed at an early age, founded on a family food business. Extensive travels in Africa, India, and Southeast Asia have allowed her to follow her culinary passion and grow her knowledge on the effects of food on the mind and body. Using secret skills handed down from her grandmother to granddaughter with the belief that you are what you eat, she draws from the ancient practices of Ayurveda and Mayan wisdom. curating healing spice blends, immunity enhancing yogic teas, self care prescriptions, and other well being foods. One's thought process and method breathing can positively or negatively impact one's mental and physical health. Seema is a qualified breathe, water, and sound teacher with the art of living. Her intertwine of diet, breath work, meditation, and self care prescriptions nourish the mind, body, and soul, and put one on a journey of greater well being, allowing one to live their life to the fullest. Seema has successfully shared her skills and knowledge with corporates and individuals over many years in Hong Kong and Singapore, is now based in Oxford, UK. Seema is passionate about music and dance, and she enjoys producing and hosting kitchen episodes right here on our very own Healing Our Earth. What an amazing testimony you have. You are incredible. Thank you, Seema. Such a pleasure to be here.
Thank you, Kiran, for such kind words. And we celebrate you. And as the producer of this forum for the International Women, for the Healing Our Earth Women's Empowerment Forum, you have been, tirelessly just bringing so much positivity on board. And I celebrate you and I thank you. And we have so much in common. We both lived in Hong Kong, and today we're going to celebrate a dynamic, beautiful, wonderful lady who I'm going to bring on board very shortly, Michelle, Miss China. Kiran, you're from Hong Kong. I lived 20 years in Hong Kong, and Michelle is currently based in Hong Kong. So we're here in the UK
together.
Yes. Traveling to Luxembourg, and now we're going to Hong Kong with this dynamic lady who says how I grew up with risk taking. Someone very inspirational indeed. Michelle is a dynamic and result-driven integrated marketing communications specialist. She has 25 years of solid experience around the world. There's a lot to be gained from this lovely lady. She has worked in 4 continents, from Europe, the US, the Middle East, and Asia, for international luxury hotels and resorts, from the Hyatt International, the Jumeirah International, and the Le Méridien. Game-changing transitions punctuated a creative journey of writing as the managing editor of bilingual lifestyle magazines. The move to entrepreneurship to align with motherhood brought a dual birthing and a brand new meaning. She published the first lifestyle magazine in Bahrain upon the birth of her first son. She established Mileage Middle East, a boutique PR and contract publishing company in the Middle East. Michelle started Milestone Communications, an integrated marketing communication boutique firm in Hong Kong, and launched the Marco Polo Hotels magazine, being its managing editor and publisher, which was distributed in the chain's 14 hotels across China and Hong Kong. She has pioneered the enrichment program of Dream Cruises, Asia's first luxury cruise brand, and a wonderful cruise brand, I tell you. And its assistant vice president for product development, marketing, engaging the world's top thought leaders and gurus, from NASA, astronauts, award-winning National Geographic photographers and explorers, to creating educational talk series and events. A very, very warm global namaste to you, Michelle.
Very much, Seema. Thank you. And thank you for this opportunity to Healing Our Earth to be part of this amazing forum online, and with such incredible ladies like Seema and Kiran. It's a real privilege to be in your circle at the moment. So I would like to say good evening to everyone from Hong Kong and probably good morning and good afternoon across the world to everyone who's listening to us right now. And I'm in awe. First, I have to say, I'm in awe of women. And I have to say that we are not the weaker sex. And we are definitely an amazing for a force to reckon with, especially now that the world is so open to recognizing the achievements and the wonders of women. So for my talk on taking risks in our journey as women in our careers and personal lives, I think is what resonates for I think a lot of the decades that I've moved from 8 countries. So Hong Kong is my eighth country, and it's when I say number 8, I mean working and living, and I'm very blessed to be able to experience all these cultures. But what I want to say is, when I started my career decades ago, there were many walls in various forms to either climb, to break, or to ignore. All the breakthroughs that I eventually went through made me realize that those walls were just tools to stretch my muscle, my mental and emotional muscle, and to be able to form a toolkit to get over any obstacles that can come my way. So I think what's also um, interesting to note is that as women, we were wired to follow certain restrictions, particularly coming from our families, the men in our lives. So I think I will start with those restrictions and obstacles that I had to go through, and how I managed to take a few risks and take a few interesting detours. So, for most people nowadays, it's common to have a multicultural family or having an interracial marriage, right? But decades ago, when I was still quite young, um, meeting people from another country or having relationships with men from another country was very new, in some countries quite taboo, right? So I think when four decades ago or 30 years ago, it was something quite different. um, so I'm a mixed um, I come from a mixed family. My mother is from the Philippines. I was born in the Philippines. My father is German, Spanish, but grew up in the Philippines. So I have a cocktail, so to speak, and that was always an interesting thing to have when you're growing up in the Philippines, and from a Catholic background as well. So I just wanted to put those elements into place, so you'll understand later on why it's important to note that background. So having an international hotelier husband eventually meant multiple relocations, right? While balancing a family and first trying to get a family, trying to get pregnant, and all those things that come with expectations of being a woman. So when I got engaged in Dubai, I left a job that I loved because I had to follow the man, right? And it was a very difficult decision for me at that time. And if my husband is listening right now, it's not because I didn't want to follow you, but I it was heart wrenching to leave something behind. But then I knew that it was time to pursue a family with this man. So when I was in Dubai, I didn't really want to leave Dubai. So fast forward to now, we have two beautiful sons, and we now live in Hong Kong while he's in Shanghai, and still balancing everything together, you know. But I would like to just go back to the walls, the opportunities that I had to go through. So basically, I would say the first thing, if I had a daughter, and I don't have one, I have two sons. If I had a daughter, I think I will make sure to invest and have a good education. Um, because as a woman, it is very difficult if you don't have that in your back as insurance for anything that can happen to you. And for me, my father, being very strict and Catholic, did not want me to go to the best university in Manila. He told my mother that why should she go? She's only going to get pregnant and get married and have a family. Send her to this Catholic college, this university. That's where she should go because they're all girls. There will be no risk for her to be naughty, and she will just pursue what she's meant to be. And my mother backed me up and said, just take the entrance exams. Don't tell him. Just take the entrance exams. So I took all the entrance exams, and I passed. And when I finally passed, my mother told him, and he said, but there's boys in that university. Boys? You mean it's mixed? Yes, it's mixed. It's not, it's Catholic Ateneo de Manila Jesuit University. It's mixed. FYI, Dad. But it's still Catholic. And it is the best. And I passed. So there was a big battle between my mother and father. Eventually, my mother won, as mothers should. Yeah, they should always win. So I'm grateful to her. She was fighting for the best education, and she was another fighter herself. And that's the woman in the family. So I went to this Jesuit university, which was fantastic. And I believe that it helped shape my future. And eventually, I wanted to take up law. This time, my mother couldn't win. My father said no. And I said, fine. I didn't have any means to support my education that time. There were no scholarships that time to take up law. So I put that on the side. And I took up communications and went into it in full force. And eventually, I went to my first scholarship in Japan. I was chosen as one of the 10,000 students who applied with an essay to write about Japan in the 21st century and its role with the ASEAN countries, particularly the Philippines. And so that was a big, big achievement in my father's eyes, especially that, okay, she's not just made to be pregnant, she can have some kind of like career. So he let me go on another internship in Germany. And that was the time when I worked for the first time abroad. And I thought I would stay in Germany, but I decided to come back to the Philippines to be part of the post revolution. When the Marcos family left, it was a new era for us. So I went back, and it was a big risk for me because I could have gone into another career in Europe, but I said I'll be part of this new change. And I was happy to return. And in hospitality, I entered with the Holiday Inn. My first sales career was at the Holiday Inn, and I was fantastic experience. But I left eventually and joined J. Walter Thompson, which is the University of Advertising, and for half the salary, because I wanted to learn. I wanted to be in communications and in advertising. And I took a pay cut, which nobody understood, but that was my journey. It was my risk. And I just had to buckle up, spend at least a year with them. And that was the risk that paid off, because I think the time when the Hyatt, which was a major hotel at that time in Manila, opened the PR manager position, I was only 24, and I applied. And the GM had a panel interview, and eventually they seemed to want me to start as their PR professional in the team, but they were not willing to recognize me as a PR public relations manager yet, because I was too young, I guess. I was 24. And so he offered me again 25% of the salary of a PR manager at the time, the going rate. And I consulted nobody. I I accepted it. Again, another risk. But I knew I could perhaps prove myself and get the title and later get the money that is normally given to that title. Uh, but when you look back, if you offer this to a man, he wouldn't take it for sure, you know? And there are many things to look back on in terms of gender bias. But at any rate, we we just had to go through it, at that time. And I did get the title and the position, and eventually um, there was a chance to go to the new Hyatt in Guam, which is a U.S. territory, and there was amazing buzz around that property, which is still very much around, wherein I wanted to go and be the new marketing communications director. But there was never anyone from the Philippines who left for such positions before for Hyatt to open a property. And when we did a marketing conference in Bali, the big boss at that time was staying in a suite. We were all there, all the marketing people from across Asia. We were all there. And I was competing with a lot of senior people from across Asia Pacific for Hyatt. And I said, how will I get the attention of the senior vice president that I want this job? So I wrote a letter instead and slipped it under her door in the middle of the night, under her suite door, in the Grand Hyatt Bali. And so I got her attention, but she didn't talk to me personally during the conference. Instead, she emailed me that I will be in the short list and I have to wait until the pre-opening period will begin, and then we will see. So to cut the long story short, I became the first expatriate executive for Hyatt International to open a property outside um, my own country. So that was my first venture outside the Philippines, and it was a great chance for me to go into the international market. So I have to thank Hyatt for that. So that was my first real opening, and after that well, I was there for almost 4 years. Now this gets personal. This is the where it gets really as a woman, it gets a bit difficult, when you're at that age and you want the white picket fence, but you're not sure if you're going to meet the right person. Then I finally met somebody in Guam. Let's just say, I almost married the wrong man. An Italian, good looking, of course, as they all are. Um, and I know my husband might be listening to this, but I did ask his approval before speaking about it. So it's all good. Um, the, so yeah, I did fall in love. I fell in love, sure, I did. So we got engaged, and I resigned from my fabulous job. I moved to Naples. We had a very public engagement in Manila first. From Guam, we went to Manila to introduce him to my parents, and moved to Naples together. And from there, I realized that his true colors showed, and I knew this was not going to be the man for me. After all the announcements, it was in the newspapers, etc., and my parents rooting for this, etc. So eventually, um, I saw the umleitung signs, which I will explain later, and I decided to leave him and go back to Manila with nothing, no job. I think I spent most of my savings already there. I had nothing. And the embarrassment of facing everybody that I'm not going to get married to him anymore. And I'm just coming home. So I did go home, and I faced the wrath of my parents again. So I I just got over the tried to get over the heartbreak, which is a major one, because it was very public. Um, then what I did was try to find another job, because every day my mom would say, "I told you so," in the house. It was not very pleasant, and I finally got headhunted for this new property in Dubai, which I had no idea about, because at the time the internet was not yet in full force. So the interview was held in Manila. There were a lot of candidates, and the headhunter was actually traveling across Asia to find the right marketing communications director. And so again, was another risk. I said, how will I stand out? So I wrote a creative brief just based on how he described the property to me. I only saw a brochure, and the creative brief was sent to the senior vice president for marketing. And he was surprised, as like, You've never even been here. How could you write like this?" And and I got the job. So I left Manila and went to Dubai. And so that was for me a very, very big step out of the heartbreak, the embarrassment of the previous year. And I got hired by Jumeirah International, which is now a major chain. At that time, it was just forming itself as a chain, and they hired all different people from the Intercon, the bigger chains, Intercon, Hyatt, and the Marriott, and they wanted to combine a hybrid of the best to be able to launch their own brand, which was owned by the Crown Prince at the time, Sheikh Mohammed, of the UAE. So the royal funding, royal budgets for a spectacular property. And I also want to show you, this was how thin I was before. So that's the Jumeirah
Love it.
International. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, and yeah. So my dad said, "So do you have to wear the black outfit?" I said, "No, only the men wear the white outfit in Dubai." So yeah, so I that was our first property, and the second one, which I helped open, which everyone should know more of, is the Burj Al Arab, which is the first 7-star hotel in the world. Yes, and it's just an amazing property at the time, until now, I think. You have Andre Agassi playing tennis on the rooftop. I mean, it was fantastic property.
Look
Meeting
at the whole architectural. Can you hold it up, the picture?
the book.
There you go. Look at that. Tell us a little bit more about the architecture there. That's
Oh,
gorgeous.
sure. It's actually built on a man-made island, Kiran, and it's
Okay.
an all-suite property, all suite, no regular rooms, and it's basically fashioned after a sail, because the Arabian culture is about sailing, and their first ships were dhows. Yeah, and
Okay.
yeah, that's why they base it on a very nautical type of design. And there's also an underwater restaurant, and a helipad on top.
How
So
long did the whole project take to build? I mean, that's phenomenal.
good question. It was actually quite for me. It was quite fast.
Okay.
2 years, 2 years.
That's very quick.
Yeah, it was very quick. Two
Yeah,
years.
it's very
First, they
quick.
built the Jumeirah Beach Hotel, which is across it, and then they built the Burj Al Arab. In 2 years, it was done.
Wow, that's
And
amazing. They must have
equally
had a very good team of engineers and architects behind the whole project, right?
very
Yeah.
big, and from across the world,
Sure.
they employed like massive amounts of people, because there were also very big changes eventually from Sheikh Mohammed. For instance, he didn't like the transparent flooring on the rooftop restaurant, because he felt that there was going to be a lot of people having vertigo. So
Yes.
he had it stripped off when we were about to open.
Oh my
That's,
gosh.
yeah, so
Yeah,
strip
that's a lot of work. That must have
yeah,
taken time as well.
yeah,
And then
it's
so what new floorings did they come up with in
I think it was a
place?
beautiful Italian marble type of flooring. I think,
Okay.
yeah, just a solid, beautiful
Yeah.
marble. Yeah, just not to see the sea, not to go
Right.
down
Right.
the trans. Yeah,
Yeah.
so everything could happen with royal funding, I believe. So with time, yeah,
Yeah. Anything can happen when you have the capital, right?
exactly. So
Yeah.
that was like a shock to a lot of the engineers, but because they were so excited, they thought it was beautiful to be able to look through down all the way down, but not for him. And he had a point, though. He had a point, you
Hmm.
know.
Yeah.
So basically in Dubai, we had the whole world at that time was so curious, right, about the property when it first came out. This was in 1999, when the Burj Al Arab opened, and the Jumeirah was late 98. And I also helped open marketing communications wise the first aqua park, which is Wild Wadi in Dubai.
Mhm.
So when we say like about taking risks and a lot, as a woman at the time to go to the Middle East was actually not common. This
Mhm.
was this is not very common as an expat, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
But
So
I mean, you took on so much responsibility. You're taking us, through your whole trajectory here of here and there and there and there, and you get bigger and bigger and bigger. But how has taking, I'm scribbling away notes as you speak. But
uh,
how has taking on so much responsibility shaped you as a woman today? Can you share a bit of that?
uh, well, I would say that it helped me become more um, sensitive also to
Mhm.
different cultures, and very much so for different religions, because Dubai, even though Dubai is very open, it's still a Muslim country,
Mhm.
and to learn how to respect a lot of these differences, especially at work, especially with men, um, and working in Guam, where you had all this American kind of approaches, was not really acceptable sometimes in Dubai, or later on when I moved to Bahrain as well. So yeah, I think Bahrain was more old-fashioned in a lot of ways. I did get challenged a lot later on when I wanted to start my own business because I was a woman, and then I was from their perceived notion of a third world country,
Mhm.
right?
Sure.
So a lot of also racism. It's not just
Yeah.
gender.
Mhm.
I encountered this too. That was a delicate issue later on, that you have to prove yourself.
Yes.
But you have to prove yourself without being aggressive. That's what I learned. One example would be like, since I was writing everything, there was a financial controller from Australia who questioned one word, and I told him, come to my office, bring an Oxford dictionary, look at that word,
Mm.
read it to me, what it means. And honestly, Kiran, I forgot what that word was. But my point was, I didn't want to engage
Right.
because I know he was judging,
Mhm.
because he is supposedly from an English speaking country, and I'm supposed not to be from an English speaking country. Therefore, he had to question me when
Right.
actually he was wrong. Yeah.
Right. And you could just sense his body language as well, how
Yeah.
the way he presented the question to you, right?
Yeah.
So to
Yeah.
speak. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
you're amazing. I mean, you're talking about I mean, you show your strength here. You're dynamic, the way you approach, and really literally taking the bull by its horn. But please continue your story.
Okay. So thank you. We were in Dubai. So Dubai is fascinating in many ways because it's just started to boom. And I think just one anecdotal story I wanted to share is when George Bush, the senior, came to visit. That time he was already a former president. Um, and I can't forget the good-looking Secret Service bodyguards around him when he came to the hotel. And my GM at that time, who was a French gentleman, was very, I don't know, he was very intimidated by George Bush. And I think I was just distracted with the Secret Service agents. But he said, how will we greet him? How will we welcome him? I said, well, on TV, they always call former president still Mr. President. So I said, Sergey, just welcome him and say, welcome, Mr. President, to the Jumeirah Beach Hotel. I gave him just that sentence. So when he started approaching us with all his Secret Service agents, and by the way, it's not a stereotype, they were all wearing sunglasses inside the hotel. I said, why? But anyway, in my mind, okay. So they were approaching us and he suddenly froze.
Oh.
So my own boss. And
wow.
that little risk and thinking like, okay, this is an awkward moment. George Bush is coming towards us now. So he didn't. I did the first step. I took the first two steps. I held out my hand and said, welcome, Mr. President.
Bravo.
I
Bravo.
was bye.
Great job.
And then my boss relaxed and then just suddenly shook his hand and talked to him, small talk,
Sure.
bring him to the meeting and all that. Some these things. And I think as a woman, we take a step back because he's your boss, he's the man, right? But I think in those situations, you just have to step up and try to cover up, right? In that case, so basically, yeah. I think I'm gonna go to the personal transition in Dubai to show again that being a woman, we have to recognize that, hey, the womb has its time too, and and so
I like
that's
that. I like that.
yeah. And I was heartbroken. I wasn't interested in men after the Italian fiasco. Not at all. Not at all. I just said,
It takes a while. You probably wanted to safeguard your heart from getting hurt again, right?
True. Yes, exactly. And
Yeah.
I just didn't feel the need. I don't want to. And
Sure.
so an Indian gentleman from our sales team, actually, who I have to search for now, is responsible for my I don't
Your next
transition.
journey. Yeah, your next journey. Okay.
Yes, Sanjeev. Now I remember. Sanjeev said, you must meet this gentleman. I'm going to arrange you to meet this German guy. You have so much in common. I said, not interested. Bye, Sanjeev. Bye. Get out of my office. Thank you. Bye. But he was relentless. And because he was a salesperson, right? Relentless. Michelle, you got to meet him. He's such a great guy. I said, Sanjeev, you can sell ACs to the Eskimos, but you're not going to sell this man to me. Not interested. But you know what he did? The next day, I was walking to the lobby. He had that time Nokia mobile phone. Oh, Michelle, there's a media person complaining about the marina, not enough ferries. Then he put the phone to my ear and said, oh, I'm sorry. This is Michelle Michino's on the line, please. Hi, this is Christoph. I said, you. And so he just put me on the spot. He made me talk to this Christoph. And I said, God, I will kill you, Sanjeev. Hi, Christoph. Hi. I'm a friend of Sanjeev's. Yes, I think I've heard of you. And yeah, hi. I want to see if we can have a drink. And then, so bottom line was, I had to say yes because Sanjeev's cute face in front of me, begging me to be nice. And I said, yeah, sure. Okay. So a drink. And yeah, dinner I can't, I can't. So we had a drink. So basically that is Christoph, who eventually became my husband. Yeah. Who proposed and did all the right things. But it was a struggle, I think, for him to get me to open up, but it happened. And he got an offer to work in Bahrain. Now that's the shift. That was the shift I didn't expect, that he would have to leave. Yeah,
So you find a soulmate, you find your soulmate, and now you're told he's going.
Yeah. And
And
yeah.
how
Yeah.
did you,
Yes.
how did you handle that?
I was first thinking like, what's gonna happen to us, right?
Right.
So, but he was clever. He he gave me the ring, engagement ring, and proposed before he left. So he didn't leave it open. He wanted to make sure that I will follow him or it's gonna happen. And eventually I did, even though it was very difficult to leave that great job.
Mm.
So I went to Bahrain, and thankfully I became the new director of marketing for the Meridian. There was an opening at that time, so luckily also for me that time. But I have to say I moved because of him.
Right.
Yeah, plus 100 points if you're listening. So yeah, so
It's late in Hong Kong right now, isn't it?
yeah, I
Yeah.
know. It is,
Maybe he's
it's
having a
just
cup of coffee and
yeah, it's
staying wide
10.
awake.
Yeah. So basically, when I moved to Bahrain and worked for the Meridian, it's difficult to be pregnant, by the way, in a hotel job.
Mm.
Bottom line, I've
Mm.
never had a boss who became pregnant, who had kids, all the years I was with hotels.
Mm.
And eventually, when I did get pregnant, I thought, okay, is this the end of my hotel career then? Bye bye. I thought, I can't go to cocktails. I can't have those late nights anymore. And I accepted it. And I was ready to resign eventually. But instead, uh, I met, oh, this is funny. And this is not part of my script, but I met a publisher,
Mm.
a British publisher, I won't say who, in Bahrain. He invited me to lunch. And I thought, if he can own a magazine and not be very, very smart, then I can do it too. So that was I said, this is the guy who owns this magazine here? I said to myself, why? So I thought, and then when I saw the quality of the magazine, I hope nobody's listening from that side of the world. You'll know who you are. I said to myself, then I can give it a shot because I've always dreamed of writing for a magazine. But now that he presents himself as the founder and the
Yeah.
publisher, then I can also be the publisher. No, let me do this.
Yeah.
Let me take that jump and risk this now.
Right.
And going, and that's what I did.
Right.
So basically, I started my own company, which was very difficult because I had only a salary from the past to base it on, and I thought the Middle East, I have to do Arabic and English bilingual. I found an Egyptian translator. They're the best writers in Arabic, and I did the English. We hired a graphic designer. We took and rented a small house that became an office, and we made it happen. And basically, that was the easy part. The hard part was getting the license from the
Sure.
government because
Sure.
the government controlled everything, the censorship in the Middle East of any publication. And when I first saw the man who was in charge of it, the Minister of Information,
Uh-huh.
he didn't take me seriously. He didn't take me seriously.
He didn't take you seriously. So
No.
if there are women outside, maybe right now, our viewers, one of them, whether it's in Hong Kong or, UK or Luxembourg, and they're tuned in and they're thinking, oh my gosh, I'm going through the same thing. What would you say? Just a few words to those women out there. How would you encourage them in their life pursuit currently, similarly to what you went through?
I would say, first of all, that door that was shut can be opened again. There's no ending to such a situation. I think we should remember that because, first of all, he is in the government position, right? In that position, he should see what the country needs, what is lacking, and try to present it again in a different format, and try to show him all the angles, if you can, of why this particular publication will enhance a certain aspect of society's lifestyle that they need. And and for me at the time, everyone looked to Dubai, Kiran.
Right.
Everyone looked up to Dubai. Everyone felt kind of inferior in the Middle East to Dubai at the time, right? So I think I found that little spot where I could tell this gentleman, why should Dubai embrace everything that's new or innovative or original or trendy when Bahrain has so much to offer? You know, Bahrain has actually an older culture that is still thriving, a beautiful culture, beautiful people. Yeah, the pearl industry, everything that they have. The Cartier family actually went to Bahrain first for their pearls. So there's so many.
Was your voice heard? Did they pay heed?
It took many appointments because he didn't want to see me again. So I had time to prepare. So I had time to prepare my pitch again. Yeah, because it was very difficult just to get the appointment. So when we finally did get it, he couldn't ignore it because I just wouldn't go away. I was just like a fly on the wall. I was just so stuck there. So he did pay heed because the Dubai argument was something that he took notice of. Why not? Why not? He said, okay, let's give you that license. Yeah. So basically he did. Yeah. From then on, in Bahrain, it was a time where I had my first son, and it was a wonderful family time because Bahrain is very small, very family oriented, while Dubai was more modern and glitzy, you know. So
Sure.
it was a nice place to be. Yeah.
I see you light up. You have a big smile as you talk about that. Really, you have a radiant smile right now. Obviously, many good memories of that time, that era, right?
Yes.
You're
Yes.
successful and you have a... Seema, can you, please join in.
You know, Michelle, your journey has been so inspirational, and you shared so much about, your journey in Dubai and Bahrain, and you've climbed your mountains and you faced your storms. That's what I want to say. And Kiran, I want to say something. I've met Michelle's husband, Christoph. He's a wonderful man. They are a wonderful couple, and
Right.
her two boys are really they went to the same school as my daughter, in
Oh,
fact.
wonderful. That's why you see her face just lit up. She was just radiant for that minute. As she talked, her smile was like from ear to ear.
And we speak about Hong Kong, it's this thread that weaves us all together. Kiran, you've lived an extensive amount of your life in Hong Kong. Michelle is still in Hong Kong. She's in a very dynamic position. And I have a quick question for you, Michelle. You worked in the Middle East and then you came into the Far East,
Oh, good question.
you know,
Good question.
and just a really quick question before we move on to our panel discussion. I'd like to ask you, what was the big difference you noticed there? How did you climatize yourself? Because Hong Kong, at least I can speak for Hong Kong. It's bang 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 bang,
Yes, you're right.
constant. It's constant.
Very big difference. Yes. I would say the Arabs know how to enjoy a leisurely time. I have to say that. And my husband enjoyed his time in the Middle East because also men had a better time, in general. Yeah. So I think I forgot to say that we also had to move to Saudi Arabia. Now that was the tough one.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Because I didn't work there. That's why it's not in my CV or it's not in my background. But my husband got an offer to work for the Waldorf Astoria, owned by the Hilton, right? He couldn't say no. But because in Bahrain, he actually worked for the king of Bahrain. And that's another story for another time with the royal families. So, but the Waldorf in Jeddah was owned by the royal family as well of Saudi Arabia. So when my husband moved there, I stayed in Bahrain as long as I could because of the magazine. It was very difficult for me. And also my two kids were already, going to not kindergarten, but like a nursery school there. And I was so kind of like resistant to Saudi because you have to wear the abaya.
Mm.
It was the first time that I was confronted with abaya, and you cannot drive, you cannot change in Zara's because there's no dressing room in any store in Jeddah. It's against anything, the rules. So I was in Saudi. That was the most difficult time. But it was a beautiful time as a mother because I took a break for 9 months, or yeah, almost a year. And it was a beautiful time to be with other mothers and from different countries, from Egypt. We were in a compound, France, Morocco, Lebanon. It was a beautiful, beautiful time. But a woman is not just about her career. So I think that made me realize too that it's beautiful to be able to have that time to see your children grow up every single day, you know. So that was
And
nice.
to be able to balance that work-life balance, you have to be really creative. You want to do everything, but you've got to learn that balance.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And people would say, "Oh, you have to surrender your passport to your husband in Saudi Arabia. Did you do that?" So it was a big shift in many ways.
Mhm.
Yeah. So after that, I I was happy that he was able to leave, uh, and I had to follow him again, of course, to Las Vegas from one desert to another. You know,
Yeah.
from one desert that was a bit strict, and the other one was totally wild and open and different.
Mhm.
So my kids spent the first 4 formative years there, and I didn't work full time. I did a lot of freelancing work, which was great. So I was a soccer mom, and I would never change that part of my life for anything, because I was very happy that I could be a full-time mom for those first 4 or 5 years of their lives. And from there, that's when we went to Asia, Seema. My husband was offered a job in Brunei, so that was his stepping stone to Asia. So I followed him again, this time to Brunei, of course, and set up the family there. Um, and it was very different. It's an Asian place, but with a Muslim culture, right? And then Hong Kong. So I think I've talked too much, but I just I've so many things to share, and I know that the curves of the story went all over the place, but I just wanted to close perhaps with these three tool toolkits, what I would say, that I have prepared
Sure.
for
We have
women.
we well, that would be wonderful because we have a quick 3 minutes for your toolkit, and we would
Sure.
love to see that really, really fast because I know it's got so much inspiration in it, Michelle.
I think that's so fast. Okay, what did I do?
That's
Uh,
okay.
I'll open it again. So basically, it's just the things that I use in my head, that maybe some women will laugh or say that, oh yeah, we have our version of that, um, in what we do. So the first one is Umleitung. It's a German word that means detour. Yeah, and I think we all do our own detours. But that's the last there. The Umleitung, it's actually a feminine noun, which is very interesting. It's a German word that means detour, but it is also a feminine noun. So it just goes to show you how I think, in the end of the day, the root of how females even shape a word, even a Germanic word, is very interesting. Yeah, because we take a lot of detours ourselves, right? In our lives, families, careers, friendships, we find different ways, we find different roads. And I think that's why I thought it's a great word, because it's a female word. And in Germany, every noun has a gender. That's why it's a difficult language. There's a female and a male. And the other thing I always do is to change the conversation. When I'm confronted with something very negative or politically driven, I'm number one, I move the playing field. I do not engage, but I change the game. Let's say if they're playing basketball and they're being unfair by not playing the rules of basketball, don't even try to score in that game. Go into another field and play another game and throw another ball and entice them into a different game and then pitch the big idea, a totally different idea that will just floor them, and just know how to say no. This one I feel very strongly about, and to action the no. You have to behave to spell the no. Then, if all the obvious acts of non-compliance is not clear, you verbalize and firmly say no. Yeah. I think I'm insinuating, but I'm saying also that in our previous years, we've also had no Me Too movement. We had to create it ourselves, and I've had the situations where I had to say no very strongly, and that's how I will end this, because I think I've taken up too much of your time, but I hope it was fun and entertaining to say the least. And it's my first talk, and I appreciate this privilege, Seema and Kiran. Thank you for having me, and I hope that it was something that people at least enjoyed a slice of tonight. Thank you.
Definitely, definitely. More than a slice. Thank you so much. That was very, very encouraging and empowering. I'm sure we get lots of feedback and comments later. I'm going to go back to Seema because she's my timekeeper and she will guide us from here. Thank you.
Michelle, you're truly magical as always. You balance motherhood and work. You have the perfect equilibrium. I've seen you, I've witnessed it. You are an inspiration to me. I celebrate you on this day.
Thank you, Seema. It's such a blessing to keep in touch with you, by the way. I'm so grateful. So
Keep
grateful.
in touch, keep in touch. Stay on board if you can. I know it's late there, but there's a lot of inspiration coming forward. Thank you so much for joining us on Healing Our Earth. On behalf of Kiran and I, stay blessed, stay safe, and thank you.
We'll see you soon. Bye.
Bye. Thank you, Kiran. Bye, Seema.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Wasn't that just so fantastic from Michelle? You know, so inspirational. And speaking about inspiration, we have a book of inspiration coming forward for you today. So now I'd like to introduce you to our next host, the incredible Saivani Sankar Sambo. She's a child psychologist and she uses music therapy as a method of counseling. She's the founder and director of Education in Human Values and Student Training in Attitude and Responsibility Academy. Sevani is also the founder as well as the lead singer of the Swaragani Spiritual Orchestra, which promotes values, culture, tradition, and aspiration through music. Having a spiritual background as well as professional experiences, Sevani has been inspired a lot by her mother, Gayatri Shambo, who emphasizes on helping others in need, especially families and children, on the angle of physical, mental, emotional, and of course psychologically, and of course spiritually. Sevani is truly a lovely girl. You will be seeing her very shortly. She has worked with children, adolescents, youngsters, and parents in her consultancy. She won the 100 Top Women of Mauritius title in 2018 and the Top 10 Influential Women in the Indian Ocean in 2019. Her motto is be born to serve, and it is her habit on every birthday of hers to be of service to humanity. A very, very warm global namaste to you, Saivani.
Namaste, Sevani. How are you?
Global namaste to you, Seema ji and Kiran ji. That
Thank
was
you.
indeed a very rich program, a very rich slot that you presented. And thank you so much for the lovely words and blessings. I'm all right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I believe you have someone very inspirational coming on board. Can you tell us more about this very enigmatic, inspirational, and deep in wisdom person?
Absolutely. It's actually a great honor, a high privilege, and a humble opportunity to welcome our main chief guest for today's event on Healing Our Earth. So we bring to you, ladies and gentlemen, all the viewers of Healing Our Earth, on behalf of Mr. Neil Kumar, the director, Sister Jayanti, the head of the Brahma Kumaris, who is actually now in Mount Abu in India, but representing UK, I'd say a humble Om Shanti.
Om Shanti and a global namaste to all of you. And a big thank you to Brother Neil, but also to all of you who've been able to present such a beautiful program for International Women's Day. It's a privilege to be with you all, so thank you.
Definitely, it's actually a great honor. And today's topic will be awakening the Shakti within. And Sister Jayanti is additional administrative head of the Brahma Kumaris. She is also the director of the Brahma Kumaris activities in Europe, the Middle East. As a spiritual teacher for over 50 years, she has dedicated her life to self-transformation and service to humanity. Of course, Sister Jayanti is the Brahma Kumaris representative to the UN in Geneva. And also, she continues to champion the cooperative role of spiritual organizations in creating a just and peaceful world, bringing spiritual principles to the discussion tables of politicians, economists, business leaders, scientists, and nearly every stakeholder of our times. Sister Jayanti sees the erosion of spiritual values as the underlying cause of the crisis the world is facing today. And definitely the Brahma Kumaris is an international non-governmental organization, the NGO of the United Nations, accredited with general consultative status with the Economic and Social Council. So that will be ECOCOC, and also you can visit their page that's always spreading all those very spiritual, positive, and dynamic values to one and all, be it from the younger age group children to the senior, most rich and very highly educated people. So, Sister Jayanti, we are most awaiting your message on the occasion of Women's Day 2022. So the next half an hour, 25 minutes will be all yours.
Thank you so much. In India, we have this understanding of the role of women as the Shaktis. And whenever they speak of the Shaktis, not only do they speak of them, they actually worship them. And so twice a year, 8 nights at a trot, the 9 nights actually, we have the Navratri celebrations, and we have them around the celebration of the birth of Rama. And then again, we have them just before Dasara. So the 10th day is the day of Dasara. For the 9 days, the 9 nights are the worship of the goddesses. And the story goes, and I believe every story has truth behind it, so I'll explain that in just a minute. But the story goes that when the earth was bedeviled and there was a lot of suffering and violence and a lot of things happening in a negative way, in an extreme fashion, this was a time that the Shaktis were able to actually destroy all negativity and all evil so that then a better world could come. And why I say that there's always truth behind all these stories that we have that have lasted for millennia in Bharat, it's because there has been a reality when women in particular took on that role of being the Shaktis. And when they took on this role, it was at that time that it was the end of Kali Yuga, the darkest period of the whole cycle of human history. And through the awakening of the power that they had within themselves, they not only were able to destroy the evil within, but also coming together, they were able to destroy the evil in the world so that truly a better world could come for all. Now, when I speak about Kali Yuga, the dark night, what do you think is happening at the present time to our little planet? I think it's very much the period of that dark night when we see evil manifest in huge, huge global ways, but we also see it manifest in little ways within the self personally, but also within family situations and all the things that are going on. And so the evil is not just something out there, but Shakti is that inner power with which we're able to destroy whatever is negative within the self, so that I'm able to emerge and express the highest and the most noble qualities that I know lie within the soul itself. So I think the story is the story of today. It's been described in the scriptures, but that was the last cycle. And now we've come back to that same point in human history, where we see all of this happening once more. And although it's the goddesses that have been remembered, I actually want to point out something else, that every single human soul has the possibility of awakening the power within, because they all have it, but also within our understanding of spirituality. We know that the soul doesn't have gender. The soul isn't masculine and nor is it feminine, and yet it distinctly has both of these qualities within itself. And so within any human soul, there are the masculine qualities of courage, of action, of being able to move forward, and ambition. And all of these things can be very good. But also, it's possible for that same human soul to have all the feminine traits, the feminine qualities of compassion, of love, of care, of sacrifice. All of these things are also very noble qualities. And I want to point out that men, as well as women, can have all of these qualities too. Even though the association of the Shaktis is always with women, and I think that there's, again, a grain of truth there, in the sense that when you think about how many people you see go to a temple, or how many people you see go to a church, and you look at the gender factor, probably you'll find that it's 60-40. 60% would be women and maybe 40% would be men. That's a big generalization, but this is what I've noticed so often in so many different spiritual gatherings or religious gatherings. And of course, the legacy of spirituality and religion is always traditionally within the family through the mother. And so the Shaktis, the women, are the ones who've carried spirituality forward, both for themselves, but also for their families, and coming together in collaboration and cooperation for the world also. And so what is this Shakti that lies within us? It's the power of love, the power of purity, the power of truth, the power of joy, and the power of peace. And every human soul has these qualities within. But what's happened is that we've forgotten who we really are. And so in the whole subject of awakening that Shakti, First is that discovery of myself. Who am I? It's an ancient question that's been asked ever since humanity learned to ask questions. It was the first question maybe that came into our minds, but it's a question that's very relevant today also. And maybe through the ages, our answers have been very different. But today, when I come to that understanding that masculine or feminine is gender associated with the physical form, and who I am is not masculine or feminine. I am that inner light, that being of light that shines in the center of the forehead. And so can I come back to that awareness? And when I come to this awareness of the inner being that I truly am, because the physical form is continually changing, and it has a beginning and it has an end. But the spiritual being is eternal, no beginning and no end. And it's a spiritual being that carries all these powers that I mentioned earlier within itself. And so the awakening of the Shakti is for men and women. I hope that there are many men watching this event today. And I think that as you listen, you'll find that these ideas are very, very relevant for you also. But yes, because the majority has been the women, it's been remembered as the goddesses, as the Shaktis. But there's another word that's always connected with the Shaktis, and that is Shiv Shakti. And the word Shiva refers to the divine, the supreme, the origin, the source, whatever title you wish to use. But it's a reference to that being who is totally, totally benevolent. Human beings experience benevolence. Human beings can be very benevolent, but there's a fluctuation. At times in our life, we feel very big-hearted and benevolent. And there are times in our lives when we don't quite match up to that particular word. But the supreme, the divine, Shiva, always, always the benevolent one. And so the word Shiva means benevolence, but also it means the point, the ultimate, the infinitesimal, and it also means the seed from which creation emerges, so the creator. And Shiva, the supreme, has all attributes to the highest degree. Name whichever attribute you care to choose, one of the positive attributes, and Shiva is the source, the origin of all of those qualities. And so when I say Shiv Shakti, then I mean that the Shakti is the one who's drawn power from Shiva. And we use this word power, but of course it's a non-violent power. It's the power to be able to do good in the world. It's the power to be able to have transformation in a positive direction in terms of the self and in terms of what I do for others. And so awaken Shiv Shakti, awaken the power within yourself. This is now the time to be able to experience that inner power and be able to manifest that inner power in everything that we do today. Just think about it. I have that pure love within myself, which is all encompassing, and really it can reach the whole world, and it can give to the world whatever the world needs most at this moment. There's a song, all we need is love. And it's absolutely true that every soul craves for love, but we don't know where to find it. And of course, in terms of human relationships, we also use the word love, but somehow it seems to have lost its original value, because love should be that which is given without any limits, without any restrictions, without any boundaries. Love should be without any judgment behind it. Love should be that which is able to uplift and help. Love should be selfless, just simply love that's able to give and puts no conditions or restrictions. So, is it possible to have such love? And yes, definitely it is. It's the love that the Supreme has for the whole of creation. But the beautiful thing is that when I recognize who I am, the inner being, the being of light, the soul, and I connect with the source, then I'm able to draw that love within myself. And whatever my condition was earlier, now that I experience this love, my heart opens up and grows bigger and bigger. And in that state in which I'm able first to experience love from the divine, then to that extent, I'm able to be an instrument to share this love with all around. Human love tends to focus on 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, or maybe 5 or 6 individuals. That's it. No more than that. But divine love reaches out to every single human being, and not just human beings. It even reaches out to all forms of life. It even reaches out to all aspects of nature. And so it takes in absolutely everything. And the power of this pure love is such that I am transformed, that as I share this pure love with all, they are transformed too. And their attention is also drawn to the source, the one from whom we're able to receive this infinite, unending love. Are you able to love somebody always, forever, forever? Romantically, perhaps you say, yes, of course. And then when the rubber hits the road and you're actually living with an individual and you're with them every single day and you see them every single morning, not their best. And at that moment, when I'm just thinking about this human being, is the quality of my love the same as it used to be? Or today, there's a little bit of a difference in that love, and maybe tomorrow there'll be even more of a difference. Or even, yes, of course, there's different types of love in terms of different relationships. But when I think about my neighbors, do I love my neighbor as I love myself? And again, do I really love myself? And so in exploring the whole subject of the power of love and this Shakti that I carry within myself, to what extent have I been able to emerge this amazing power that can be such a catalyst for transformation for me and for others around me? And so maybe what I need to do is to actually experience it, and through the practice of detachment from the physical form and the awareness of the inner being, I, the soul, that point of light that's being shown in that image in front of you, right to the heart of that radiance of light, those rays of light is that little tiny dot from which that light emerges. And that is me. Strange, but very true. I am that inner being of light. And this is my costume. This is my chariot. And when that awakening happens of that first step of who I truly am, then yes, I can begin to love myself because I can see the original values that I have within myself. And when I can love myself, I can also then connect with the divine and draw God's love within myself and be an instrument to share that unlimited love with each and every one that I'm connected with, but also share with those whom I don't know today. Maybe I'll know them tomorrow, I don't know. But at least today, I can just simply send out God's light and love to the world. Just imagine how much love is needed at this moment in the Ukraine. Just imagine those refugees who are coming across all the different borders, not knowing what their future holds for them, not knowing where they're going to be, what's going to happen to their children or to the partners they've left behind. So it's a very sad scene. Are the Shaktis able to send physical help? Yes, we can do that. There's many different ways to do that. But are the Shaktis able to do something that nobody else can do? And that is to send them such pure vibrations, powerful vibrations of love, that they feel supported, that they feel that, yes, somebody's got their back, somebody is looking out for them, that there is somebody who's going to help them along their journey. The vibrations of God's love can reach them and definitely help them at this moment. This is the role of the Shaktis. And we're going to be called upon more and more to play this extremely subtle but incredibly powerful role. Whatever we can do on the physical level, there are many others who can do the same and do it better maybe. But what we can do on the level of the spirit, on the level of the unseen forces, is something that can actually change the course of human history. We're able to fill souls with love to the extent that they themselves awaken that inner energy within them so that they too can feel pure love at this moment and feel comfortable and supported. They won't know where that love is coming from. They won't be able to write to you and thank you for it, but that's okay. You're not looking for that. But that love will definitely reach them. And they'll say, I was feeling so depressed. I was feeling so helpless. And somehow things have lifted, things have changed. And now I feel so much better. I know I'm going to be able to make it. I know it's possible. And so love inspires courage. When someone receives love, instead of feeling helpless, now they feel strong and brave, and they're going to be able to do what they need to do. So the role of the Shaktis is absolutely vital at this time in human history. So when I say awaken that Shakti within, first step is to know I'm this inner being, the being of light. Second step, to connect with the divine, the being of light, the source of light. And through my connection of love with that being who is my eternal mother, my father, my friend, my teacher, and my guide, when I focus on that being with all the different experiences of the different relationships with one, from that being, I receive power. And that power awakens more and more love so that I can share this. But equally, it awakens the power of truth. Love is wonderful, but love has to be matched up together with truth so that love doesn't pull anyone down, but love is able to uplift. And in that state in which the power of truth emerges within the self, what's going on today? It's still the era of post-truth. It started in 2016 and it still continues. And so this state in which really love is that which I can really move forward with the power of truth, then I know that, yes, together we can do something for the world and make this world a better place, because falsehood has to be eliminated. We cannot allow it to continue forever. In fact, They say that darkness is the absence of light. And so you don't have to fight darkness. You just have to bring in the light and the darkness will disappear. Similarly, when there's an absence of truth, then there's huge amount of falsehood. But when I bring in the light of truth, then the light of truth is such and has such power that falsehood falls flat on its face and cannot survive any longer. And so we have to remember who we are. We are those Shaktis. And yes, of course, we have all sorts of things to fulfill in terms of our responsibilities to our children, our families, our partners, so many different things that are happening in the world today. But what do I need to do? I need to be the Shakti. And so just simply remember who you are. And through that connection with the source, become the embodiment of all the spiritual powers that are so much necessary in the world today. And so all good wishes for your journey on the spiritual path. And for those who are already on the spiritual path, wonderful, you are pioneers leading the way. Please keep going. But for those who haven't yet started that journey, it's not a difficult journey. It's a journey of just one step. The one step is going inside. Instead of letting my attention be focused out there continually, can I turn my attention inwards and invite others to do the same so that then they experience that awakening that happens within the self. Let's have a few minutes of practical experience of this. I'll share a few thoughts. And as I say, this awakening of the Shakti is for men and women, my sisters and my brothers. So let your mind follow these ideas and see where it leads you. Sitting quietly, I decide to explore the world within. I am a being of light, and I detach from the awareness of this physical costume. And in this state of detachment, I find myself surrounded with peace and love. I move into that space in which there's only I and the divine. And I absorb the power that this brings. I'm aware of all the sorrow and suffering happening outside, all over the world. And I say to God, may I be your instrument to help in this task of transformation. And with love, I'm offered this opportunity to receive and transmit this pure love. The love from the divine purifies me. And now this love reaches out to each corner of this planet. And the love dissolves fear. The love empowers. The love transforms. I hold this love. I come back to the physical dimension, carrying this love with me so that love may rule the world. Om Shanti. Global Namaste to you all.
Om Shanti and global namaste to you. We feel as if we went to another world that brought us to that pure, unconditional love that you've been talking about. And indeed, the world is in need of that. Those pearls of wisdom have enlightened so many lives today, Sister Jayanti. Our heartfelt thank you and gratitude for those beautiful and profound, impactful words, message that you shared with us. This is a blessing, a blessing. Well, as we all know that this is the 119th episode on healing our earth. And here is the Global Women Empowerment Forum, where now I'd like to open to all of you the interaction with Sister Jayanti. So first of all, let us all welcome Hansaji from UK. I'd say a global namaste to you, Hansaji, if she's there. Yeah. All right. So by the time
global namaste to everybody. I'm delighted to be part of the 119th Healing Our Earth episode with all these dynamic women. And I'd like to ask Sister Jayanti two questions in particular. One is that I know that there is at this moment a very big thirst for spirituality in the world. And you have these little signs where you see children, getting interested in spirituality. And we know that there is this big thirst. So as women who are the pioneers of this spiritual power and who are the leaders of spreading this spiritual power, what can we do more? So as women, we're already doing a lot and taking the lead, but what can we do more to spread this spiritual energy and this love that you so beautifully described, this divine unconditional love that you so beautifully described? So what are the little practical measures that we as women can take on a day-to-day basis that will help us to propel this flow of this unconditional love and spirituality in the whole world? So this is my first question. And my second question is, I'm a corporate trainer, and I try to spread well-being within the corporate world. And within that concept of well-being, I like to integrate the spirituality element. And 25 years ago, when I started this work, I couldn't use the word meditation within the corporate world. And even now, although meditation is almost mainstream, you still can't use the words love and spirituality within the corporate world. If I was speaking to a group of managers and I said, spread love to your employees, and your employees need to get in touch with their spiritual energy within them, they think I'm crazy, and I still can't say that. And I'd love to do that. I just love to go there and spread this message of unconditional love and get all the employees and managers to be in tune with their not just mind and soul, but mind and heart, which we can do very
Hansaji,
easily, but the
yes,
soul
indeed,
as
indeed.
well.
That is a very excellent.
So how can we
Hansaji?
do this? Hello.
Exactly. Hello. Yes, Hansaji, thank you so much for joining in. So let us hear now from Sister JNT. What is the impact on whatever you asked, and especially on love and spirituality? Over to you, Sister JNT.
Thank you. Thank you, Hansaben, for your questions. And I think they're probably the questions that many others also have the same questions. So here goes. I think if I want to have an impact on those around me, or even the whole wide world, I have to start with myself. There has to be that process of transformation within myself so that I'm able to embody the things that I want to see happen in the world. And so, say, for example, peace. I can't be talking about peace and then be exploding in anger, because that's going to really create a different type of impact. And so if I'm wanting others to be peaceful, then I have to demonstrate the path of peace. And so in order to do that, I need to give myself time. And women are notoriously bad at being able to do this. We'll give all our time to everybody else around us, but we won't make time for ourselves so often. And so to make time for the self, maybe before the family wakes up, that's the best time, early morning, and to recharge my own inner battery and to fill myself with that power of love and peace. And then through the day, I'm able to share that with others also. And that's the way to have an impact on others, just through the transformation of the self. But it also means that when I have the opportunity to sit in silence, then whatever I am, whatever I filled within myself, I send out those vibrations to all others around so that they can also feel it. But also when I sit in remembrance of the divine, then those vibrations automatically cross all boundaries and reach across the world. And so whether it's the Ukraine or whether it's any other part of the world that's in need of help at the moment, special help, then we can send them that love, that peace through our remembrance of the divine. And then secondly, yes, it's very difficult to bring in the word spiritual or meditation or love in the context of the world, whether it's business or the United Nations, even whatever it is. And so you have to find the right language. You have to find a way to be able to present that idea without necessarily using the word love. Maybe you can talk about compassion, and people are very much involved with this word compassion since Corona. So 2 years ago, when COVID suddenly came into everyone's lives, compassion was the key word. Am I able to help others with compassion? And so find words that are relevant and words that are in vogue that people can relate to. But also the important thing there too is my walking the talk. when they see me demonstrate something, then they're going to say, now I understand what it is I need to do. And so let me be able to demonstrate peace and love and truth through my life. And of course, lives today have to be transparent. There's no hiding anymore. And so who you are and what you are reveals itself. And so as they see you operate in that consciousness, then they'll begin to ask questions. But how did you make this happen? Where did you learn this from? Can I do the same also? And so to be able to demonstrate is the best way to be able to teach.
I'm so blessed to be in your company, Sister Jayanti, and thank you so much. So we have to take the time out and build this fountain of love within ourselves first, to then allow this fountain to flow out to the wider world. And within the corporate world and very kind of hardcore environments, we can use the word compassion and other words for love, and to actually set an example and be role models for that kind of behavior. So people can see what we do and learn by example. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Hansaji, for bringing this beautiful idea. And of course, Sister Jayanti, to enlighten us how we should truly delve into ourselves and look into our own heart before we move on to others. So now I have the immense pleasure of welcoming Mrs. Gayatri Shambhu, who is my mother and the director of the Indian Ocean Center for Indian Ocean in Human Values. And she has worked intensely for the promotion of human values at all levels. That is villages and towns, region, districts, and etc., NGOs. And also we work closely with the Brahma Kumaris in Mauritius as well. We have Sister Niti, among all the other sisters, Sister Gayatri as well. And well, global namaste to you and Om Shanti, Gayatri ji, Mummy ji.
Om Shanti. Dear respected Sister Jayanti ji, it really gives me, we feel very blessed as all our sisters today are feeling to be able to be with you, and especially from Mount Abu, we can feel that energy you're all already spreading to us around the world. We have to thank you, sister, for all your compassion and to everyone around the world. Yes. So, sister, we have been listening to you so beautifully. You have been talking about our consciousness and about the self-transformation, about our love, purity, and all this. If you mentioned just now, like maybe sometimes we talk about compassion more than the love coin. I mean, we coin it love because, as we all know, in this world, the love word has really been taken, and it has been really through the exploitation of women and with sexual abuse and so on. But using the compassion, as you mentioned, we try to bring ourselves, send that love differently. So, Sister Jayanti ji, please enlighten us today, especially during this time where the world is going through really, we can say, of course, the Third World War, which is right next door. And at the same time, like women are being not given that real status, and not only status, but respect, the glory of that womanhood. When you just said that glory, and as women, please enlighten us how we can become that architect of the nation and leading towards a new era in this world.
Yes, so for Sister GMT, Mrs. Gayatri, thank you so much. So we have approximately 4 minutes for this session. Over to you, Sister GMT.
I think that women are the architects of our own destiny, but also the destiny of the world. And so I think in terms of being architects of our nation, that's also part of our remit. And I think that if we really have that understanding of our own inner capacity, and we're able to express that without hesitation, without allowing any circumstances or limitations to stop us, as we express those inner qualities, then we reach our own highest potential in terms of what it is we do, but we're also able to inspire others around us and do the same. And so it's not one woman, but I think it's all of us together working in this way with collaboration and cooperation. And yes, surely we're creating the highest destiny and the highest fortune for the world.
Thank you so much, Sister Genti. You've mentioned that leadership and especially working together with other women. Thank you so much, Sister. Thank you. Om Shanti.
Om Shanti.
Om Shanti, thank you. And up next, we have now Shivani from the UK. And welcome, Shivani ji. Om Shanti, Global Namaste to you. You have 2 minutes with Sister Jayanti. Over to you, Shivani.
Om Shanti, Sister Jayanti, and to everyone. It's such a pleasure to see you today after a long time. Of course, I think you must remember me as I met with my mother and brother, and I did a lioness function with you. I always remember you and follow what you always tell us. And I tried to practice that, and it actually works. I have to do it to perform it initially, and then people know what love is, or anything unconditional. And I try to be calm and not just and be silent, and things work. So thank you so much, and it's such a pleasure to see you, Saivani, and your mom and everybody. And thank you to Neil Kumar giving us this opportunity today. Lovely to see Seemaji and Kiranji and everyone. It's such a lovely program. And thank you once again. Om Shanti.
Om Shanti.
Thank you so much, Shivani ji. We also were so happy to see everyone, and especially having Sister Jayanti with us is like a great, great blessings. Now I'd like to welcome Apsara, classical dancer from the UK. So Global Namaste to you and Om Shanti. And you have 3 minutes to get all your blessings from Sister Jayanti.
First of all, global namaste to everyone. And thank you, Healing Our Earth team and Neil Kumar ji, for inviting me to such a beautiful event. I'm so glad to be part of this event today. And wish you all a Women's Day. And I personally feel so honored and blessed to hear or listen to what Sister Jayanti spoke today, because as a classical dancer, this is like very most important topic for me to awaken the Shakti within ourselves. So as a dancer, I always try to bring that Shakti forward, both physically and intellectually. So it was really useful, really motivating for me to listen to your speech. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Apsaraji. Wonderful. And this is our program, Healing Our Earth, bringing to you the 119th event, that is Global Women Empowerment Forum for the women, by the women, of the women, and towards the women. And up next coming is our lovely Meeta Joshi ji from the UK. Om Shanti and Global Namaste to you. You have 2 minutes for your interaction.
Om Shanti and Global Namaste, Sister Jayanti. What a blessing to be on this platform with yourself and with all other guests and this beautiful platform, Healing Our Earth. I work with the students at the university as a chaplain, and I am so much in awe of our Vedic philosophy and what you said about our higher consciousness, which is permeating all throughout the world in all the beings, and we have to connect to the supreme higher consciousness. And Vedas are the example of that. And the Brahmavadinis and Rishikas and Rishis used to write and contribute towards it. How would you empower today's generation to be motivated to know more about their Vedic traditions? Because everything is in there.
Mhm. I think if we can explain the relevance of those stories to what's going on in the world today, then I think that makes them more interested. For example, the whole story of the Mahabharata is something that's happening right now. It's not just a story of 5,000 years ago, but it's actually being witnessed. It's unfolding in front of us. We see the Pandavas, we see the Kauravas, we see the Yadavas, we see the whole scenario. And so when we can find ways in which we can explain how the things of ancient Bharat are absolutely vital as wisdom for our lives now, then understanding that relevance becomes very important. Otherwise, there's a feeling, well, that's fine. It was okay for the rishis and the munis, but how does it help me today in this world of technology? So when I see the relevance and I make the connection, yes, I can be one of those 5 Pandavas with God's love in my heart. And I don't have to be part of that army that is fighting just for materialism, but let me be the one who has love for God, and through that there's going to be victory. I put it in one sentence, but you can understand what I'm saying, that there's a relevance of all of this for us today. And so that has to be demonstrated to the young people.
Thank you very much. And that also is leading to the self-realization process as a byproduct when they try to associate their higher consciousness with the divine, that we all are connected, and whatever we can do as an not enlightened, awakened being, by by the virtue of our rich scriptures, learning from that as well. Thank you very much. Om Shanti, Sister Jayanti.
Om Shanti.
Thank you so much, Mitaji. That was beautiful. Let us now welcome Amarjeet Kaur Dua from Thailand. And global namaste to you, and Om Shanti. You have 3 minutes.
Om Shanti. And it's good night here in Bangkok. Hello, Sister Jayanti. I hope you remember me. Do you?
Yes,
from
indeed.
Thailand. Yes.
Yes, indeed.
I had the good fortune to be with Sister Jayanti when she visited Bangkok. And then I visited UK and had good chance to go to Oxford, the retreat center, and be with Sister Jayanti and Dadi Janki for a few days when I was there, and visited Leicester, etc. So yes, what Sister Jayanti speaks is so deep and so empowering, and the best gyan and the best knowledge that we can ever receive. Because since I joined the Brahma Kumaris University, I have really been able to stay empowered within, no matter what happens outside. And for women, like she said, we are the Shiv Shakti, and Shakti is a very powerful word. And we see all the Devis are all Shaktis. And yet a woman has to be very wise, because sometimes we're over strong and over empowering. There was a period that women needed to be empowered. I think today a lot of women could be even over empowered, in families, etc. So keeping that the sweetness of a mother, and the calmness, and the Shakti is the Shiv Shakti, the way the Devis are portrayed, like Saraswati, is that that gentle smile and that nature that the woman needs to have. And what she talked about love is that it's not just what is love, and mother's love is the purest form of love. So that Shakti is like the motherhood inside every woman. And it doesn't matter whether you've given birth to a child, because we are from a mother. And the capacity of a woman, like Guru Nanak says, to be able to give birth is that inner strength that only the female body can have. So the soul in the female body is very, very powerful. And this era at the end of Kali Yuga, as we are approaching, and that's why they use the word Brahma Kumaris, not Brahma Kumars, because this is the era of womanhood. And we, with our softness and sweetness and our sisterly and motherly qualities in each home, we can lay the foundation for love, for peace, for tolerance with love, not the tolerance that, oh, I have to tolerate him. So that beautiful ability of a woman to be the ocean and accept everything is something that I have learned, and Sister Jayanti portrays that just with her smile and her aura and her energy, so the ideal woman. And so it's lovely to be able to join at this time. Actually, today I'm dressed because my husband's 60th birthday, and we just had a gathering and everybody just left, and I had told Nil and Kiran that I will join for a few minutes after the party because I'm dressed anyway. So, we live in the home, in the family, and yet we do serve the world through our mind. And I think what Sister says also, besides being without words, we can send that energy around our family and our loved ones. And it is that Shakti is within every woman. In fact, it is within every soul. But we as women have in the souls in the body of a woman in this lifetime have more power to be able to serve. So let us all join together, and Healing Our Earth is doing this beautiful job. Thank you so much, the whole global family, and thank you so much, the Women Forum that has been created for us to empower the world and empower ourselves. And I just managed to complete doctorate degree in for the Brahma Kumari's Raj Yoga meditation, because it's changed my life and changed everything. So my life is devoted for serving the world, and Sister Jayanti is my role model. Next to Dadi Janki, Sister Jayanti. So thank you so much for your wonderful words, and let us all be the Shiv Shaktis and spread love into the world all the time. Om Shanti. Thank you so much.
Om Shanti, Amarjit ji, and congratulations for that great achievement of PhD, as well as a very happy birthday to your husband today, and thank you for being here. We now welcome Lata ji from the UK. Global Namaste and Om Shanti. You have 2 minutes with Sister Jayanti.
Well, I'm just blown away. Thank you very much, Sister Jayanti. Yeah, I was thinking of Sister Dadi Janki, and it was a great sad day when we lost her, wasn't it? But you're taking it so well. You're taking it forward very well. And thank you for all your efforts and your successes. Please, let us know what is your next step that you want to take in your journey. We'll be interested and fascinated to be enlightened and informed.
Well, thank you for that question, and it's going to take a lot of profound thinking to work it all out. because one is the next step in terms of my own personal journey, but the other is the next step in terms of the collective family of the Brahma Kumaris and what it is we want to do for the world. And so for myself personally, I know that normally when responsibility comes, it weighs heavily, but my intention is that I want to stay as light as possible and allow the divine to do whatever the divine needs to do and simply be an instrument. And then in terms of the family, it's so easy to leave a few people behind, but it's so important to have everybody included so that we all move forward to our destination together. And so I'm just thinking about all the things that need to happen in terms of spiritual sustenance, in terms of administration, and all of those things coming together so that then we can move forward together. So that's it in a few words, but thank you for that very profound question.
Thank you. This is a very auspicious day for womenhood and, you know, the respect and the love and the kindness of each other and collaboration is what's going to hold us, like you said. I totally agree. And I'm sure we all are going to be, you know, equipping ourselves to do that and follow the right path. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Lataji. And now, last but not least, we have amongst us Saiksha Shankar Shambhu, who is my sister, my younger sister, and she has 2 minutes with you, Sister Jayanti.
Om Shanti, Sister Jayanti ji. We feel so blessed today to have the message, to listen to the sublime message of the heart of the teaching of the Brahma Kumaris. And you're indeed a very precious soul and an embodiment of the enlightened soul on earth to sparkle all the souls here and the minds of the people, touch the hearts of all the people listening to you today. So in proximity of you and having the glimpse of Sister Jayanti amongst us today, we can feel already the love, the peace, the unconditional love, and the purity amongst us and all the listeners, all the members who have shared on Healing Our Earth, especially Mr. Neil G, who has given us this golden opportunity to be present on this prestigious platform. So we are feeling that radiating to all the corners of the world. Today we can feel that compassion, and as Sister Jayanti mentioned, the Shiv Shakti. We are the women representing the feminism, the portal, the channel from the cosmic world to the earth. So we have that power, that exquisite potential to bring all these pure qualities on earth and stop all these negativities that are cropping up in the world. So we, through the meditation, through the Raj Yoga meditation that the Brahma Kumaris have introduced to us, so we can recreate the golden age, which is already on earth. So the women have that power to bring that golden age on earth today, starting from today, through the precious, the beautiful energy, Sister Jayanti ji. So I have one question. We are already sending the light, the peace, the healing to Ukraine and Russia and all the countries needing that energy, needing the positive light through the meditation and our thoughts, our energy. But how can we stop all these wars in the modern world now? How is it possible to stop the war? Sister Jayanti. Thank you.
At the present moment, it's a minority who believes in peace and love and these values which are actually inherent within the soul. But as we share these ideas, and even when the minority becomes a very powerful minority, then that minority is going to be able to make things turn around, so that instead of believing that violence can work, we'll know and make it happen that peace can work. And so I think each one personally has to elevate themselves to that stage where the power of peace becomes manifest in them, but also as we share these ideas, so that multiplication of that energy will stop all violence and all wars. I believe that absolutely.
Thank you. Yes, sorry about that. Thank you so much, Sister Jayanti. And indeed, as my sister just said, it's an honor to have you. All those messages, if we implement it now, because these are all the practical that matters. And with that, there's a beautiful Brahma Kumari song that I hold truly to my heart. And I'd like to dedicate that to you, because you are that epitome, that Shakti, Shiva Shakti, who is inspiring all of us. So with your permission, I'd like to just few lines. Om Shanti Om. I'm a peaceful soul. Ye dhvani mangal dhvani hai. Om Shanti Om. Om Shanti Om. We are peaceful souls. Thank you so much, Sister Jayanti.
Thank you. Beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone, each and every woman who joined us today, to get the blessing, the proximity, the energy, the effulgence, and above all, the inspiration from Sister Jayanti. We are truly very lucky and blessed today. Moving on, we have now, I'll pass on to my next host, who is our beautiful Shivali Ruparelia ji. And I'd like to tell the viewers that Shivali ji is a very busy mom of two, and she is a sales analyst for a global airline. However, her main passion is helping communities flourish, and she volunteers for many popular community events. Shivali is a long-standing member of the volunteer staff at Weekend Community School in London, the Sai School of Harrow. Her outstanding commitment was nationally recognized when she was awarded the Princess Diana Award for voluntary service and won the Inspiring Asian Women Awards for being an inspirational role model. Her motto in life is, if my children see me do something good for others, I hope this will inspire them to do the same to improve future generations to come. How beautiful is that? Global namaste to you, Shivali ji.
Global namaste, and thank you so much for that lovely introduction. And my goodness, what an honor it is to be here today. I mean, the session has been so heartwarming. I don't think there are any other words I can use to describe heartwarming. I mean, having Sister Jayanti with us today. I mean, really, Sister Jayanti, if you're still here, my humble salutations to you, because really so inspiring. I think all of us here have learnt so much from everything that she has said. So what a great session, a really great session. And Saivani, it's so nice to see you again as well. So a very warm Sairam to you as well.
Sairam, Shivali ji, namaste. Indeed, all that energy, I can't explain my state, all that engulfed me with, I'm feeling so much goosebumps, that energy is surging upwards. Very true.
I absolutely agree. It's almost, you're right, I have goosebumps, and there's a level of emotion, isn't there, that's building up here this afternoon. And you know what, to all the global viewers out here today, the afternoon is just going to get better and better and better. So please do stick with us. We have a great lineup. Saivani, thank you so much. And once again, a global namaste to everyone here today. 119th session, who would have known? We started Healing Our Earth back in 2020 when, of course, the world was struck with a level of tragedy, really, with COVID. And look, here we are. We've moved on. 119th session today. It is, of course, the positive energy that has really got us here. And like we said, like we've always said, positivity really can drive so many forces. And what a great day to celebrate today, Empowering Women, International Women's Day. I'll tell you a little secret. It was quite funny. On Friday, my boss said to me, and if he is listening out there, I'm actually very proud of him because number one, he's actually very good with spirituality. So he is really a great, not only is he a great boss, but also always positive. And on Friday, he said to us, "Oh my goodness, I've got 3 women in my team and I'm the only man." And I went, "Okay, well, that's fine. It's called women empowerment." And he said, "Maybe it's bullying." And I went, "No, it's not. It's women empowerment." He goes, "I'm so proud of the positive energy that all the women bring." Isn't that nice to hear that from your boss? That it is so, he was so inspired by everything that we all bring on the table. So really great. And what a great day. And we've got, like I said, we've got a great lineup. You can watch us, of course, Facebook, YouTube, all the channels available here at Healing Our Earth. Now we have a really good speaker lined up this afternoon next. And I'm going to just give you a quick introduction. So we have Mary Matoni, and I hope I have pronounced her name. My apologies if I pronounced it incorrectly. But she's an accomplished creative executive. Sorry, I am going to just bear with me one moment. I'm having a few technical hitches. Just bear with me. Sorry. There we go. Creative executive possessing multifaceted experience and a proven ability to revitalize organizations, initiate company-wide campaigns, and capture untapped opportunities for growth. She is a holder of a master's in business administration, double major management and marketing from the University of Eastern Africa, Bariton. She was awarded the Head of State Commendation by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya. She's equally an awardee of an inaugural award by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya for exemplary effort in organizing business women to distribute sanitizers to low-income markets, like local transport and motorcycle operators, thereby ensuring these high contact groups did not become active spreaders of COVID-19. I mean, what a fantastic project here. I'm just so inspired by by reading out Mary's story and her background. Mary is currently the Vice Chair of the Kirinyaga Investment and Development Authority, founder and Executive Director, St. Petrock Premier Schools, Embu, and founder of the Women in Business Community Network. Well, what a fabulous, fabulous background. Mary, a very, very, very warm welcome here to you here at Healing Our Earth. What an honor to have you here with us today.
Hi, how are you?
We're very well, and how are you?
First and foremost, I want to apologize because I did not wear pink.
That's okay. That's okay. That's absolutely fine.
Yes.
I think between the rest of us, we have enough pink, wouldn't you say?
Yes.
Absolutely.
We'll embrace with our pink.
So tell me, how much time do you have for me? Because I can talk the whole night.
Well,
you know, I'd say that's the true Kenyan spirit. Jambo Mary, habari yako?
Yeah, mzuri sana.
So I'll say this in Swahili, sisi wananchi wanapenda kuongea sana. So I'll say that's we wananchis, we the people of Kenya.
So how much time do you want me?
Well, you can take about, so should we say 20 minutes?
Yeah, 10, 15 minutes, 20. That's okay.
You carry on however long you need, and I will stop you. How about that? Does that make it easier for you?
Okay, my dear. Yeah. So I almost thought, who are you introducing? Are you introducing me?
You have such a great. You have such a great.
Is it me
background.
you're talking about?
You know, I just wanted to add though, when somebody reads out a background of you, and I've also felt that. I think we all feel, is that really me?
I know, my dear. Mm.
But look, you've got so much to share.
So I want to talk about myself and the women in business. First and foremost, we are the organization that tackle the financial issues in Kenya. We are the organization that tackle about networking in Kenya. We are the organization that tackle about networking in Kenya. We tackle about if we are not talking about networking, then we are talking about issues that are affecting women. And when we are talking about women, we are talking about issues that are affecting them every other day. The Women in Business is an organization that caters about women that are not felt in the economy, the informal economy. The women who form the bulk of the network of the economy. And that is the cadre that we are talking about. In Kenya, we talk about women who should benefit from the 30% procurement rule in Kenya. So if a woman is not benefiting from the 30% procurement rule, we talk about that woman as a woman who is not registered. Yeah? Somebody who has not been discovered. And that is the person we are trying to discover. The informal economy, which is more than 90% of the Kenyan economy. And we are praying that the 90% of the Kenyan economy is going to be taken care of to ensure that they are registered in the sense that they are registered as business owners. And in Kenya today, we have something called the 30% procurement opportunity. And apart from that, we have something called the Huduma Center. Huduma Center caters for the people who have not been registered as business owners. When they are not registered as business owners, what usually happens is these people, they are not counted. And that is what we advocate for. 30% procurement rule is something that is a global thing. And I can tell you for a fact that any amount of government that is coming from the government, 30% of it must go to the women, the youth, and persons with disability. It is for us to fight for it. It is for us to make sure that it is something that becomes a reality. I am from Kenya. 30% procurement rule is already a rule. It is already a law. So we are not trying. I'm only asking that during this International Women's Day, that every other country must advocate for the 30% procurement rule. And any other thing that befits, that makes a woman looks decent. I may not be very favorable in this meeting, but what I'm saying is we must ensure that the women get to the level that everybody else is in. That is why even the title of the meeting was very clear. Unless if I have questions from the forum.
Mary, thank you so much. So much passion has come out of what you've just said. So I have a question, and maybe I'm going to ask Seema to also join me as well in this question, because I think Seema being in Kenya as well, are there examples of where you feel that women are not heard, or where do you feel the disconnect is? What types of industries go through? Do you feel that there is not that level of equality? Is that right? Is that right?
Yeah, I have them at the fingertips. The finance issues.
Mm.
When you ask for a woman for a collateral, which she doesn't have. Women don't have land. They don't have money. How many come to our organization simply asking for money? And the only thing they'll ask for is money. You see?
Wow.
That's what I'm talking about. I am talking about the safest way for women to get tenders in government. The government is the biggest spender. Don't you know that?
Mm.
I want that. I want to see that. Okay.
So Seema, are you seeing this as, do you see this as you obviously living in Kenya, and do you see this firsthand as well?
Let me tell you, the government has given it all.
I couldn't agree more.
Wow.
There are women who don't have land, they don't own it. And there are women who don't have collateral. Okay.
Thank you.
And I find Mary with her women in business, and I think you're launching a new project, Mashinani. Am I right?
Yes. Women in business Mashinani is basically one of the projects that will help the women to grow into what they are supposed to have. For
Brilliant.
instance, if the government wants you to have a registration certificate, we want to help you get one.
Mary, what you're doing is just so fantastic. It
Yeah.
makes me so proud. I'm a Kenyan, okay? I'm born and raised in Kenya. It gives me so much
Wow.
pride to see you doing this great work for the women of Kenya. You know, Shivali, on one hand, the Kenyan woman, I have to say this, is very strong. She's very resilient and she's very hardworking.
100%.
And there are a small number of Kenyan women who are extremely successful. We recently had a CEO of a brewery as one of our guests, you know.
Yeah.
And on the other
And
hand,
can I tell you something?
Sorry?
One of the issues that we are having in Kenya is the women do not have the collateral. They don't have the basic documentation that they need to have. And that is what the women in business is giving, to ensure that they get the basic documentation. If it is the Women Enterprise Fund, they must have what they require. If it is the Youth Enterprise Fund, they must have what they require. That's what the Women in Business is doing. It is basically to ensure that the women are at play.
And you know, it sounds so basic, doesn't it? But look how difficult it is. And what you are doing, like Seema said, what you are doing is so fantastic. That's something that is so, for, you know, people may, in other countries, may take this for granted. I've got my paperwork, here we go, easy. You are doing something so basic for them that is going to take them so far. And you should be commended for
Well,
that. So,
can I tell you something? The 30% procurement rule is not even in any of those countries you're talking about.
wow.
We are way ahead of the pack, but we want it utilized. We want to see that women are benefiting, that when the government announces that there is a 30%, you know, that there is 1 billion, you know, amount that is left for the women, it can be taken by the women. That is what we want to see.
And you will achieve it, Mary. You will achieve it. You have done so much.
I know Sana understands me. Yes, I know she understands me. That's what we are talking about. The last time I attended the ministers' meeting at Mauritius, representing Kenya, they did not even know what is 30%. I want to tell you. Now, I know they know. But you see, it is only in Kenya, in law. So what are you talking about? It is in law. We need to actualize it. And I know His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, he will run for this. Trust you me. He wants it happening.
Mary, you have done
Just doesn't have the people to do it.
But you are the voice of the Kenyan women.
That
you are the
is
voice
why
of that
I
woman
am
who needs
pushing it.
that collateral.
That is why I am talking about it, because he has to get it.
And please continue to talk about it, because
I will.
Because that is the way
Trust you me, Shiva.
forward.
I will. I will not come to this forum to talk nonsense. I'll only talk about things that are affecting the women. And I know what affects the women in my country. 30% procurement rule.
I want to share a quote by Serena Williams. Every woman's success should be an inspiration to another. We're strongest when we cheer each other on. And really, us here cheering you on, you will get that success. Because you are the voice of the women out there.
I hope this got you.
One more quote. Behind every successful woman is a tribe of women who has her back.
I agree.
And it's so true. The Kenyan spirit, let me tell you, I mean, I'm transported back home right now. And what Mary has done is truly Shivali phenomenal. She's arranged for the basic bodas, which are the peakies or the transport, the motorbikers who transport goods around Nairobi. The matatu drivers, which are the minibuses.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
It must have been something very challenging to do. It's not easy to have sanitizers just during this pandemic time. And I was just connecting.
Can I tell you? Can I tell you, San? It took me to actually put down even my own family who are fearing COVID to go to the marketplaces, to go to the border places. Border is the motorcycle. To go to the matatu. Matatu is the 14-seater. I didn't fear that because I had one mission. Number one, for the women in business, we had one mission. If the women at the marketplace are not sanitized, then we are dumped. So we had to take to them sanitizer and to ensure that they are great. They are the ones who we buy the sukuma wiki, the kales from. You understand?
Mary, I have a question. Sorry, based on this project that you've done, obviously during the height of the pandemic, what gave you that inspiration? What made you do this project?
Humanity.
And do you want to just give us a little bit of background how the project was put together and how you then carried it through?
Can I tell you?
Of course.
Humanity. Number one, I realized I live in a high-profile area. I live in an area called Lavington. Lavington is a high-profile area. Okay? But the people who sell us the kills, the sukuma wiki, come from a low profile area. So you can imagine that the person who is giving you the kills, is not what you expect, but that is what you need. So at the end of the time, you'll need the low profile person to bring you the services to the high profile person.
Mm.
That is what I considered. We need everybody. We need the person who is selling the kills. We need the person who has the money to buy the kills. As simple as that. And that is what would kill COVID. Period.
Brilliant. And how long did it take you to put all this into place?
That was 1 year. Because we also involved other entities, like we involved women to have estate sales from Bidco Africa. You know about it?
Why don't you share a little bit about it with all our viewers?
Sorry?
Why don't you share a little bit about it for all our viewers?
I don't get you.
Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Yes. So what we did with Bidco Africa, when the COVID struck, we asked them to give women who are wholesalers and small scale farmers to get product at different prices. So we had people owning supermarkets that they never owned. You
Wow.
get it? We had people out of that partnership starting kiosks that they never owned, because most people were confined in their estates, or they were confined in their flats. So we encouraged women to take up products which they can sell in those flats. And Bidco Africa was one of the companies that came through.
Fabulous.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And what a great way of, involving women as well.
A lot.
Oh, what a great way of involving women as well.
Sorry?
What a fabulous way of involving women in this project as well.
Let me tell you, we got 40% of the women getting involved in this project.
There we go. Strength in numbers.
Yeah. So Bidco Africa is a star.
So you said earlier that finance was where you saw, going back to the 30% procurement, you saw that finance was obviously a big industry. What are there any other industries that you can see not quite playing the game?
So finance was a big issue, because even when Bidco Africa came on tours, and Hashi Gas, there were two companies. There was Bidco Africa and Hashi Gas, but women could not get financing. So we went to Equity, okay, that provided financing. Hello?
Yes. Yes.
Yes. We went to Equity that provided financing.
Okay.
And other institutions that were providing financing.
So, okay. So, I mean, you have such a great story, such a great background. Like we said, please don't stop pushing this message out, because you will succeed.
I'm not stopping.
No, don't, because like we said, you know, you've got so much passion, and there is so much work for you to do to get that message out there as well. So,
Let me tell you, my dear.
Yes.
Let me tell you. And I'm telling you with a lot of authority, there's a lot of work to do.
Mm-hmm.
More than you think.
I can only imagine.
Most people who come to me, they ask for financing. Sometimes that is not what they need. So we guide them. It's a lot of work.
It is a lot of work, and you know,
to convince somebody that they don't need financing, they need mentoring. I know it sounds funny, but that we do.
You know, you've shared
Some
with us.
people don't need financing. They need mentorship.
Yes.
I wish this forum is going to come up with mentorship forums, which we are going to hold upon, okay? Because financing is basic, okay? Not everybody needs financing.
No.
Even me, I run a business. I may not need financing. I need mentorship, okay?
Mary, on behalf of everybody here today, I want to say a very personal thanks to you for coming here to share your very passionate background, and really to give us an insight of all the work that you do, that you will continue to do, and you will always have our backing and blessings for you to continue this wonderful work that you are
Thank you
doing.
so much. Thank you so much.
You know, so thank you so much. And Seema, Kiran, if you have anything to say to Mary.
You know, she's amazing. You're incredible. Thank you very much. We have some connections.
I don't know if I am amazing.
We have some connections ourselves with Malawi, Africa. I'm already making my notes and I'm going to see how we can make some sort of connection there. And yes, I have heard you, and I may reach out to you on a personal level myself. Okay. Thank you very much for your message.
Please hold our hands. Please hold our hands.
More than that,
I'm doing too much.
More than that, I'm going to be.
We are extending too much. The women need you.
Right.
That's all I can say.
Yes.
The women need you.
Thank you. Blessings and prayers out for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mary. And once again, our blessings are with you. Now.
All right, Mom.
Now we have a lovely video message from our Singapore coordinator, Dr. Neera Gupta. We did have a video from there we go.
Namaskar, hello, Sat Sri Akal, Adab. My name is Neera Gupta and I am the Chief Visionary Officer and founder of Global Influencers Publishing House and KitKat Events and Marketing. I believe that every woman has a voice and it needs to be heard. By organizing the My Voice series of events and publishing the Amazon #1 bestseller My Voice book series, we have given a voice to thousands of women from across the world. So to everyone out there, find that voice within you and share it with the world so that we can create a community of strong women supporting each other. Wishing all the wonderful women out there a very happy Women's Day. Take care and stay safe.
What a lovely video from our Singapore coordinator, Dr. Neera Gupta. So I'm really privileged here today to be joined here also by Kiran Robinson and Seema Bhatia. I mean, what a great afternoon, right? We've all had so much inspiration.
Yeah, it's
amazing. It is actually a lot to take in. And Mary's story as well. I mean, she spoke with a lot of passion. Clearly an area which needs help.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's heart-wrenching, but just for us over here to be hearing this.
Yes.
Imagine being there daily, in and out. It's like, how do they manage, that whole, the mindset, of everything, taking it in, and then finding outlets. How do you do this? It's huge. It's huge.
It's huge. And I mean, I've never been to Africa, so I cannot talk about this in the same level of passion as maybe somebody who's grown up and or born and living in Africa. But
yeah,
just hearing her,
yes,
you can relate.
Yes. And I just want to send her a message from all of us later on, just to encourage her and just to say that you have been heard. You weren't invited just to say what you said and then feel that, okay, I don't know what's going to happen. I did my thing. But I want her to know that you've been heard, and these things take time, and we will definitely do all we can to bring people around them, and think of what we can do hereafter.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is platforms like this where she's going to be able to have this voice,
exactly,
to be able to share, really, because without platforms like this, it doesn't really go anywhere, does it?
Exactly. And then if we can just, have one able person just narrow everything down, put it in bullet points and say, okay, these are the tasks, and who can come forward and help in this area and that area, and who can advise. What did she say? We need mentors,
Yeah. I mean, she gave a great idea there, platforms like mentorship. Exactly. She has so much passion, so many ideas, and she just needs a voice or a platform to be able to get this across.
Yes, even if we pass her on to Neera Gupta and say,
yes,
somebody, maybe her voice needs to be heard in your platform, Neera, we can certainly do that. We'll put on our thinking caps and we'll come up with something.
Absolutely. And Seema, I guess being born and brought up in Kenya, you've probably seen this a lot more firsthand.
I can fully relate to what Mary is saying. And she is the voice of the, I won't say the African woman, but I'd say she's the voice of the Kenyan woman.
Wow.
And she spoke about collateral. Yes, it's an issue. She spoke about money. Yes, it's an issue. But more important, on a deeper level, it's mentorship. How, what, where, there are a lot of women out there. And let me tell you, Kenyan women are very resilient. They're very strong, and they're very hardworking. I take great pride in the people of my country. Kenya's my mama. She raised me, she fed me, she gave me everything I have today. And on behalf of all the women out there, I want to say, we celebrate you because you are strong. And we know, we know what you face on a daily basis. It's a developing country, and we have a great leader, and we have great women like Mary and many other women as well, who are working towards the voice of the Kenyan woman. It's Women's Empowerment Day, it's International Women's Day, so I speak for all women. And I think, with Healing Our Earth, with this global Women's Empowerment Forum, where we say, for the women, by the women, of the women, towards women, let us all move together. Mary is one example of a woman in Kenya, who has been the voice of many other Kenyan women. But there are so many women all over the globe who need mentorship, who need financial literacy. Kiran and I were just discussing this financial literacy. This is a big, big issue with women. There's so many. There's so many issues on so many levels. We talk about, okay, self-care, look after yourself, mental health. Yes, it's important. Meditation is important, but there's so many deeper other areas that need to be addressed. And that's what this forum is about, and thank you to, our founder and director, Mr. Neil Kumar, who just said, women, empowering women is empowering humanity. Go ahead, do it.
Absolutely. And, I just wanted to follow that up really, Seema, that really, here's to strong women. May we know them, may we be them, and may we raise them. Because, you know, that is going to take us forward as well.
Exactly. And you know, I see that from 2020 to 2022, I've seen this great shift happening in this world. You see a lot of sisterhood communities coming up, you know. I'm not talking on a feminist angle, okay, but I'm saying we have this, in Hong Kong, we have this great community called the Garden Gathering, where it's a sisterhood community where all the women move together. And, you know, they really have a shoulder to lean on. That's why I say behind every successful woman is a tribe of women who has her back. And I say this very strongly. And women do move together. And on behalf of being a Kenyan, on behalf of the Kenyan women, I would say that the women in my country do need mentoring. And it is my appeal to anybody out there right now who has the skill set and the heart to give, to come forward and let us raise these women because they have so much talent. It's not funny.
So that,
Everything from agriculture to beadwork, you know, a lot of them are also literate, but they just don't have, you know, the backing or the know-how to go out there. So it is my appeal to everybody. And I don't say this only for women in my country. Of course, I'm biased. Kenya is my home. Anywhere in the world.
But you know, it's raised a valid point here, because it's brought to our attention today because we had somebody from Kenya. Can you imagine how many other countries may be going through the same sort of thing? So, you know, like we say, here's to all the strong women, women empowerment, and really, I have a raised hand here. Lataji? Yes.
There she is.
There she is. Yes.
Hi. Hi, you powerful, empowered women. Good afternoon.
Welcome.
And Gob Namaste, thanks to Neil G. He's our hero, isn't he? Global hero. Whatever words we say for him is just never enough. I mean, to bring us together here, to put our minds together, our hearts together, our hands together, and connect. When you said how many countries on this earth are women suffering, is just mind-blowing. I just didn't realize how bad the situation is, you know, especially in India. I'm just thinking one country is India, where there's no toilets for women.
Yeah.
Not enough toilets in every home.
Exactly. There is, and I don't want to cut you short because it is, I'm also conscious of the time, but you're right. It is just, there is, I mean, sanitization is, but basic needs in so many countries. And, you know, we can obviously work together, and hopefully in all countries we can all work together, and make sure that women are heard, are seen and helped where needed. Now I'm going to move on to Kiran. You empower many women and write various articles, and my favorite is fingerprints, and this month there's another woman of distinction.
That's right. Yay.
So I guess I shouldn't really be talking here. This one's over to you.
To me? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, okay. So I do weekly newsletters and I post them every Saturday. And, you know, when we moved here, you know, the whole COVID thing and everything, I felt like, you know, it's time to think about women. I want to meet the community here, the community of women, what they're doing, and small businesses, entrepreneurs, you know, educators, you know, all of that. And I came up with this idea. Why don't I do monthly featured article on each woman that I meet along the way? But wait a minute, you know, I come from India and Hong Kong, and I don't want to dispute anybody. So let me start with one woman here in Luxembourg, and then will follow. It was incredible. The first month I started with a local woman in Luxembourg, amazing woman. And lo and behold, my calendar was full for the next 11 months.
Wow.
I kept meeting women from all walks of life. And I said, how can I not share about these women? It's been incredible. So the February article was for a lady in California. And then this month's article is from about Pramila, whom I call a woman of substance, because the article itself is self-explanatory. And then next month we'll somebody from UK and then Africa and so on and so forth. And
so yeah, your article is just being scrolled on the screen at the moment.
That's right. That's right.
For all our viewers.
I thought it would be a great idea to just bring all these women together and show them how much we value them and embrace them. And of course, there's Pramila Samtani right here from Hong Kong, who just got this amazing award, from her company, where she was the first woman to be in this job, in this position back in the 1990s. And her travel to China and how they accepted her for being the first local woman to do what she did there. So and then the timing, with this month celebrating International Women's Day, I thought it just fell into place. I didn't plan it. It just so happened. I love it. And come on over, women, call me, you know where to reach me, KieranRobinson.com. Let's have some awesome languages, awesome conversations, and languages too, because I speak 4 different languages, so we can communicate. I would love to write about you.
Thank you so much, Kieran. Now, I only came across your website I must admit, in the last week. So I will be definitely logging on, and I really do, like you've just said, encourage all the viewers out here to please do log on to KieranRobinson.com, because there's some great stuff on there, really powerful stuff. So really, I do encourage everyone.
Thank you. And I encourage everyone to sign up for those letters. They're free, fun, and fabulous, as I always say. They'll be sitting in your box. You wake up on Sunday morning and there's your Sunday read. It's about travel, it's about food, Michelin star restaurants, what women are doing out there, small businesses, supporting one another. Lots and lots of fun things that just wake you up.
Isn't it amazing, like how many small businesses are run by women? I only very recently, in the last couple of years, obviously with lockdown, COVID, and very sadly, many women, many people have lost their jobs. And how many small businesses are actually run by women? It's an incredible amount.
A lot, right, Seema? What about in the UK? You've seen a lot of that too, right, Seema?
Especially like Shivali said, during lockdown and COVID, a lot of small businesses, and if you get onto social media and you get onto Reels, and you have a look at the amount of beauty businesses that have popped up.
Yes.
Oh my God, there's so many, vegan beauty and this beauty. I do farm to table beauty, okay? I do. I'm a self-care coach, so I do farm to table beauty. So I'm always, very intrigued, and I'm amazed on the food angle, on the beauty industry. It's all women-owned, even arts and crafts.
And isn't it so nice? It is amazing. And isn't it so nice that how women have used to have a hobby has now turned into a business?
Yes.
So, they may have just wanted to, I don't know, they might be doing candle making at home, and now it's a business.
It's leaving legacies for your children. Come on.
Absolutely.
I bow down to all women who want to think of that. I want to leave a legacy.
And that's so true. And from a very personal experience here, my mum loves flowers. She's always taken an interest in flowers. My grandmother was always doing flowers and garlands, and then my mum took it on, and what turned into what was a hobby is now turned into a business. And and you're right, it's about leaving a legacy, because she actually did say to me the other day, she said, I hope you're paying attention how I'm doing these flowers, because, you know, we've gone from generation where my grandmother has started off with flowers, and then my mum's done it. And of course, the expectation is for me to actually learn. So I better pay attention, because it is about leaving a legacy.
It is. My grandmother taught me, I was barely 12 and I traveled over to India from Hong Kong, and she taught me how to make papadums and pickles.
You see?
At the age of 12, it's like, hello. And then at the end, she gives me, here's your legacy. She gives me a rolling pin with my name engraved on it. What am I supposed to do? Not do anything with it?
I know.
That's how my life progressed.
Kiran, that's like me.
Yeah.
That's like me. My mom, she put us, we're three girls, and she put us into the kitchen, funnily enough, at the age of 12. And my dad used to tell her, you know, Hare, why, I'm going to just say this, why do you put them in the kitchen? Why are you torturing them, you know? And she said, I agree, their books are important. Yeah, she said, I agree that books are important. She said, but what are they going to feed their husband? Their books? She said, I gave you such good food. And he just started laughing. He said, okay, just do what you want, you know. But it was amazing. They pass it down.
And on that note, we've had such a great hour. It's gone so quickly. Great story from Mary, and Seema, Kiran, thank you so much as well. And 119th session here at Healing Our Earth, Women Empowerment. What a great Sunday it's been. A very big global namaste once again from myself. And I now hand over, but please don't go away because we've still got a great program. I now hand over to our next host. She's definitely no stranger here at Healing Our Earth and on many other social platforms as well. So it gives me a great pleasure to welcome back Dr. Hani Kalaria. She's a mind, body, soul coach, an award-winning creative dance expert with over 35 years experience in the field of art, culture, and entertainment. Today, she'll share with her secret techniques to shift your mindset. You will learn how to skyrocket your success, and you will. Sorry, I think my sound has gone. Can you all still hear me? You can still hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, I felt my sound had gone. So my sincere apologies. In this session, you will receive an overview on how to invest in your personal growth, gain wealth that no money can ever buy, and learn how to radiate positive vibrations that will help you in every area of life whilst contributing to raise consciousness levels of humanity. So it gives me great pleasure once again. Honey, very warm welcome. Great to see you. I'm so sorry. I thought my sound went earlier, but clearly not.
No, we all hear our global namaste, dear Shivali. And what a wonderful discussion you, Kiran, Seema were all having. I was feeling left out there. I was thinking, what an interesting conversation. And of course, women empowerment is one of those favorite subjects which we all love anyway, isn't it?
It is absolutely a great topic.
Yes, absolutely. And of course, we've had some really amazing guests today as well. And we're also going to be having many more guests who are going to be joining us today, who will be sharing some wonderful tips, advice, and inspirational discussions and talks, isn't it?
Yes. And, you know, like you just said, we've had great speakers throughout the afternoon, and you're going to have an amazing time moving forward.
Yes. Well, I just want to say thank you very much, Shivali. And of course, I would love to move on and introduce one of my guests who I've got joining us today. A very interesting lady, unique personality, and somebody who's done real fantastic work, in many areas of life, I have to say. So I would really like to really, first of all, introduce to you a guest of mine. But before then, I'd just like to say a few words about women empowerment, because women empowerment, I believe a woman has so many different facets to her. There are so many roles that a woman has to play in this world, whether it's a mother, a sister, a daughter, a professional career woman, a lover, a girlfriend, or whatever it is. They're all different facets that a woman would be portraying in this world. But yet,
we forget that this woman has lots of emotions, they have knowledge, they have skills, they have talents, they have inspiration, they have aspirations, they have dreams as well in life. So I think it's really, really important for people out there, for audience members from all over the world, just to appreciate the fact that, you know, when a woman becomes a mother or becomes a wife, etc., that doesn't mean it's the end of her dreams. It doesn't mean that's the end of, you know, just because she's dedicated and devoted to her family means that she's forgotten all her dreams. And I think every family member, every person, every friend, every employer should have that duty to empower women, to inspire them, to encourage them, and to also appreciate the wonderful finer qualities of them. The other side I always say to women is women are very, very, I believe, very nurturing, very kind, very considerate, I believe. They're more softer, you know, so if we put them into, I would say, roles of power, where there are, you know, political decisions to be made, or, you know, very important policies to be developed. I really believe that, you know, we should have lots of women in these committees and these kinds of organizations, because I believe they bring a different value system to policy making, etc. So I think that, you know, people out there all over the world, I'm so excited to say to you and to share that the Healing Our Earth has set up an initiative of bringing women together from all over the world. It's going to be a women's international global women's forum, and I'm very, very pleased to say, you know, Kiran and Seema ji, both of them are going to be heading that wonderful that part of our Healing Our Earth, and I'm really, really excited for that. And of course, moving on, I would love to introduce to you Margaret. Margaret is a wonderful lady who's going to be joining us. She's from Rotary, actually. Global namaste to you, dear Margaret. Hello. Are you enjoying your fantastic day? I think you're on mute.
Yeah.
Yes, hello.
Hello.
Global namaste to you, Margaret.
Hello, Dr. Kaleria. It's so nice to be here, and thank you so much for having me.
No,
I'm enjoying it all.
I'm really glad, and I hope you've been enjoying
This is a day to be enjoyed by all women.
Absolutely. And I would say everybody should be enjoying this, such inspirational things going on. But let me tell everybody a little bit of your background, Margaret. Margaret's full name is Margaret James Cooper. She's a freelance journalist, she's a political analyst, and she is also involved in global politics and research. She's also been a past president and the public image chair of the Rotary Club of Barkingside, which is fantastic. She also runs a particular role in the Rotary, where she is the editor of the Rotary in London magazine. Recently, she's been working on a really exciting initiative, which I'm going to be talking to her about. But her background also, you know, was also working with UNICEF in Africa, especially in Ghana, where she was working on supporting many of their initiatives. And I'm so excited about talking to her. And she's also a representative of youth empowerment. Her background is fashion, and she's also been at the University of Arts and Communication, and so many different things you have done. Margaret, packed all in one. You're doing amazing work. What a woman. This is what we need, a women empowerment.
You're making me blush.
Now tell me about Margaret. Thank you for joining us here on Healing Our Earth today. What I would love to know, Margaret, I know you've got a really wonderful, diverse background. You've done so much impactful work for the world, for different countries as well, from Africa to London. You've been a president as well for one of the Rotary clubs. So many interesting things you have done. Today, I know that you're working on a very special project, and it's a Rotary project. Is that something you would like to, first of all, give us a little message about women empowerment before we move on to that?
Thank you. Where do I start? Thank you so much again for having me here. But yes, there is a program we have been working on. I'm particularly working on and very much interested in. It's called World Greatest Meal. But before I speak on that, I thought I was safe just cozying up the World Greatest Meal. But these few days with the Ukraine crisis, the Rotary International Foundation, the foundation is Rotary's charity, has formed a coordinating committee from contributions from all parts of the world. So that came out of nowhere for me to be involved in. So I've been busy actually communicating with Ukraine itself, as I
Wow,
said,
what is the situation? Because we all love to pray, for what's happening there, and our prayers, of course, go out for peace, and hopefully this situation can get sorted out very quickly. But that must be a very big role that you're playing in terms of supporting such a big thing that's happening in the world right now.
Thank you very much. As I said, I didn't really expect this, but it's good to be involved in it. What is happening in Ukraine, we just hope it would come to an end very quickly. So much suffering, unnecessary suffering over what you just imagine. I personally don't understand this, but this is life. The world is always, as one war, and it's unnecessary. That's why. That's my personal opinion.
So what is your role in there? What are you developing policies? Are you raising funds to support the appeals? What is your role in there?
Okay, my little role in this is actually a very, very large one, to be honest with you, because the situation there is very fluid. Nobody knows what's going to happen the next minutes or the next seconds. People, almost 1 million, really, literally flying away from the country. So nobody has seen anything like this before. So the situation is very fluid. So my own little thing is, so many of us involved in it anyway, but my own little thing in it, past president, district governors, as a matter of fact, I'm communicating with the district governor who is coordinating it with other district governors from other countries, Belarus, Poland, which is nearby, Romania, and many other former Eastern European countries. Then apart from there, coming to Europe, you have the coordinating, whatever is coming in for the relief of the people from all parts of the world. So as I said, the situation is very fluid. Nobody knows where it's going to go.
Right. So you're working.
What I've done immediately actually is, of course, you know me on social media, literally have sent this message to more than 50 clubs worldwide, set up a GoFund for them, for Ukraine. But having said that, actually, my club, most Rotary clubs, in UK, they are in the world, literally running helter-skelter to help as much as they can, donation of this, donation of that. And before coming here, I open my phone is ping, ping, ping. It's all messages even from my own community chair. Because he is going to, he's not going to, but the charity he supports and my club supports and Rotary as a whole support called First Aid is going to drive all the way from here to Ukraine.
Oh, wow. So Rotary Club is really working quite intensively to support, and you're of course got a big role there. And also recently, before we move on to our panel of discussions, I would really like to find out a little bit about the work you're doing right now, which is very exciting. And it's a project where you're talking about it's a meals program. I believe it's called is it a WG meals of some sort? What is this? What is you're raising funds?
It's called
World's Greatest Meal?
It's called World Greatest Meal.
Yeah.
This is a concept it's a very simple concept, actually, that has raised more than 14 million pounds.
14 million pounds? This is the one?
Yes. You can't believe it. More than 14 million pounds. The whole idea is to meet Rotary's mission of polio eradication in the world. That is Rotary's mission at this moment. But this is a particular initiative that was formed by an Australian Rotarian called Susan Rea and a UK Rotarian called Mukesh Malhotra. they decided there's no peace for anybody who is going to have a meal on his own or a meal at an event. they want to make something out of it, money out of it.
Right. So you mean to say everybody has to have a meal anyway? So you're saying that by having this meal, we could try to raise money by having a meal? Yes. Is that right?
Yes, yes.
So each time you have a meal, what would happen?
Each time you have a meal, the concept, as I said, is very simple. It could be just one person. It could be just you having that meal. It could be an event organized, just the meal. To be quite honest with you, you can't say just the price of your meal to give that the same price to world greatest meal to end polio. You can't say the money you made for an event, which is very large. You want
we've just lost you, Margaret. Margaret, we've just lost your video. So if you'd like to put your video back on, that will be wonderful.
All right. That's
yes,
fine.
I think your video has just come off. So if you'd like to just press the button at the bottom of your races video.
Where it says video?
So while you sort that out, I'll just again share this with our viewers before we move on to our little panel discussion. This is a really exciting, a very, very important project that Rotary is working on. And it's called the World's Greatest Meal, as Margaret mentioned. 14 million pounds have been raised so far. And this is all to help end polio. And as we know, and many people may be aware, and if you're not, almost every single country in the whole world, the polio has been eradicated. There's just been a few cases, very few cases in Pakistan and Afghanistan with polio. But apart from that, Rotary has been the pioneers to use this initiative to completely eradicate polio from around the world. So I think, it's an amazing thing. And Margaret's been a really integral part of this, working with Suzanne, who was one of the wonderful pioneers who came up with this idea. Margaret, I'm so sorry, but your video has completely come out, so I can't actually.
No, that's fine. That's all right.
So maybe I can move on to our little panel discussions right now, and then we can find out a little bit more about Margaret.
Okay.
I would love to invite Anita. Anita is hopefully here with us. Hello, Anita. A global namaste to you if you're here. So we've got, oh gosh, she's in her car traveling around. Hello, Anita.
Hi, honey. How are you? And global namaste to everybody. It's wonderful to see you all today. Yes, I am traveling, just coming back from Luton, where we were with the Go Dharmic team, and they're fundraising for 36 hours to raise a target of £1 million. So
wow,
I'm just on the way back. Did
you raise your £1 million? Did you raise it?
Well, they're on the way. They have another 30 hours left. So they've reached a target of 80,000. They've reached 80,000 at the moment. So they've got some way to go to reach 1 million. But
yes, of course. You're doing amazing work, Anita. So, of course, Anita Goyal is she's one of the chairs of our Hemraj Goyal Foundation as well. And you're doing amazing work. And apart from that, you're an author. Thank you very much for your wonderful book that I received. It was so interesting. It was so interesting. It was all about the Gujarati community and all the wonderful women, who shared their stories. I can't remember the name of where I have it right here, actually. Is it the something from Gujarat?
Voices from Gujarat.
Voices from Gujarat, yes. It was beautiful. Thank you. I want to read the whole book. I've just read some of it because I didn't have much time yesterday. But it's a fantastic book. So anybody out there who is interested in finding out more about these wonderful, inspiring women, you need to go and get this from Amazon because it's a fantastic book. And of course, Anita, well done. It's a bestseller as well on the Amazon platform. So well done for that. And Kiran, what do you think as well? We've got Kiran as well here. We're going to have a little panel discussion and let's find out a little bit from Anita. Anita, we're really excited to launch a forum, which I hope you're going to be part of as well. It's a global women's forum that Healing Our Earth is taking an initiative to launch. And we are, of course, inviting women from around the world to come together to help each other, inspire, exchange ideas, provide suggestions, and just support each other to become the best versions of ourselves as we move forward in life. And is there anything that you would like to share? Because you're such a wonderful woman. You're an excellent role model in the community. You've been doing really great work. Are there any words of wisdom that you would like to share with our audiences relating to that?
Oh, thank you, honey. You're putting me on the spot there. But yeah, of course. I'm always very willing to share my ideas and, some of the experiences that I've had through all the different sectors that I've been involved in. But, the main message is it's really important for women to come together, to collaborate, to support each other, to share their ideas, to, be some, to share their life experiences, because that can really shape or help other women's troubles or their challenges that they may be having. Sorry, you can see the sunset there a little
it's
bit.
Gorgeous. I need to put this angelic look to her, right? There's a bright light coming out like a cyber
orange hair. That's what it seemed to be. Yes. So no, I think it's great to have a platform where women can have some freedom of identity and share their ideas in a way that's safe, where they feel that they are also listened to as well, and just inspiring other women as well on how they can move their life forward in a certain area if they may be a little bit stuck in a certain place. So I think it's always very, very good for women's networks. And as you know, honey, there's been so many women's networks that have emerged over the last few years, and especially with Zoom now, where it's more accessible, it's more inclusive. So those people that can't always get out are able to just give themselves some time, dedicate some time for themselves, just to, nourish their mind, to hear different ideas. And I think the world is a really different place for us now to do that. So I think establishing something like this, it couldn't have come at a better time. And yeah, of course, I always support what women do, and also men coming into that as well, because I know Neil is a great supporter. And whenever I speak about Healing Our Earth, everyone always says, "Oh, I know that group. They're really great. They're doing some great work." So it's nice. Reputation is very important as well, I think.
Yes, absolutely. Actually, the Healing Our Earth is such a, it's like a little family. All of us are like a family. And every guest that comes, which is over 1,400 guests so far that we've been able to meet over these past 2 years, amazing people, all in their own right, all professionals, talented people in their own rights, and knowledgeable in their own field. Also, people who would have achieved great things in life as well. So, you're absolutely right. And having some women from that side coming together, and the men, of course, too, we're not saying it just has to be the women. It's open to everyone. Like Neil Kumar is always really, really supportive of all the women. And he always tries to empower each one of us to become the best versions of ourselves. And Anita, what you mentioned was very important too. You said that people should learn from other people's life stories, etc. Because it helps you to stop making the same mistakes, or it can help you to find an answer to any a solution to any problems that you're going through, because I'm sure it's a human thing where everybody goes through challenges in life. And we always think it's just us, nobody else. It's just me, poor me. I'm the one who's going through so much. But so many women have gone through things, and we could share. So this would be a fantastic platform to feel and to be heard, like you mentioned. Absolutely. Kiran, you hello, Kiranji. How are you again?
Hi, I just wanted to welcome Anita. Anita, I'm so glad, you're here. Thank you very much. Time is very, very precious for you. And I do appreciate you being here. How lovely. Men are sometimes unsung heroes. I'm going to speak for myself, not for all women. I have a husband who supports me immensely. Everything that I do, every thought that I have. So hooray for other men who are out there supporting their women, because this is amazing. It's immense. And I don't believe sometimes all of the men understand or are appreciated as to what they do when they come up, roll up their sleeves and say, I'm here to support you in whatever you do, and you have that, that sounding board. You can go and talk to them and get their perspective of what other people are hearing from me when I'm out there speaking. You want that type of relationship and the comments.
That's a very beautiful relationship, Kieran, what you just mentioned, because I think that if every woman had a partner who supports them, I think Anita has a wonderful partner as well, who's amazing, Avnicius as well. I think he's a very good, very much into personal development, very much into, bringing out the best in people.
It adds value, especially if you're talking to the whole community or the whole world or the whole globe, then it's like, what are others thinking? So it's not just my voice and my perception and what I'm saying. You want to hear others' values, and I think men are very, very significant here.
Yes, that's the other part as well, because we could when you have different perspectives of life, you can better deal with any kind of situation, because it's like when you talk about risk management, for example, you will think of all the different reasons and ways to make sure that you protect yourself from all different areas.
Exactly.
So sometimes we may overlook certain areas because we're quite emotional, we're very soft, we may think, that won't happen, whereas the men can become a little bit more practical and say, well, I think we should consider this area. So you're absolutely right. It's working together with other people and working with our strengths, actually, and having respect for each other, and having that kind of it's not about jealousy and envy and ego. It's all about bringing out the best in another person.
Exactly. And I must say, like you, thank you to Mr. Neil Kumar. I mean, just for educating us, for providing this platform for us, for encouraging us. It takes a big man to do that. Thank you.
Absolutely, yeah. And Seema's here as well. Seema, hello, my dear. Yeah, global namaste to my dear Seema, my dear sister. You're in mute, my dear. So you're on mute. So yes, I was going to say that, this wonderful words of wisdom that Kieran has shared just now, and Anita as well. Seema, did you have anything to perhaps share whilst we were discussing this?
Couldn't agree more with Anita and Kieran. Like Anita said, it's coming at the right time. It really has. I think we're really, really aligned with the universe in bringing this forum in at this time, at this moment, and this point in time. And what Kieran spoke about, women in general. Okay, in my view, women are great multitaskers. Okay, a lot of us have jobs, 9-to-5 jobs. We're mothers. We're looking after the house. Some of us in our culture and many other cultures are living in extended families as well. So, and the to-do list is never ending, but if you have a man who has your back and supports you with that, then you can really shine bright like a diamond.
Yeah, it's like I believe, it's like you can do it it's like when you're going for a job, they say, can you work by yourself and can you work as a team? You say, yes, I'm very self-motivated too. I can do everything myself too. But if I need to work with a team, then I can also work together in a very, mutually respectful and harmonious way with others and cooperatively, So, you have that self-reliance side as well to you, where you have the inner power to be able to say, okay, fine, I'm alone here at the moment. I need to make a decision. I can do it, So you have that inner power too. But at the same time, they say Shiv Shakti, when they have two people coming together, you have a powerful force that comes together. So that also helps a lot. I absolutely Seema, very, very true.
Honey, they say that one person can achieve this much, right? If you're two people, you can achieve so much more. And if you move together as a team, like Mr. Neil Kumar always says, I want you all to move together as a team, to build a team. And when you move together as a team, then the impact you can create is ginormous.
Yes, what a beautiful word. That's a very good point you mentioned there, Seema, because I'm talking about even us as group, as all the women coming together as friends, let's say. And if each person wants to help each other to bring out the best in each other and to do something greater, to have greater impact in this world, then we can collectively do so much more in a united front. So absolutely right. So you may be talking, as Kieran mentioned, the partners, or we can also be talking about friend circle, peer group, people who are around you to support you, even, you know, that you need to have the right people around you to be able to propel you forward, actually, rather than pull you back. We have Hansa Pankania who's joining us here. Hello, global namaste to you. I believe you're on mute.
Global namaskar again to everybody.
Global namaskar. Thank you for joining us, Hansaji. I was going to say, we were discussing this wonderful forum, this global women's forum that we wish to set up to make it one of the biggest women networks, you know, which and all with women with humanitarian outlook towards life, you know, to do better, to do good in the world. So are there any points that you would like to share, that if this organization is being set up, but what are the points we should be considering, you know, to make it the most impactful organization we can?
So firstly, I think the first thing comes from what Sister Jayanti said in her talk today, is about building our own inner strength and believing that we have got something to offer. And I categorically believe that every person on this earth, not just women, but especially women, have got the skill. They've got so much within them that they can make a difference to the world. And it can be very small things. You know, you might be a lawyer and do kind of big things, or you might just love cooking and help your neighbor next door. So it's not really the quantity of what you do, but the quality of what you do. And everybody, I believe, has got something to share with the world that will make this world a better place.
Absolutely.
We all need to believe that, and we all need to feel we have that within us, and we all need to reach out and share it with the world. And you know, every little thing that we can share make a difference.
Absolutely.
It's going to make this world a better place.
Yes, I mean, that's a really good point, because when you're wanting to make a world a better place, but you know, when we come together, we all have something to share. But let's say this network got set up and we wish to now build the network. So we're literally got a woman in Africa. I think Margaret will be joining us as well as a panel discussion from Africa. She's from Ghana, for example. We've got all these women from different countries around the world, U.S.A, you know, Norway, wherever. We're coming together globally, and each woman brings in something special, like you mentioned. Either there's a professional background, maybe it's a humanitarian background or community service background, whatever it is, or family background that they can share, how to become a great parent, let's say. It could be anything, really. How can we come together to create impact? So each one has its own thing that they can contribute. But how do we come together, and what do we work towards? How do we change other women's lives? How do we help to transform lives together?
So I believe we need to have a strategic approach where we identify and highlight each of the skills that we have, and each of our own passion and the skills that we have as these unique group of women. So we know what our skill set is as a group, and we know what our passion is as a group, and then identify the projects in the different countries that we are, where these skills will be used to their maximum, and where these skills will make the most profound difference to the people that need it. So I think it really is about having this strategic approach to our sector.
Yes, no, that's a very good point. Very, very good point. Yeah, strategically moving forward, because it's nice to decide first as a group, like what are the aims and objectives, and what do we want to gain from it, as well as because it's not just about contributing, it's about growing ourselves as well, each person, you know, utilizing your own experience and talents in the best way possible to serve. And Rotary Club is very good at that, International Rotary Club, and Margaret does a lot of great work like that in the Rotary, where they just serve and and just support other women around the world. Anita, what would you say about this as well? Setting up a nice organization for the global side, strategically setting things up. How would you, because you run this beautiful Hemraj Goyal Foundation, and you've taken it from strength to strength by structuring it in a certain way and building it. What would you advise? Any tips and advice you could give on terms of how we can grow our organization and network?
Sure. Thank you, Hani. And it's lovely to see Hansa. Hansa is also in the book Voices from Gujarat with her amazing life story. And also, I received in the post the other day Hansa's books, Chakraji, the series. Fantastic, amazing. So I was very delighted.
Congratulations, both of you.
Yeah, so it's author to author. So no, it's great. And this is it. This is where we get to celebrate each other, which is really important. I think the world we live in, we are often criticized for what we do, for what we don't do, and there's too much negativeness in the world. And just even with our own relationships as well, it's just ensuring that we, come together, we take away some positive things so we can implement the positivity in our relationships with our loved ones as well. So in terms of organizations and growing this, I think you're right, Honey. Strategy is really important. It's vital to have a plan, where you're going, and also to enroll others so they can help you make that plan happen. One of the things that we've done with HGF is we've always collaborated and partnershiped with organizations that have, that excel in what they do. They help us to grow. We help them to grow. Sorry, I'm just going under a tunnel now. And just ensuring that we have the right partnerships with people, and we always bring in new ideas and new people so that we keep everything fresh and alive. So I think it also having younger people involved, because they have so many different ideas. And I think looking at a cross-section of women from different backgrounds, the diversity, and how we could, of course, be always more inclusive, and using different mediums as well to convey some of our messages. I think when you start to do that, you become even more inclusive and it's more accessible, because people access information in different ways. So it's about seeing how, we can increase our outreach through the different types of multimedia and resources that we can use to engage more extensively. So I think there's some of my ideas and tips on how you
very nice. Very nice. No, I love that, because, strategically partnering up with other organizations, other people, working together so that each benefits each other. So it's a mutually beneficial way of working together. So everybody loves being part of the journey as well. And that's a really great thing. And when everybody enjoys being part of the journey, there's a lot of positive energy that goes into the, into the mix, as we say, because everybody's enjoying. And of course, to make the journey as fun as possible too, because it's not about just work. It's about growing, having fun, making a contribution, changing people's lives, getting joy just seeing somebody excel, it's a different feeling, like, wow, we're part of it, and look at what's, what results we've done for humanity by just that little effort from our side has created this impact. So I'm sure you feel that sense of achievement with the so many thousands of people's lives that you seem to be, working through and supporting through the charity. We have Amita joining us as well just now. Amita ji, hello, good global namaste to you. Thank you for joining us here today.
Yeah, lovely to see a panel of women over here, and such a wonderful, forum to think about future strategy and how each of us can help each other, and each of us have had our own journeys. So personal journey, starting from the first speaker today, she had an interesting personal journey coming from a patriarchal family and how she had to struggle and what she achieved. So similarly, it is the time that we have confidence in ourselves. And what my daughter says, she's studying at King's College in London, International Development. She says gender is a social construct. There is nothing like gender. We put, that we are women, and women, and this is man, so that gender construct is in our mind, or that's how we have been brought up, and it comes and it hinders us as well. And as you rightly mentioned that when we get together, girls always like to have fun. So it's always going to be, a combination of both achieving, sharing experiences, bringing in your context and everything. Like United Nations does celebrate on the 22nd of October, International Day for Girls. So we can do something at that time, apart from this, International Women's Day, and get women, girls from various countries. So before they start building their prejudices about themselves, they are given the platform globally to stand up and speak their voices because they are fresh minds. So something like that we can do. And my journey has been, very, very different. I was a physicist. I'm a physicist by qualification. Then I studied mass communication. So I worked in television production, and then I studied engineering. So I worked in IT and telecoms. And more or less, I was working in a field where men were dominating. And somehow it helped me because I was positively discriminated, because men have a different way of thinking. So it's not always you need to work. In fact, I found it difficult to work in female dominated field. So I would say there are men out there who are very helpful, very caring, and they know the potential in you. So they trust you more than you trust yourself. So that's so get the best of everything. As a woman, you will get support from your family. I was brought up with brothers who were supportive. My father as well was brought up by a single mother, so he was supportive. So that way, and wherever I went in any field, there always I found, people, men and women both, who were supportive. So I think what we have started over here is a fantastic pilot project. And there are scientists like, in India, Mangalyaan project was done in 2012-13. And it was the cheapest ever project to send a probe to Mars, this planet Mars, much cheaper, 10 times cheaper than what NASA did. And this was led by women scientists. And if you look at them, they are wearing saris, they are very simple, hardly any makeup, but they are scientists, the group of scientists who did it at first attempt. So women have got potential. If you look at the ancient Vedas, Gargi was one of the person who contributed as, and they were like Brahmavadinis who never got married. And those who got married to rishis or rishikas, they became rishikas. They also contributed towards astronomy, science. So Vedas is not just, to do with religion or anything, it's to do with humanity and everything. So we have to have that confidence that no matter which part of the world you are coming from, no matter what is your gender, you have just one life, make the most of it, and try and do what your heart says, follow your heart, and at the same time help other women, because not everyone has got the same background and opportunity. And so I'm not saying not just help women, help everyone, but especially women lack that confidence, so help them more.
Yeah, well, it's very true. Thank you so much for that, because we always say here that this, by the way, is our 119th episode on Healing Our Earth, and we call this, actually, I've just written this down, this particular organization we are looking to set up is called Global Women Empowerment Forum. So everybody just shares ideas and supports each other. Like, oh, hello, do you know anybody who does this? Or do you know anybody who da-da-da? Yeah, I know somebody who does this. Let me pass on this contact. So you just help each other, right, along the way. Isn't that beautiful? And, everybody will remember you. People don't remember how much money you have in your bank, but they'll remember definitely how you made them feel, how you supported them, how you helped them. These are more important things and qualities that we could pass on. But the other thing is, what we say is this empowerment forum is actually for the women, by the women, of the women, towards women. It's like everything, it's actually, this whole organization is just a women organization. It'll be led by women too, supported, of course, by men. But it's a very important one. Today we're launching it. So today this discussion we're having is very important, because it's really important to get people's views. And of course, when we invite the women to be part of this forum, it'll be your forum, because you would have set it up. with us. We're doing it together in collectivity. Now we've got Nabanita here as well. Nabanita, hello. Thank you for that, Nita ji. And moving on to Nabanita, if you wanted to maybe share, we've been talking about all these different areas of supporting and how to set up this forum, but is there any tips that you could provide on how we could excel? How would we help? What kind of causes can we support? Like, what kind of causes do you think we need to help so that we are supporting women to empower them and to bring out the best in them?
First of all, global namaste to you, Haniji, and global namaste to all of our members of Healing Our Earth and all the audiences and all the respected women entrepreneurs and respected members who have joined today. I'm really delighted. I've been enjoying the conversation so far, and thank you for giving me the opportunity. So from my perspective, because I truly believe in maintaining a good mental health, and these days women are really stressed out because of so many things on their plate. They're really juggling, and I wouldn't say I didn't juggle. I have gone through that. So stress, depression, that is kind of taking over everything nowadays. And I think it is pretty important to support the women with a kind of forum where they feel comfortable to approach us and be it any kind of problem. And we are there to support them. And and because I'm a yoga instructor, and I also truly, really love to work with be it children, be it women, if they're going through any kind of stress, anxiety, depression, how to help them to keep control of them and still carry forward in their life, because that is where most of the times a lot of women have fallen apart from their families and lost their families, or they have decided to completely taken them off from everything. You know what I mean?
Yes,
so which is
sometimes people
sad.
have a breakdown, because it's just too much. There's a nervous breakdown people have because it's just they can't handle all of the things. And it affects every area of their life, whether it's work, whether it's relationships, whatever the thing is. It's terrible because the whole quality of life changes for them. So you're absolutely right when you help to support people's mental attitude and mental levels, and the balance that we need, in order to make good decisions and live life more fulfilling manner.
And also,
Absolutely.
giving confidence to them to, stand on their own feet and to be able to say what they want to. Most of the times, women have quite a lot of knowledge, and it started from the very age of, like Mitaji was saying, Vedic era. Women were so powerful, so knowledgeable, and they were kind of Gargi. We must have heard of those powerful women, Gargi, Maitri. I mean, they were like Shastra Visharad. They were experts in those Shastras. So why can't we, empower women to stand on their feet and then talk about what they really want to, bring forth to the world? Sometimes that is where we are a bit lacking. So we would like to have a forum where we let them, empower them with the ability to come stand and speak in front of everyone.
Yes, public speaking is fears that a lot of people have. There's one of the major fears that people have, but by giving them that confidence, they'll be able to have a voice and be able to share, ask for help if they need support, whatever it is. It's, if you'll be able to speak up, then it's much more easier for them. Absolutely. What a wonderful point there. Thank you, Nabanita ji. Thank you so much. That was really amazing. Very nice point. And actually, in the Women's Forum, we could have different, not like departments, but different people within the groups who can run. It's like if anybody needs any mental health issues, or they're having depression issues, or whatever it is, they can go to a certain person. Or if they needed charity support, let's go and speak to Anita, for example. Let's get some tips from her how I can run my charity in a better way. Or many ways to do that. And Margaret, whilst you're here, I know we lost you for a bit. And so whilst you're here, would you like to maybe share a little bit about how women could even get involved in this project that you're doing, so they can contact and support in terms of the fundraising side?
I'm trying to unmute here.
Yes, you're unmuted. You're fine. We can hear you.
Yes, very, very briefly, just to, carry on where you stopped about empowering women.
Yes.
A Rotary that I belong to, is awash with initiatives that are empowering women, especially in other places that are not Western countries. Caleria, Dr. Caleria, you yourself know that we tried to set up the famous Rotary Community Corps.
Yes.
It didn't particularly end up as we wanted. Why? Because it was urban Rotary Community Corps, which is totally different from rural Rotary Community Corps. Because there, the women know exactly what they want. You understand me? They have problems, they know. But Rotary is breaking barriers of trying to break entrenched cultural taboos that, like fistula thing to do with women's thing and all that. Women still using paper to do their period. Nobody does that anymore. But Rotary is breaking barriers and forming groups, initiatives to tackle this problem. Yes, and coming to World Greatest Meal, literally what it says, World Greatest Meal to help end polio. It's a very simple.
Yes, yes. Yes, it's a very. Please tell us. Yes, yes. What do you do here? How do people out there be able to?
Okay, you can see somebody trying to administer.
Yeah, we're showing that. No problems. Yeah, I'm showing that.
Yeah, you can literally see somebody trying to. Vaccine doesn't just drop out of the blue. You have to buy it just to prevent polio. It's an endemic thing. Only 2 countries are now endemic. But to come back to what it's all about, have your event, take pictures, send a plate of the food or a table full of the food. You have a website, send it to the website. It just tells you what to do. Any penny you raise and give to us, any dollar, Bill Gates, who is our highest patron, Rotary patron, gives us $3. So if we make £100, I keep saying pounds. If he gives us $100, you make $100, he gives us $300. And as I said, we've raised more than 14 million pounds from this simple concept, simple initiative of.
So I don't quite understand. So Margaret, what do people do with the meals? They eat the meal, or do they organize a restaurant? What do they do? Organize a meal and they all donate whatever they want to donate?
Have fun. I tell you exactly. What my club does, they eat their meal or whatever. Okay, if there's somebody who doesn't come to a face-to-face meeting. The money he would have used that evening for the dinner, he gives it to World Greatest Meal. If
right.
He gives it to World Greatest Meal. But okay, so that is a bit different from the having event or you are eating alone. As I said earlier, you don't have to give all the money you have fundraised to World Greatest Meal. Just give us a part. All we want is just that, give us some money so that we can
give us some money. Give us some money. Okay, so let me summarize that before we come into the end of this, Margaret. So really, with this World Greatest Meal, I think from what I understand of this whole wonderful project, is if you're eating a meal, if you're getting friends together, whatever it is, but every time you eat a meal, you can put a little donation in and then send that donation across to help the Rotary Club. And the Rotary Club will then use these donations to support polio eradication program. And of course, women all over the world can get involved. The actual website is www.wgmeal.org, and WG stands for World's Greatest Meal.org. So if you wanted to support that, please go in there and just check it out. And of course, women all over the world can support each other and anyone else. It's for everyone. Margaret, thank you for that, and good luck with that project as well.
Thank you very much. Can I just say, the money you raise, the money you give us does not go to anybody's pocket. It goes straight to the Rotary Foundation, which is Rotary's charity.
Yes, Rotary Foundation is a very important. It's won many awards, by the way. Every year it keeps winning awards, the Rotary Foundation, for its wonderful work that it's doing. So let's move on. Now, let me see if I can just maybe share some of our future events. Thank you very much, Margaret, there. And of course, Anita and all those people who contributed. On Sunday, 13th of March, we have the vegan and vegetarian kitchen. Wow, you need to join us for this one. We always get some amazing, lovely recipes here, great guests, and all the different tips you need to have a healthier life through food. So, of course, Seema is a producer for this, so she'll be coming on board as well and bringing in some amazing guests for us. We move on from there to our next week, which is the Happiness, Yoga and Meditation program, which is on the 20th of March, which is, I think, a very important one. I'm sure Nabanita will love that one. It's right up her street, but it's a yoga and meditation program. And again, you'll find out ways to become healthier, happier, and more joyful for the body, mind, and soul here. So do join us. It's a free program. Our mission statement, of course, is to promote happier, peaceful, healthier, and more inspired global communities by delivering multicultural online education and entertainment, as you know, as we've been doing all this time, called edutainment. This is what we say. So for that, I just wanted to say thank you very much. And those of you who are watching today, do get involved. If you want to become a presenter, host, you want to help in any way as a volunteer, maybe design some flyers for us, get involved in social media, whatever you may have some feedback or suggestions of how we can improve our program so we can reach out to a wider community, do contact us. Here's our WhatsApp number, 0044 7712177703. So there you go. So there's our little future things that are happening. Before I move on to ask one final lovely comment from Shivani Vitlani, who's joining us here today as well, very, very patiently, I just wanted to share with everybody, just like Margaret shared, we have a lovely event happening on this coming Thursday, 10th of March. It's to celebrate International Women's Day, and it's going to be a Bollywood masterclass that I'll be holding. D-Style Dance is organizing it, and Rotary Club is coming on board to support the whole event. So that flyer I'll be showing to you very shortly before we move on, but that's 10th of March. So all our lovely friends and ladies who are here today, if you'd like to come along and we can enjoy a nice little social evening out, tickets are £15, and it'll include refreshments as well, a masterclass and refreshments, a 90-minute session to celebrate International Women's Day. And so first event to start networking as well after this COVID. So Shivani ji, global namaste to you.
Global namaste, honey. It's so nice to hear you all, and it was lovely to hear all the conversations, get all the inspirations, ideas, to watch Kiran, Seema, and everybody, Anita, yourself. And yes, I was patiently waiting for your time to come, as I wouldn't want to miss it for anything. Yes, as everyone else said, I won't mention each name, but basically, yes, we have to have our own self-esteem, and to be a team player is the best part, I think, with healing our earth. There will be sometimes certain things that come on your way, but you just get along, help each other. Your point to others should be that we are there for you. We are here to help. We exchange our ideas. And to cut it short, I mean, I've done so many charity work, and I worked elsewhere where I've just helped and given my ideas. And now that I've retired from all that, healing our earth has come on my lap.
Yeah, so this lovely experience of yours, and you're a giving nature anyway, very contribution based. So you must have had so much experience over the years as well that you can very easily support so many people with as well. Isn't that right?
Yes, no, I enjoy. Luckily, I've had a good life all the way through, but my mother has been a good inspiration to me. She always says, wherever you are, but you have to share. And I've always had that since I was a child. So that's where I've been sharing. And I think I'm content with what I've had, so I can share more.
Sadhguruji from Isha Foundation, Shivaniji, Sadhguruji from Isha Foundation, yes. He always tells people, when you have knowledge, talent, skills, your qualities, your positive qualities, like your fun and love and joy and whatever. Don't hold it in, share it. That's what it's for. It's not to keep. It's not just for yourself. It's to share with the world. That's why you've been gifted with those lovely qualities, right? So this is what you've been doing as well, by the looks of it, right?
I've been doing it, and I've been listening to all this now because I was all full out and about and making perfumes and selling perfumes, and I was all in that industry, and it's nice, and I'm still in touch with everyone. But now I'm all with this meditation. I've started meditation with Amarjit, with the Brahma Kumari sort of Raj Yoga meditation. I've had one lesson, and so I look forward to that. And I've met Sister Jayanti before, which is amazing. And so it's really nice. But thank you for giving me this opportunity. I mean, it's great for me to be on this platform talking to all you lovely ladies.
Well, we're very proud to have you there. Shivani ji, thank you very much for contributing there as well. So to finish off that little bit there, one very important point that Shivani ji had mentioned, and I don't know about you, Kiran and Seema, she mentioned about meditation. That's another thing that us women, if you just spend a little time aside, 15, 20 minutes a day, would be so helpful to just have to collect your thoughts, to be, to have your own time instead of rush. So meditation is one of those things that definitely helps to de-stress people. And so many research material documents have come out where it shows you the benefits of meditation, how it helps you to boost up your immune system, help you to be more happier. It releases kind of endorphins in your body as well, in a way which helps to uplift you, see things in a more clear way in life. So it's just wonderful. So Kiran and Seema, I think it's coming to an end, and I know that you guys are going to take over. I will be around if you need any little panel discussions to go on. Just wanted to say a very big thank you to all the contributors for our panel, especially, of course, Anita, who kind of joined in as well from the road, and Margaret, thank you very much for joining us from the Rotary Club. And I just wanted to also mention to everyone that, it's women empowerment. It's our final, it's a very interesting launch for us today. And we hope that each and every single one of you out there will be supporting this. And of course, coming together, if you wanted to even contact us and you want to be part of this forum, then do contact us. It's our normal WhatsApp, Healing Our Earth WhatsApp number. Contact us and tell us that I want to be part of this forum, and we would be more than happy and delighted to welcome you with open arms, as our Healing Our Earth is anyway. It's very, very inclusive and very welcoming always. So with that, dear Seema ji and Kiran ji, and of course, I believe you're going to be meeting Ritu very shortly, Ritu ji from Ritu Chhabra. So good luck, enjoy, and I'll speak to you soon.
Thank you, honey.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, honey. Please stay on. Don't leave us.
I'll be here. Don't you worry.
Stay on with us. And I just wanted to say, Kiran, it's been so fantastic. All these wonderful women with all this energy is keeping our fire burning.
What are we going to do tomorrow and the next week?
We're just going to need to reach out to them more and get our fire, to keep our fire burning more and more. Talking about fire burning.
Yes.
And inspiration, a wonderful lady, a woman who is in health and wellness, Ritu Prakash Chhabra. She was born in Tehran, in Iran, and in 1999, Mrs. Chhabra established the Mukul Madhav Foundation as she wanted to formalize and add structure to the many social programs she had carried out over the years. Live to give. This is something Ritu really lives by. This is a lesson she learned at a very young age. Ritu Prakash Chhabra kept this at the helm, and over the last 23 years, through the Mukul Madhav Foundation, various initiatives are being done in the spectrum of healthcare, education, water conservation, social welfare, sanitation, skill development, and what we need the most, and what we are discussing here today, women's empowerment. This is what I love the most, collaboration. and not competition with like-minded individuals and institutions is her mantra to reach out to more in a shorter period of time. Mrs. Chabria has been appointed as the Director of Finilex Industries Limited and is heading their CSR initiative. Other than this, she's a committee member of the Agri-Horticultural Society of Western India, Empress Botanical Garden, and FICCI Ladies Organization, the Pune chapter. She sits on the advisory board of the Biennial Independent Ethics Committee of Symbiosis University, steering committee of the Hinduja Foundation, and most recently she's elected as the director of Hinduja Healthcare. Her list of endeavors at working towards mitigating the pain and suffering of the underprivileged has no end. She continues to strive to spread education and provide healthcare for the less privileged members of our society, especially for the children of India, the future of our country. You can learn more about Richa Chabria and the work she does at www.mmpc.in. A very warm global namaste to you, Ritu.
Global namaste to you, Seema, Kiranji, and a very big thank you for all that big, elaborate introduction. I think you could simply say that I'm a college friend of yours, and we go back a long, long time. So I'm very happy and very privileged to be here.
I'm so happy you're here. I've got bubbles of joy in my heart right now.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And it's been lovely listening on to such wonderful ladies coming from various varied backgrounds, so much to learn and so much to sort of imbibe by. So it's been a great opportunity for me myself for the last, I think, hour and a half. I've been in and out of conversation, but amazed at, everyone that's been on this platform. So thank you once again.
Amazing is the work that you are doing. And Ritu, you wear so many, I know you from college, yes. And you've always, I have to say this to everybody, she's always been a very grounded, very patient, and a very, always there, irrespective of anything, to listen to you if there was any issue or anything. And the work you're doing, Ritu, you wear so many hats. It's amazing, Kiran, what she's doing in India with the children, with the Mukul Madhav Foundation. And of course, I didn't realize that you were a member of so many other committees. So tell us more. How do you keep yourself inspired? How do you fire up your energy? I mean, how do you stay grounded? You've got so much going on, and you've got two daughters who I'm sure take up a lot of your time as well.
And most of all, the humility. I mean, when I look at you, that's what I see. I see humility,
Thank you. Thank you so much. Seema, both the daughters, I think, have become my left and right hand. They are not some two individuals that I have to really nurture as much as they nurture me now, and they hold my hand through my work. And I think, it's just been a great, great opportunity for me to be able to wear all the different caps or hats or whatever that I'm wearing at this moment. It's been great opportunities coming from various different sides of my family, friends. And like you said very clearly, I believe in collaborations. So because of these collaborative efforts and keeping my eyes and ears open to opportunities, I think it's been a great opportunity for me to sort of keep my team and myself grounded to one simple thing, is that we listen. We learn to listen, and then we learn to implement. And those are the two important words that have made things possible. I think today we all have a tendency of sort of cutting people short or listening to two bits and put the third, make your own little conjure up a little story for yourself, or you think you know the end of what is about to be said. But I think we've had a lot of discipline in the way that we've worked, and that discipline is hearing, listening, and then being able to identifying, and that identification then leads us to implementation. And in our country, we have a huge, huge population, as we're all very, very much aware. So I'm many times told, why don't you just concentrate on one vertical? You might make a huge difference in that one, rather than spending your time on looking at so many different things that you do. Well, I think number one, if I did one thing, I would be very bored. And I don't want to be bored. I'm very happy putting my hands and feet into various different projects and ways forward. Looking at the way that we began Seema was looking at neonatals, looking at children in the neonatal departments of hospitals, trying to see how we can make a difference over there by making sure that we have medical equipment that is at par in public and general hospitals, making sure that the environment is such that there's every comfort possible for the mothers, the parents, the families, etc. So one thing led to the other, and that's why there is a need to wear as many caps as possible. So if you look at children, children are related to their parents. Parents are related to an outer circle, and that outer circle is the community. That brings you back to inner circle again by saying, okay, where did we begin, and did we think about the doctors, the nurses, the fraternity that actually keeps that system alive? So that's how we began. We began with taking baby steps, with actually looking at what babies require. Babies require healthy mothers. So we had to look at mothers. And here we go back to saying women and health. Their health and their well-being is, I think, the backbone of any community or any society or any economy. We see today that, not today, we're seeing it for generations. We see it in our Vedas, we see it everywhere, that a woman is the prime of every family. She's there to nurture, she's there to give birth, she's there to take care of everyone. There are times that women, well, I would say 9 out of 10 women forget to look after themselves. So we are a strong body, and we have been looking for the right space or equal space, but I feel we don't need to look for it because we have it. We have it all, and we just need to recognize that it's within us. It's like a fire in the belly, and we can reach wherever we want to, but it just takes a little bit of a push. It takes a little bit of empowering and also nurturing in many ways, which needs to come from the community. Once we make up our mind, it's important for us to see in which direction we're going. So that's exactly what we do at Mukul Madhav Foundation. We are very clear on identifying women, looking at how we can have livelihoods, enriching their lives, empowering their ways of moving ahead in life. We are working primarily in the rural spaces. So as you know, in rural, education is not at par with urban cities or urban areas that we are all sort of flying into and flying out of. Going into rural and interiors of rural is where we have found women having a huge problem of recognition, problem of being overburdened, problem of not having opportunities, problem of not being literate, always being given a back seat by saying, okay, let the sons go to study and the girls need to learn how to sort of fetch the water and do the cooking and do the cleaning. But slowly I see that this is changing. We have men of the family now looking for these changes to happen. We have fathers, brothers, husbands, people surrounding women who have recognized, or they need to be pushed into recognizing that we need to give the best we can. That's the way we have started working with women, working with their needs, listening to their needs, and seeing how we take it forward. So health and well-being of women has started for us at Mukul Madhav Foundation at a rural space where we started nurturing ASHA workers, A&M nurses who are at primary health centers, by making them empowered with better, better ways of being trained, constantly upgrading them with knowledge, and making sure that there are enough amenities available for them to be sourcing it for the betterment of the community that they are looking after. So if I'm talking about ACE, we have, first of all, 28 states in India. Each of these states have huge number of primary health centers. We've got rural hospitals. These go into government hospitals, corporation hospitals, and then they come to the private hospitals. A common man needs good services from the very beginning, which we are lacking. That's the area where we're working on by ensuring that we pick up on these primary health centers, providing the best medical facilities, simple things as glucose strips or blood pressure machines, stethoscopes, antidotes for scorpion bites or snake bites. These are all in limitation. So, you need these available where people are living within their communities. So I think we've really sort of deep dived, jumped into the fire, trying to look for ways and means of talking with the district health officers, talking to the collectors, the chief executive officers of those areas, the sarpanch, heads of the family, trying to really make them understand that we are there with you, working for you. So help us identify. It's been a great journey of making people realize that we're not there for any other reason but to give back, and recognizing what they need us to give back. So as a result, we've done a lot of collaborations. And when I say collaborations, we've had to work with local NGOs who know the needs of the community, and they've come on board. And that's been the lucky part, because we've had them come on board for them to be able to speak to us. They've been able to speak to us and tell us exactly what they're looking at. And we've worked our ways around. So we identified problems like sanitation. There's no proper sanitation. We've managed to make sure that 22 villages in Maharashtra have become open defecation free. We've identified the problem as toilets are needed. So not building community toilets, by building individual toilets. Now, how did we get this going is that we've had the community working with us. So they do something called Shramadhan, which is using their own talent and being trained to build these toilets. We've been able to teach them how to build the toilets, maintain the toilets, and ensure that these toilets are now being used by young girls, women who had to sort of look for dusk in order to get out to go to the toilets, or they would get out during the times that they felt that, they had their own privacy. Now they don't need this. We've got toilets which we have built where we have solar panels. We've got them next door to themselves, so it's not a common communal toilet. Each one looks after their toilets. We do random checks. We do a follow-up, a monitoring, a supervision for how they are maintaining the donations that have been made to them. We stumbled upon a point where we realized that women during their menstruation are forced into sort of leaving their homes for those 7 days. And they actually banished them into the wilderness. These are the places that we were able to speak with the community, find out why they still practice these. Why do they still practice what was thought ended many years ago? But we were told that this was because women themselves want to do that. They get time off. They get time off from cooking, time off from nurturing, time off from cleaning, washing. So they preferred being sent out. So I said, well, if we need to do that, then why not prepare something for them, which will be a home of dignity, a home which we can call a holiday home. So we went on building this, and we've built 10 of these period homes. They're called period homes, in brackets, holiday homes, so that we are able to have women in each village utilize these 8-bedded homes, which are made in the most sustainable possible way, providing them private toilets, showers, and also making sure that they are empowered during the time that they're there by providing them with sewing machines, giving them proper training on sewing machines. So they are not only sitting there and chatting away and taking time off and relaxing, but also able to make something out of what they can. Then we have put them in touch with the local authorities. So in June 2020, we saw these women were providing masks. That's what we needed during COVID. Other than that, what they're doing right now is making their own cloth sanitary towels. So each time they use, they put back a rupee, and that's how they're generating. So this has been a novel and very practical solution to what we saw needed a solution. And the best part is that the men of the community came forth. So we did one, and we had the next village come up to say, can you do this for us? As a result, we're making the 10th and the 11th one, which will be ready by June as well. So looking at the health and nutrition, we went back to programs that are being practiced in various parts of Maharashtra, where we're working with the nutrition of women while they're pregnant. So prior to their pregnancy, vaccinations, during their pregnancy, looking after their, their proper nutritional meals, looking at their vaccines again, and seeing that post-birth, how do we look after them as well as their children, and how do we put things into prospect for them for the future? So good practices, good nourishment, the health of women, health of babies, trying to avoid malpractices during birth, which give rise to various different problems such as cerebral palsy or various different sort of non-ending medical problems that do come up during pregnancies or deliveries. So all in all, trying our level best to work with the community, for the community, and for the women is working well. But what we learned is that it's always important to bring the men of the community to be participating, for them to understand. So, having met men in these communities, I've learned one simple thing is that they do care, but it's just that they want to follow traditions. But when you want to break those traditions, talking with them, communicating with them, and making them a part of the change has made our programs very successful. So, they could probably see their mother being banished, they could see their wives being banished, their sisters being banished, but when it comes to their own daughters, they have a soft spot. It's softer spots than they've had ever before. So when it comes to their daughter, they don't want them banished. And that's why they helped us build these holiday homes. They helped us build the toilets. Those were two very important projects that we have been able to do since 2017. And like I said, prior to that, we've been working with, medical assistance and upgrading, uplifting hospitals in rural areas, in the primary health centers, in the government hospitals, so that we can give equal opportunity for treatments as you would do in urban cities, in rural areas, and also the urban hospitals which need the help and support. We've been able to do that as well. I think all in all, we've been successful in providing an interesting way of how women can then go into livelihoods. We've been doing massive training programs in Gujarat and Maharashtra with sewing classes, with computer classes, and these are not just basics, we're certifying them. After certification, we're trying to see how they can do cooperative work, and then to see how they get registered with the ministry so that they have good subsidies and recognition. We're trying to see how, with all the various different programs that are available at central level, central government, it comes down to the state level, but it's never percolated down to rural areas or as much as it should. So we've been part and parcel of making those little changes, those movements, which are much needed. So again, the same thing, listening to what is needed, looking for opportunities, pushing ourselves into those areas and making it happen along with the community. And basically, we've been able to do various different programs. Like I said, with the toilets, with the period homes, again, then working with schools in order to build toilets within those, within schools, because we've had a lot of girls dropping out of education or further education. They go on till the 8th grade, so they're about 12 and 13 years old, and you see them all of a sudden not in school anymore because there's no proper toilet facilities, and they cannot go on without having these facilities. So building toilets within schools in Maharashtra has been a huge program that we've done. Over 52 schools which have been provided with toilets, and upgrading the boys' toilets and adding on the girls' toilets has been a great big achievement for us. And then thereafter making sure that we supervise and monitor these toilets, the cleaning of it, the hygienic way of maintaining these. We do random checks on that as well. So the work that we do at Mukul Madhav Foundation is basically ensuring that there's constant supervision, monitoring, and ensuring that the funds that we utilize are being put into the best possible ways. Because I mean, it's not a one-time donation, but it's about following it up. So if I've started projects 23 years ago, I'm happy to report that we have them still working, still functional. And that's been the greatest joy. I think we've been very, very happy with that type of support that we've been able to give. Here we go by saying that we have safe drinking water and sanitation that we've been able to provide. Maintaining these are the very important part of the work that we've been able to do. Supporting students to go back to school is, I think, one of the greatest joys and satisfactions. So, I mean, these are a few things that we've been able to do working along with the communities.
Amazing, Rita. You've done so much work, and what I really found very powerful is you said you listen to them. Like I've always known you to be a very good listener from college times as well. You've always been very patient and a very good listener. But creating that awareness for them to be period positive, till date, it is horrifying to see that people in rural India do send their women out to the villages, out into the forests, into a not so safe space maybe also. Young daughters have dropped out of school at the age of 12 purely because of that sense of shame, because they're menstruating.
Yes.
And to the best of my knowledge, actually, I was told this by a very wise elderly woman that actually women were given this time off during their periods because they felt very tired. Their prana levels were very low. So it was actually a gift from God for them to rest. But somewhere along the way, it got labeled as dirty because, of course, blood, is, blood can be dangerous. It can, over time, blood can be, it can turn into bacteria, etc. But how to create that awareness was through they created a lot of taboo around it, and changing this, it's very, very inspiring and very uplifting to hear that the men, where you said the men It's not that they don't care, they do care. This is something very positive, and you said especially when it comes to their daughters.
Absolutely.
You know?
I mean, you know, working from one community to the other and one asking the other, you know, and looking at the age range that they really go back to caring for is when it comes to their own daughter. It's all the women in their lives can carry on, but when it comes to their daughter, they've actually sort of put their hands up and say, okay, let's see what we can do together. And it's been a very positive way that we've seen the movement happening. You know, we've got very obstinate men around us, but they've got a heart within which just needs to be sort of scratched upon, and there it is. And I think it's just that men have this whole ego system or ego around them that, you know, we can't, you know, let them do this. It's been traditions and let's follow the tradition. Well, I'm happy to say over the last 3 years, we've broken many traditions. And it's been good to see that, because we've got the tribal, you know, there's the Naxalite areas.
Yes.
We've got the Naxalite areas where it's very difficult to speak, very difficult to work. We've broken that barrier as well. So we are one of those first NGOs that have really reached in there and said, okay, we can face all that is there. Just because they're labeled as Naxalite does not mean that we cannot go in there. So we have broken those barriers. We've broken barriers of getting men to start working for the well-being of women. So there's been lots and lots of learning. There's a lot of achievements that we see. But again, it comes back to the same thing, Seema, learn to listen. When you listen is when you can learn, and when you can explain and not treat them like we've come here and we will rule over you, is not the way you work. You can't give them, for example, an English commode when they're used to an Indian latrine, right? They're used to what they are, and you have to give them the best that they want. It's not about what you want, because you will walk away and you will still go and use your own toilets and you're used to what you want. They have certain needs and certain things that they can maintain. So everything that we've been doing has been about listening. Listen, listen, listen is the mantra that we have to follow. And the second motto that I've always said is live to give. So, you know, collaborating and bringing people together definitely has made a great impact on the amount of work that we could do. So if we could do 10 toilets, we have another 2 being done by other people. And I'm happy to say that it's not only my project, but I'm sharing my thought and my project and my way through with other people. So it's moving. It's like a, you know, great big mission that we've started.
Yeah.
You run a foundation as well, right?
Yeah, but this is very important. There is I just made a note that there is an art to listening. You have to have that. It's a gift, isn't it? You have to have perception. You have to sit quiet. If you're not quiet within yourself, how then can you hear the other person speaking? And you learn volumes when you learn to listen. And we did the same thing when we built, thanks Seema for pointing that out, when we built our foundation in Africa, in Malawi. It was listening, meeting them where they felt comfortable. But you also talked about something very important, breaking traditions. Okay, so this is what they're taught. This is what they believe in. They follow traditions and culture. But look at the tradition that you have started. It is a whole new tradition. So essentially they're following that because maybe 1 or 2 men who went before them were brave enough to say, no, I have a heart for my daughter, so I'm going to listen to this foundation, to what they're doing. I'm going to hear them and I'm going to do something. And these leaders have now set up this tradition of men who are following them. So traditions can be broken. They can be walked into and accepted, but it starts with the learning and then the education that you put forth there. Go ahead, Seema.
Thank you. I believe we have a video, one of your videos to watch. I'm really looking forward to seeing this.
Lovely.
Take a moment and think. Think about how you could make this world a happier place. Now open your eyes. What did you see? Was it something that filled you with hope? Something you care about? Did it bring a smile to your face? Did it bring back a fond memory? Or did it show you a better tomorrow? Was it you alone? Or were there people? People who remind you every day that there's so much more to you than just you. Because people need people. People like you. People like all of us. This belief in people and in their power to change the world we live in is the very foundation of what we stand for. Mukul Madhav Foundation. A foundation that has been working towards shaping a better world by spreading hope and happiness. Having established ourselves in the key areas of development over the last 2 decades, we strive to change the landscape of social change. Kids aren't kids if they can't go to school. That's why we ventured into the sphere of education by supporting students for primary, secondary, and higher education across various fields, making sure that classrooms are the only place where young kids work hard. With the goal of making quality education accessible to the remotest areas, we established our dream project, Mukul Madhav Vidyalaya, in a small village called Golap in Ratnagiri district. Equipped with state-of-the-art infrastructure and offering a host of extracurricular activities, the school has been transforming the lives of underprivileged students. Nurturing the curiosity of these young learners, we made sure if kids couldn't get to the classrooms, we could bring the classrooms to them with a one-of-a-kind project, Science on Wheels. Continuing this endeavor to support young dreams, we offered educational programs, infrastructural support, midday meals, and teacher trainings across schools, fulfilling the dream of our late founder, Shri Prahlad P. Chhabria. Today, we make an effort to guide the people of tomorrow. And while we worked towards building this holistic learning process, we also made sure that these kids don't miss school. By working towards basic needs of health and hygiene, by conducting regular health checkup camps at low-income schools. And not just for the kids. We have also been conducting health checkups for geriatrics, along with conducting free diabetic checkup camps and camps for early detection of cancer. With the aim of making quality healthcare accessible to all, we provide medical care to patients in need and develop key infrastructural facilities at various medical centers, along with strengthening the pillars of healthcare by training the healthcare workers. Our long-standing partnership with Sassoon General Hospital bore fruit when we achieved a major milestone in 2017 by establishing a state-of-the-art 59-bedded NICU for infants. We launched Mission Cerebral Palsy in 2015 to make a difference in the lives of children affected with the condition. With more and more collaborative endeavors over the years, we provided physical and emotional support to these young kids. We made an effort to make sure that the journey to realizing their dreams can be effortless. And we are so proud of these young stars who, with their determination and relentless efforts, have defied all odds. The smiles, the dreams, the unshakable will. These small and big wins are what makes us approach each day with a desire stronger than ever to work towards spreading hope and happiness. With this, we extended our roots to create ripples of positive change by doing our bit to help save the environment. Making clean water accessible to all, we initiated various water conservation projects across Maharashtra. We've been providing regular support to clean and desilt reservoirs by increasing the water capacity, along with providing villages with water storage tanks and installing rainwater harvesting systems across villages and institutions. We also initiated various other projects like beach cleanup drives and tree plantations in the effort to provide a greener future for generations to come. With a larger aim to make India open defecation free, we provide regular support to individual households by constructing individual toilets equipped with solar lights in the tribal village of Palghar. In this endeavor, we have also constructed toilet blocks at various Zilla Parishad and low-income schools. Fueled by the passion to make a difference in our society, we have been working continuously towards uplifting the underprivileged, synergizing our efforts with the efforts of multiple other institutions that work towards this cause, with the promise that 1 + 1 will always be greater than 2. In a society deemed to be progressive, we promoted the need for it to also be inclusive. By donating helmets to police officers, we took small steps towards a better tomorrow. We helped bring a technological revolution by inaugurating computer centers at various villages and institutions. With initiatives throughout the year, we continue to advance in key areas of skill development. Challenging the mindset of yesterday, we strive to empower the women of today with initiatives that create employment opportunities and help shape the future of the leaders of tomorrow, the leaders of an equal tomorrow. With every book held, every sapling planted, every life saved, and every steady step, we move towards a better tomorrow. A tomorrow for the people we care about. And we would like to thank like-minded individuals and institutions for making this possible and always supporting us. So the next time you close your eyes and think about how you can wield this power to enable change and make the world a happier place, think about Mukul Madhav Foundation, because we believe in the power of people. People who uplift other people. After all, people need people. People like you. People like all of us.
Bravo, Rita. Bravo.
Amazing. I have goosebumps. That's a lot of work. No wonder you said you can't do one project at a time. You have to wear all of your hats at the same time. How can you do so much?
I think it's just like you see, the collaborations have grown over the years. So working in UK, working in India has really helped as well, because we've been able to bring out local partnerships, but we've also integrated ourselves with the international partners. So we're working on various different projects now, for example, with the Princess Trust in UK. We're working with the British Asian Trust in UK. We're working with we're actually working with ActionAid in UK. We've been able to collaborate with BAPIO, which is the British Asian Physicians Institute of Indian origin. So there's lots and lots that have been, steps that we've taken, and it's been sort of coming our way. So we'd be silly to push them away. We've actually taken them on as and when whatever has come our way. It's been a great opportunity, and that opportunity we've really well invested in. And more than anything, I think the backbone is the team that we have. The team also is on ground listening, in the office listening. And then we've got the team that is working in these 28 states, which is the backbone of the work we do, which is it's the family. We are promoters of Phenolics Industries. That's why you see all the Phenolics Industries there, all the sort of standees and everything there. So they have their employee engagement program, which we take upon ourselves as directing them, and then they start implementing and supervising. Therefore, the success of each and every project from 1999 to today, 2022, is all alive. It's absolutely alive. None of my projects have gone downhill. So that's, something that we're very, very proud of. And again, listening, teamwork, and planning and implementing after we've had a listening ear is the biggest thing. So the biggest problem, I always say this, and I continue to say this, is that if we have to listen, that's how we've got into, for example, when we built the neonatal, we made sure that, like we have babies being born abroad, they do not, they don't get a discharge until we have a hearing test, and we have a hearing test as well as a eye check before babies go out. So we've implemented those, because if we have eyes and ears, we are able to have a better future. With that thought process, we made sure that the hospitals are now implementing that as well. So what we believe and what we think, we've started implementing that within the hospitals as well, which in government hospitals was not a mandatory thing. So it's been mandatory now before discharge. So those are the type of things that we are supervising along with the admin department of the hospitals, so that it's not one child that's left and they say, oh, that just happened. they can't get a discharge until they get these things done. So again, listen to everyone and then start implementing.
Well, thank you for that, because you answered my question very succinctly and profoundly. My burning question was, how do you implement that same structure in so many different areas? But obviously you just answered that in full detail. Thank you.
It's been a lot of support from Finolex Industries and other group partners that have really been there on ground. And I must say the team that I have within my office is 12 of them, but each one works in multiplications, really. They just multiply as soon as a project comes on. It's like they have a love for the work that they're doing. They're not doing a 9-to-5 job. They're doing a job because they want to be done. They want it done, and they want it done well. So I think that is a great support system and a blessing in itself, that the team is having the same fire in the belly that I have. So that works well.
That's beautiful. Thank you. It's awesome.
Thank you.
Just wonderful, Rita.
Thank you.
Really,
Thank you.
really, really well done.
Thank you.
So proud of you.
Thank you. Thanks.
And you do it all with so much ease. And I've always known her to be smiling, by the way. I don't think I've ever seen you angry in my entire life. She's always been very gentle, and she's always been a very good listener. This I have to say.
Yeah. Remember, Seema, as soon as she came on, I said, all of this, but I said, she just represents humility. All I see is that softness.
She's also very spiritual. She's also very spiritual.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kiran. Thank you, Seema.
Rita, you've done this. You have this whole module, and you've got all this experience since 1999. And I'm sure there are other charities, I want to ask you, who have reached out to you. Do they want to implement your model?
Well, I don't know whether they want to implement fully, but they're parts of what we work on. They do want to know how we do it. And we're very openly helping them out, because I believe that if we have a success story, by sharing that success, we'll just multiply the effect. And with the 1.3 billion people and the number of needs that we have in every spectrum that we look at, it's just silly if we sort of shut our doors and say we're not going to share the information. So we are actually able to work with local NGOs and spreading the work that we're doing.
We have Hani Kalaria here. She's very active with the Rotary Club here in the UK. Hani, please meet Rita. And I'm sure there's so much inspiration that you both have to share with each other. Because you've also been part of great work as well.
Simaji, thank you so much. Ritaji, I was just going to say congratulations, first of all. It takes somebody with a huge heart to do what you do, and just amazing, really. And it also inspires other women out there to be able to really go out there to make a difference. We've been given this one life. Why not make the most of it and be able to help humanity in the best way and evolve, as human beings ourselves. They say any spiritual path will teach you love, care, compassion, all these wonderful qualities that they talk about is what you're showing through the work that you're doing. So firstly, congratulations for that. I've actually worked a lot with your brothers, the Hinduja brothers, especially with the Duke of Edinburgh Award, because we did a lot of work with the Buckingham Palace and doing all the youth work, especially with the Duke of Edinburgh Award presentations and things. So I know you're doing great work, not just abroad, but even in this country. So well done. My question to you, Rita, was this. I love what you said. You talked about listen, listen, listen. Today, our aim was also to set up a global women forum, it's like where women can come together to network with each other, to help each other become the best versions of themselves, and together help humanity to become, to make this world a better place. And I heard you say, listen, listen, listen. You and every point that you were making, you mentioned the fact that it's really important to listen to others, to find out what they need, etc. So my question today is, of course, my aim is to listen to people and to listen to women and find out, what do you think? My question to you is this: doing such amazing work, how do you think we could create a really good organization, which is a global women's empowerment forum, where we can together help to make a difference in the world? What kind of tips would you give us?
Well, it's a very interesting question, Honey, and I think it would be just amazing. It would be something that I would love to see, and I would love to sort of be part of. Again, it comes back to the same thing. I belong to a lot of women's forum. I belong to the FICCI organization. I belong to various different inner circle, ladies circle, etc., etc. Not very active, but I'm there. I'm there, and I'm again contributing where I can, because with the mammoth of the work that I have, it is always overlapping with what's happening in one of these, ladies organizations and everything. So I can contribute, and therefore I am there. What I do understand is that, first of all, women have a problem with being women. Being in the same room with a woman sometimes is difficult for women, and I don't understand why. We should be holding hands. We should be able to talk to each other, help each other, move along with each other, because we are looking at the betterment of another community of women that we want to give back to. That's the way that I feel we need to. We need to move with a movement. And I think we all know that, but somehow it sort of stops somewhere. And that little, that little component is something that we need to erase. And it's difficult. It's difficult because we all come from different backgrounds. We've been sensitized to various different things. We have seen a different version of what I have seen, you may not have seen, and what you've seen, I haven't seen. And it becomes difficult. So I think the key is to be able to erase all the differences that we have and to not compete, but collaborate. The words that I always like to use, and I always say, and I was the chairperson for FICCI in Pune for the year 1920. I know that's the only thing that I saw. I had more than 497 members, but the numbers that showed up to any event was anywhere between 50 and 60. So there was no appreciation. And I think we need to appreciate the work that's being done without competition, but with collaboration. If that answers your question.
That's a beautiful way. I love that, because we find there's, on Healing Our Earth is different, because we're like a family. We're all like sisters. We're all like brothers, sisters. Like in a way, like everybody's helping each other. Like great friends. But what you said about this collaboration is very important, because sometimes you do find that when women come together, unfortunately, I think if you have self-belief and self-confidence, then you'll always want good for everybody. It's only when you feel lack that you will want to maybe, you may go down the wrong path, negative path with people. But at the same time, what you say about this collaboration is brilliant, because if women come together, like you mentioned, like this, collaborate, what you're doing, for example, is amazing, because if women out there wanted to support something like this, if women come together and say, I really want to go and help people in the third world countries or wherever, or villages, etc., you can find the right people to work with, because you know that they're doing a good job. It's not just go and send some money, or don't just get involved in something for the sake of it. Get involved because you have a passion and you know that this person is doing a good job. So if you're doing a good job, if Seema's doing a great job with her, let's say her programs that she does on healing our earth, everybody wants to come and support. Everybody says, right, well, I want to send us a recipe here. I want to do this. I want to do that. So in the same way, if women come together and you trust each other, everybody has the right intentions, everybody wants to do good work for the world, then you can trust each other and work together in a collaborative manner, as you mentioned. I love that collaboration.
I think, I must say here that I have had the opportunity of learning so much from the women in rural India. I have been able to learn and make changes because they have led me that way. So for example, when we gave these toilets, we went in speaking about these toilets and said that, we want to help and build the toilets. The first thing was, why do you want to help us? What do you gain out of this? It took a while to make them understand that I don't want anything from you. I want to work with you to make a better lifestyle. Everyone has toilets. Why don't you? Why should you go behind trees? Or why should you wait for it to get dark to send your daughters or your mothers out to the toilets? So basics just brought out. So, okay, we started working on these toilets, and then they said, okay, the men came along saying, can we help build this? Can you teach us how we can build the toilets? Again, the words Shramadan. Shramadan is basically themselves working for the project. So they came in, and the amount of money that I had to spend on the contract labor, etc., reduced. It drastically reduced. I saved money. They were working. They got vocational training in the process. And this is when this woman came to me and she said, whatever you're doing is a pain. And I was taken aback and I said, how can that be a pain if I'm providing toilets and I'm doing all this? Why? So she said, because now I'll have to go down 4 times a day down to the river to fetch a bucket of water. I'll have to get one for the toilet, one for the washing, one for the cooking, and one for the cleaning. So it was simple, but she told me I'll have to walk down, up and down 4 times. Nobody else will do it. That's when we said, why don't we get a solar water well brought up? So it cost me a huge amount of money, but I learned a lesson that if I want these toilets to be functional and I need them to make sure that they're hygienic, they need water. We brought the solar within 45 days of ensuring that we inaugurated the toilets, within 45 days, raised the funds, ensured that we brought this. And that woman gave me a pat on my back. She said, well done. So there's a lot of learning. We cannot go there and thrust upon them. We have to collaborate to work with them for their own communities. And that's where I think the listening came into place even more, Yeah.
It was a genius, it's absolutely genius, and shows such a compassion that we get really, really inspired by women like yourself. Because you go and do good, isn't it, Seema? Kiran?
Very much so. And Rita, the work you're doing, amazing, And we've got Hasmita here, we've got Judith here, we've got Sharon here, we've got Dr. Whiting here, and I'm sure they all have something or the other to say about all the inspiration that you're creating and all these waves and movements of change. So Hasmita, do you have anything to say quickly to Rita?
So firstly, global namaste, and Ritu, absolute phenomenal work. So congratulations with all your hard work, very inspirational. So a question I have is that the theme for 2022 International Women's Day is Break the Bias. And there's a lot of focus on the imagining a gender equal world. So you mentioned about, I love the competition and the collaboration bit. That was just amazing. And we often, we focus on a lot of, on what's not going so right, but actually, looking at what's going right. What do you see as a world free of bias, stereotype and discrimination? How do you think we're going to work towards that goal?
The goal of working towards non-stereotyped, you're saying?
So a world free of, yes, absolutely.
So in simple words, as we're pacing down the years, all I see is that we should not be looking for anything. It's all there. It's all there. We are making a huge, a big deal out of nothing. It's there. We are able constantly to say that it's there, but we just need to sort of give it time, give it a lot of, like I said, education is lacking, right? We need information given at the right time from the right place. So for example, if I'm working and I'm an outsider and I'm going into a community, I've had to use local NGOs, okay? Those local NGOs are able to say it in the language that they want to hear. So I don't know how to answer your question, but I'm just trying to say that it's very simple, that we don't want to look for anything. It's all there.
It's all there.
And I find that the deeper I have walked into this life of being at the service of our community or our country or communities, I've seen that it's there, but we seem to think that we need to make a huge, big deal about it. We are not able to see that, you know, it's all clear lines. Black is black, white is white. We are able to move in those directions. So don't look at it that way. I think look at it that it's there, and how do we just sort of scratch the surface and deep dive and try and get that going, is the lesson that I've learned. And I think the closer I get to the missions that we've set for 22-23, is that we've got already about 22 different projects that we have looked into and want to work along with them. And on a daily basis, when we're trying to see how we're going to plan this, whether it's for the funding or the collaboration or working with the local community or with the authorities for the permission, it's there. And each step we're taking there, believe me, we're getting there. And it's been a great big success of trying to stop and take a pause, take a breath and say, we're not looking for anything, it's there. Yeah. And let's just wait for it to surface. So, you know, it's just like how you have a wave coming down, you know that it's going to come down. That's exactly what we've been seeing with our work, that it does happen. You need patience and you need to be able to work alongside with everybody, and everything is there. I hope that answers your question.
No, absolutely. And it's really, I think it's understanding the individuals, understanding their situation, their circumstances and their environment. And you're absolutely right. It's actually, you know, treating people equally, treating people at the same level, same playing field, and working with them. So absolutely, excellent work.
And in India, there's one more thing. In India, every state that you move through has a different dialect, has a different food requirement, has everything that is different. So it's like walking into 28 countries. It's literally not the common language. It's everything that is so different. So I think it's very, very important for us to realize that therefore we need to stop, pause, listen, and work along with them.
Very, very true. I wanted to thank Asmita for that. And you know, before we go on to our next host, Dr. Sharon Rose, I think maybe Dr. Wai Ching Lee from Ecuador might have something to say, and then we'll jump back on to Kiran, and then to Dr. Sharon Rose.
Okay, thank you, Seema-ji. Everyone, thank you. And it's really heartwarming, Ritu, to hear you speak about the profound listening that we need to come with when we work with other women and other people, definitely as well. You know, your story about the water requirements of this woman made me think of when I was in UNIFEM, the EXCO in UNIFEM. United Nations Development Fund for Women, and we made the phenomenal mistake as well as assuming that this is what other people need instead of asking first. So we were involved in this project of pig rearing, and then required the villagers, the women, to walk, to make a weekly report on the results of the rearing, of the animal rearing. So what we didn't realize, and we were devastated when we heard this, that she actually had to walk 3 days from her village to make a report in town and then walk 3 days back to her village, right? And then we were absolutely devastated that we were there to help with the embroidery project and with this animal rearing project. And we were just like so sorry. And so your story of that really touched my heart. That
I can imagine. I can imagine the plight that that woman was going through. And I think, everything just is about learning how the community lives and the differences that we have. We take it for granted that transportation is there. Like when we built these toilets, we knew very clearly there were no connects to the sewer system. So we've built soak pits, right? So these soak pits, after 8 years, when they open up, is sustainable manure for their farming. So it's all in all ecology, environment, listening, solar, sustainability, whatever words you want to put in is what we have built. So we made this project in such a way that no one could say no to us. It was listening and making sure that we were working through it. And right now, when you said about, when you heard about the water, that was one thing. Then we knew that the lights were going to be a problem because they do not have electricity in those tribal areas. So electricity and sewage not being there, we had to think about sewage replaced by soak pits. And electrification not being in the village, we had to bring the solar panels. So, it just had to be done in that manner. But thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. Kiran, did you have something to say?
So I wanted to just, talk a little bit about structuring a new project, but I think you've given me answers in all of your stories. So, time safe for the rest of the women. They can have their questions. But just for our viewers who might be there right now or who might tune in later, I just wanted to ask, did you encounter problems as a woman working in this area initially when you started off?
I did have problems with people accepting that I was coming up, asking questions and asking for, information about villages, asking about what is the population. When I was starting to work with my mission, cerebral palsy, working with children with cerebral palsy, we have 1,077 children now since 2015 that we take care of with cerebral palsy. It was very difficult to get the right information from the civil surgeon who maintains these names and numbers and everything. It was very, very difficult. There was a lot of corruption at one point that, give me this and I will give you that. And I work without all this type of instigation. So it was difficult. And, luckily I've got 2 strong families on each side. Each side said, well, if you're having problems, can we help you? Can we deal with your problems? And they used to see me very frustrated. I went through this stage in my life, Seema, maybe you've never seen me that way, but I did go through this frustration and being upset and angry, but I was determined to find a solution for myself. I didn't need my father, my husband, my father-in-law, or my brothers to stand up for me because it was my discovery that children in rural areas with cerebral palsy were not being taken care of. They were not being provided with the subsidization that was provided by the central government. So how do I get it to them? How do they get registered? Why are there only 300 registered? Because when we went door to door, we found 535. They were not 313, they were 535. So I had to open the eyes of the local authorities. That's when the authorities started believing in us. That's when they started giving in to say, okay, you've done your bit of bringing us this information. Now, how can we help you? That's how that step took its place. But we literally, Kiran, went door to door. We went door to door asking, how many children do you have? Do they have disabilities? Do you need help and support? We did this for over 3 months. We then went on to the All India radio to speak to people because they do not have telephones and other methods of being in touch. So we were in touch with them through the radio saying, we're having assessment camps. If your children have problems, please bring them there. Now, having taken care of these type of things and hiring marriage halls in order to have medical assessments and everything, that's when the local community said, okay, they're working without ground support from us. Let's go and see what they're all about. So we spent a lot of time, effort, and collaborations with like-minded doctors who came forward to say, okay, we are physiotherapists, we are orthopedic, we are speech therapists, let's all go together. That's when our mission grew to become Mission Cerebral Palsy. And it became a huge thing in 2015. And today, after 7 years, we discovered 313, we've got 1,077 children registered and being treated under our umbrella. So that's how it is. That's how it was.
That's awesome. It's amazing. It goes back to the wave you were talking about. You were saying it's all there. Just wait for the wave. When it comes down, it will happen. Exactly.
And where there is a will, Kiran, there is a way. She stood strong, you know, and she said, no, this is what it is.
She believed in herself and then her mission.
She believed in herself. And Rita, I mean, this has been such an empowering session with you. I can't tell you. You really opened the doorway, you know, that small little moves, structured little moves, listening, implementing, you know, one step at a time, like you said, can make a huge difference. It starts with baby steps.
Absolutely. Baby steps of listening, assessing, and then planning, and then implementing. 4 very important words
you have
that
so
go
much,
by.
You have shared so much with us, a wealth of wisdom with us, you know, and you've inspired us so much. I want to thank you deeply for coming on board today. You know, I feel like jumping out of the screen and giving you a hug, but I'll do that in person when I see you.
We'll meet soon, but thank you so much for this platform. It's truly been great listening to everyone and also having questions come forth, which made me also think about certain things. But Kiran, thank you so much and good luck with your work in Malawi. And I am working with someone who is from Malawi. Maybe we can connect sometime soon. I will talk to you about that.
Perfect segue. So I was just going to say in closing that just, you know, structuring this new program of ours, you know, this new women's forum, after we have met with some of them, you know, after today's program, and I've got all of my notes together, I was just wondering if I may reach out to you and share this with you and get more guidance on, are we on the right track? This is where we're going. This is who we think we need, an administrator here or a secretary there or someone, and you know, things like that. May I reach out to you? I know you're.
Please do. It'll be my privilege and honor to be able to help in any which way that I can.
Thank you, Rita. Bless you. Thank you. Global Namaste.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Wow, wow, wow. So much inspiration, so much energy, Kiran. And I mean, you know, I'm feeling all fired up, but let's get more fired up with more empowering ladies. And we have, you know what, Kiran? So
Yes.
I guess you and I might be signing off now, and we're handing over to Sharon.
Definitely. It's been such a lovely day. Thank you, ladies. Thank you, Seema. I hope you continue to, feel better and get some rest today.
I will, and thank you very much for coming on board today. It's been fabulous, and planning and implementing and structuring it, Kiran. You're the best. And speaking about being, thank you. I want to talk about being fired up because I'm feeling very fired up right now. Okay.
I'm hungry.
Get something to eat. Bless you.
Thank you.
And I'm going to introduce you to our next host, Sharon Rose. So we've traveled. See, we've been in Luxembourg with Kiran. We went to Hong Kong. We came back to the UK. We've been, the beautiful thing with Healing Our Earth is we globe-trotted. We go all over the world. We'll be traveling to Ecuador with Dr. Wai Ching, the United States. So let me start by introducing our host, Sharon Rose. Looking across the landscape of today's society, one can easily see that the definition of what is feminine is mirrored in deep confusion. Rather than helping us to discover ways to heal and empower ourselves and our world, too often we have been taught to look outside of ourselves and our world. Too often we have been taught to look outside of ourselves for answers to our problems, to medicate and numb our emotions. This is very powerful. Or to forget our deep-seated concerns and intuitive knowing by losing ourselves in the superficial worlds presented to us by the media. Very true. Yet the key to health and happiness is to look within. And when one looks deep inside enough, when one lifts off those veils of trauma, one discovers that healing, nurturing power of the sacred feminine current, the Shakti, the yin goddess, is within us. Drawing upon her lifetime of research, how beautiful was that? Drawing upon her lifetime of research and experience in the performing and healing arts, Indian classical dance, yoga, alchemy, women's mysteries, in cultures throughout the world, Qigong, and a Qigong teacher, a filmmaker, an author, Sharon Rose, very magical lady, I must say, takes us on an introductory journey to perceive and experience the power of one's essential feminine nature. To learn more about Sharon Rose, you can log on to quantumkeymovie.com. A very, very warm global namaste to you, Sharon.
Global namaste to you, to Wai Ching, and our upcoming amazing guest, my dearest.
Do I sense it's afternoon there in the United States of America?
Yeah, we're here. It's we're getting some snow today up in the mountains.
Wow!
Thank you so
amazing.
much for that beautiful introduction. To hear my words from my Path of the Priestess book back to me was just so beautiful.
Very, very powerful, and thank you so much. Well, the session is all yours. Take it over.
I'd like to begin by reading a couple of paragraphs to you about the divine feminine and about the history of women's mysteries. There's a sacred current of light that runs throughout time and space, the light of the divine feminine, the Shakti. It is a continuum. It arises at the birth of creation and forms a sacred path into the denseness of matter and back again. As we descend from the fullness of this light into the depths of the material world, this light is always present to nourish and sustain us. Flowing through all our lives and incarnations, it is the vital and transformative current of truth, virtue, and integrity. A shining stream of spiritual essence that leads us along the path of emanation to the path of return and reunion with the primordial source. Once upon a time, before the days of darkness and oppression of our sacred women's mysteries, we knew that we were living emanations of the goddess. That as women, mothers, priestesses, and spiritual guides, our primary role was to be a conduit for her sacred current, knowing that every thought, every action had a profound impact upon not only our own lives and those of our men and children, but on the very fabric of life itself. We created exercises and rituals to purify our bodies, minds, and hearts. In the midst of the forest, on the mountaintops, along the riverbanks and shores of the sea, in the temples and monasteries, we would gather together to perform these sacred rites. We danced by the light of the moon, raised our voices in song and prayer, conversed with the myriad forms of divinity through our sacred gestures, and sat together in silent communion. Knowing the great goddess was our primordial mother and source of all life, we treated her with immense respect. As her priestesses, we offered our lives to her service. We gave her offerings. As her emissaries, we dressed in her image and emulated her extraordinary qualities. With our feet firmly grounded upon the earth, we would allow our awareness to extend through her vibratory dimensions as we monitored the ebb and flow of the visible and invisible landscapes. Today, living in the midst of a society that in many ways has forgotten her, so few of us even know that the goddess exists, let alone spend time conversing with her, feeling the power of her touch, reveling in the beauty of her myriad manifestations. For until we have a direct experience of her presence, how can we truly know her? It is my great pleasure and honor to bring Leela Sophia Tresimer to our women's event today. She's going to speak about Sophia's lineage through the Western tradition, and maybe even we'll go into Mary Magdalene. Leela Sophia Tresimer, co-founder of the Star House in Boulder, is a group facilitator, certified mediator, author, ceremonialist, and minister. She co-created a groundbreaking program called Women of Vision in Israel, Palestine between 2004 and 2012, and now leads tours to Washington, D.C. to engage with the archetypes of the feminine. She produces programs for sacred living and remembrance online and on-site at the Star House, www.thestarhouse.org. Leela is dedicated to building a global community, honoring the feminine and celebrating the sacred. Her current passion is weaving a living network for the lineage of Sophia for men and women around the world who are seeking to reconnect with sacred earth activism and spiritual practices that matter in these astonishing times. Leela's work includes Don't Go Back to Sleep, a spiritual novel, and the Conscious Wedding Handbook, Sophia Gnostic Creation Story, an animated creation myth available to see at www.thestarhouse.org/Sophia-lineage, The Goddess of America, Sacred Activism for Our Nation. Leela.
Oh, Sharon. Well, this has been quite an amazing conversation already. Very, very.
Oh, yes, yes.
Very moved.
I'm so thrilled to have you because what I was saying about we danced on the mountaintops, that's where we did. The Star House, this beautiful, beautiful temple that Leela and her husband David created. Actually, it's where I began doing the goddess teachings. And they have been involved, how many years now, in bringing these powerful teachings to the people of the Colorado and beyond community. So she really knows these ways, the ways of the feminine, that I was speaking about.
And so beautifully, I mean, the crafting of your words and the transmission of that spirit is something that is so eternal. And when we all feel it, you know, we know the truth of it. I feel like this feminine lineage is something, you know, I just have such deep respect for so many of the women on this call, because you carry on the living lineage of the sacred feminine that, you know, particularly in the traditions of, you know, you mentioned the Shakti energy, the, you know, the tradition, the mythology, the archetypes that your cultures have been steeped in. And we in the West just haven't had that. And it's pretty remarkable to feel like there's a remembrance that's occurring that's global, and that we get to learn from the long tradition of the East and a long tradition of indigenous cultures where the women were honored. And in the West, I feel like we're still, you know, fighting for our rights, just even, you know, even at that political social level, still fighting for basic rights. So it's an amazing time to be alive as a woman, and to, regardless of all the weaving of the cultures that we've come from, there really is one face of the feminine with all these diversity of expression.
Yes, it's interesting because we share this research and immersion into also the Western tradition, the what we would call the underground current that traveled all the way from Egypt through the Gnostic tradition to the lineage of Sophia, Mary Magdalene. And I'm thrilled to bring you here to discuss those lineages, because our audience is familiar with the Indo-Tibetan, or, you know, Kuan-Yin maybe in China, but not so much the lineage of Sophia or Mary Magdalene or Inanna. And I just want you all to know that Leela and her husband are also playwrights. And so they have done beautiful plays on Inanna out of Sumeria and Mary Magdalene. So let's start with Sophia. Tell us.
It all starts with Sophia.
Yes.
You know, I'd like to do just a little bit of bridging, because I feel like even though there are many streams of feminine expression in the world, I really do feel that we all come from the one. And even in the tradition of Proverbs in the Bible, there's this, you know, it's very brief given how patriarchal the Bible and the books of the, you know, the religions of the books are. But I'd love to just read a couple sentences from Proverbs 8:22. That the Lord formed me from the beginning before he created anything else. I was appointed in ages past, at the very first, before the earth began. I was born before the oceans were created, before the springs bubbled forth their waters, before the mountains were formed or the hills. I was born. And it's, you know, Proverbs is one of the few books of the Bible that I still can really find that, you know, that transcendent poetry. And it's kind of like beginning to understand that there's an impulse in the creation. So if we shifted that to kind of a Shiva Shakti comprehension of that spark, what was that miracle that happened when there was infinite emptiness and the one? And then there was a spark, and that spark gave birth to light, light to matter. And here we are in this dance of light and matter, substance and form and flow. And there's an excerpt that a friend shared with me years ago, that in the Upanishads, that before there was the idea of creation, there was the bija sound of soft. And he called me, this was our mutual friend, Robert Lawler, and he called me and he said, I just thought you would want to know that it goes that far back, that there was that sound that, you know, so for me, Sophia is not only a goddess or not only an emanation of divinity. It's like this presence of, at the beginning, she was there as a principle, as a creative principle. So she may have names in different cultures, but she's that, for me, that creative principle. I can work with Sophia because of the multidimensionality of the Greek interpretation of Sophia means wisdom, or the Bija mantra, that it's the idea of creation before there was light. So I'm in the school of Sophia in this life, for sure, to deeply remember the heritage, not just of the feminine, but where that feminine comes into union and ultimately becomes the one. So it doesn't end up feeling like we're only, and it's also valuable, but that we're only in this, equal rights, trying to, work through cultures and limitation, but that we actually are moving into a spiritual river of divinity that really we need to remember the feminine essence and then transform the world through that.
So who is Sophia?
So from a Western tradition, and it doesn't go back nearly as far as, the Eastern texts, and the Upanishads, and, so we're limited in time to what we can reference as to who is Sophia. And I think that's where there's a greater challenge, because we don't have the support of the texts. We have sacred memory. More and more women in the West are awakening to that memory, which is fascinating to me. So just what's known historically about Sophia comes through as wisdom. If you did a search on wisdom in the Old Testament and then started to replace that word with Sophia, that gives an interesting perspective. The Gnostics' revelation of Sophia was one of the things that shifted some of the basis of Christianity in 1945 when the Nag Hammadi texts were found. Prior to that, 1895 in Oxyrhynchus, some of the Gospel of Mary was a partial text that was found then. These date back, probably it's a little hard to date because you've got the physical text and then, well, what preceded the physical writing of it, but let's say 200 in this current era. So it's not, it's not going back into ancient wisdom as like an accountable thread that you can physically track. And then there's the memory that goes deeper than that, or finding origin myths of different cultures. You can start to feel this presence. But in terms of Western esoteric tradition, I think the Gnostic texts are the closest we're ever going to get to having, some kind of account of who she is. And for them, she was one of the aeons in the great central sun, or in the core of the universe, the core of the galaxy. They were probably weaving a galactic myth, not a universal myth, but it was bigger than the myth of the creation of the earth, which I think is so important, because creation myths in the West have gotten stuck on thinking of creation as being of the earth rather than of all that is. Very different perspective. So the Gnostics had a pretty good understanding that she was part of the aeons, these, I see them as almost dynamic yin-yang energies in this core of the galaxy, and that she was partnered, and that there were, somewhere between 7 and 12 of these partners in the Gnostic mythos, that creation then sprang through them. So that's kind of their version of the creation myth that that gets retold, I think, because it has to be retold. Gnosticism is all about, right, like living in the moment and bringing in the divinity and the direct revelation that any individual has access to. So it's not a static, fixed creation story.
Gnosis itself is wisdom. Yes.
I believe that there would be a relationship between Gnosis and Jnana Yoga. The yoga of direct knowing of Jnana Yoga has the same derivative linguistically as Gnosis does.
And is the Sophionic tradition linked to ancient Egypt?
Oh, what do you think, Sharon? That is so deeply part of Sharon's and my mythic discovery was recreating a temple of Isis that in this Mary Magdalene play that David and I had written, and Sharon got very involved. I think Beth Quist may be on the call. She was also, part of our musical creativity for that piece. That I really believe there's a continuity of divine revelation that can be found, through eras and epochs and yugas even, and that in Egypt and sort of parallel in Sumeria, that this face of the divine feminine was actually seen, understood, known, valued, and that as we progress through time, that gets more and more contracted into power over the feminine rather than co-creation with. But in Egypt, you so beautifully brought in like the temple dance tradition that in our imagination, is there proof? No, but in our sacred imagination, it just felt so accurate that Magdalene, and one could see in what is known about her biography, that she could very well have been temple trained in Alexandria in the mystery schools as they were sort of winding down, and that the tradition of training the priestess in that light had so much to do with some of what shows up even in the New Testament as her connection to sacred oils, to anointing. She would never have shown up to anoint the body of Yeshua if she hadn't the right to do that as a working priestess. So she was behaving in ways that were not typical of the women of that time. And then when the Gnostic texts come out, it becomes so blatantly obvious that she was the beloved of Yeshua and his companion. She wasn't a reformed prostitute, which has its place also. That archetype, it is not one that I say with disdain, but she wasn't that. She was made that by the church to kind of give her a place at the table.
Yes, and that's something that transition during the time of Inanna, right, where the feminine started this distortion in a certain sense, or the way the West looked at the goddess, and even in the East, became this whole kind of sacred prostitute, or then into prostitute itself. But I wanted to read, you mentioned the Gnostic Gospels, and this is from the Gospel of Philip. The companion of the Savior is Mary Magdalene, but Christ loved her more than all the disciples and used to kiss her often on the mouth. The rest of the disciples were offended by it and expressed disapproval. They said to him, "Why do you love her more than all of us?" The Savior answered and said to them, "Why do I not love you like her? When a blind man and one who sees are both together in darkness, they are no different from one another. When the light comes, then he who sees will see the light, and he who is blind will remain in darkness." So in the Gnostic Gospels, the teachings of Mary Magdalene, about Mary Magdalene, are completely different from what the other texts brought forth. And I know you have looked into this very deeply and brought it forth in your work.
That passage is a really beautiful one, and in Gospel of John as well, Gospel of Mary, she is in fact that companion. Clearly they were partnered. A lot of people decided that whether they had children or not became the crux of the question. I actually don't think that's the crux of the question. I think it's that they had that Shiva Shakti union, that it's as likely that Yeshua could not have fulfilled his role without her. And when we were working with the play to find a way to communicate some of those things, I remember this moment when David and I were sitting on a porch in Australia and Tasmania trying to work out the dialogue, like what might they have actually said to one another? Like he's actually, gone through this amazing transfiguration to, through death to the becoming resurrected, and, truly a traceable path of an initiate. And yet for the West, it became the one and only path of the initiate. Whereas I think many of us on the call realize that's not true. It's like an available pattern. And if we had seen his story as the story of initiation in the West, rather than a man becoming a god, we would possibly be in a different world. But we have what we have. And so in that moment of working out the dialogue, we started realizing, there really is a pattern here that, so even, trying to find where in the existing New Testament can you pull the threads that likely mostly got edited out, but some remained. So she's often seen as the woman from whom 7 devils are, what's that word? Exorcised, right? And yet at that scene where she's coming with the spikenard to anoint his body, and she ends up in this conversation with him, which is a scene in 3 of the New Testament Gospels, that Magdalene is the first to bear witness to his resurrected light body. And in the Gospel of Mary, then, and which I think Philip, the Gospel of Philip, echoes this same thread, that he then takes her, who's had this cleansing of her 7 chakras, through the journey he's been on to exit those chakras through the 7 planetary spheres. Mm-hmm. And that's the journey he's now on in his passage out of this plane. And, and she's left to go back to try to convince these other apostles that she's just had this experience. And what she's met with is, why would he share that with you? You're just a woman. And Peter becomes the loudest voice in that conversation. And she's like in the shock of like, well, no, you don't understand. This is for all of us. This isn't. And he just would have nothing more to do with her. So you see right in there the seeds of what so much of us have seen and borne witness to historically, and probably in our own lives as well. That we don't get seen or acknowledged for the deep knowing that we have, and that she then gets to live for another, it could have been another 30, 40, 50 years after that experience. So just back to this dialogue in the play. So my husband and I were sort of like, well, what would they say to each other? And I could feel this like voice of the feminine going, so you get to go on this journey into the light world. I'm going to be left here, labeled, as a whore and living in a cave. That's what it's going to look like. And the church does say that she ended up in the south of France and, left a trail that then became part of the Magdalene's seeding of Gnosticism in the south of France, which then potentially leads to some of the very interesting Gnostic sects like the Cathars that also show up, over 1,000 years after she might have very well walked in the south of France. So there are these breadcrumbs that we're left with, but it's not, they're not seamless. And I think, there's some potential there to really engage our own deep knowing through meditation and conversation and enactment, like asking ourselves, what would conversations like that look like now?
I know you've worked through plays in many different ways with women around the world. You worked with the Israeli and Palestinian women, bringing forth these deep teachings. Tell us a little about your methods of working with women in particular to bring this empowerment that we've been talking about all day.
Yeah, when we started an organization up here at the Star House, there was a priestess training in 2000 is when it began, and our organizational byline was remember, heal, transform. And that just became like okay, that works as a pattern. I'm remembering something. I need to heal some of my own wounds, and then I need to transform myself, my family, my community, and the world. So that pattern is almost like a toroidal pattern that just kind of keeps coming back to the heart and core of the essence of the feminine. So it had a lot to do with a remembrance. I mean, I would think it would be very similar to you writing the book. Like, part of it was research, and lacking that in areas of such vital concern, one goes into a certain, help me see, help me be a vessel for you. And to become not, my ego trying to teach or take a stand, but actually, can I be a vessel for something that can flow through me that will actually help restore some kind of balance to this planet? So a lot of it became, I think, what I would imagine those early Gnostic churches may have looked like, where, we're in nature a lot. The Cathar communities didn't have buildings. They were in groves of trees, much like the Celtic tradition would have been. They honored nature. Women had a place in the Cathar communities. They were, being treated very differently than they were in the 12th and 13th centuries of the rest of Europe. And it was because of the Cathars that the Inquisition began. And that's something that a lot of people don't realize, that the burning times started because the Cathars were becoming so powerful because they were aligned with the spirits of nature, and they were looking to understand how to heal people. They weren't looking to amass more and more wealth, which is what was happening in the Catholic Church during those era. That era that the popes were looking like, I don't know, like the Antichrist to them more and more. And the more the Cathars were persecuted, the more people were going, well, that's not right. These are simple people who are, they're not amassing wealth. They're seeking to heal and to work with people, and they honor women. So the Cathars were getting stronger until the Pope and the King decided for the first time ever to turn a crusade from the north of France to the south of France in Béziers, and they basically just started wiping people out, and that kept the sect growing, because that was only proving the point that this was not a country that was being governed by religion or royalty in any humane manner. So the Cathar movement got stronger until the church came up with this idea of, well, let's create thought police and have neighbors turn in anyone they feel like it, and the Inquisition takes off from there, to where it then became just, anyone who was not keeping stride with what the church and state wanted. I sometimes wonder how far are we from that?
I understand, particularly the feminine. For those of you that don't know the Western tradition, you may have heard of, the troubadours and the courts of love and all this poetry. It reminds me of the ghazals and all this, the Persian stories of love. And that's what was going on down in the south of France with the Cathars. And they were just such simple people who really, they would travel among people who had plague and be there to heal them. So it was very deeply spiritual, and they had something called this transmission of the spirit called the consolamentum, which really, to me, is like transmitting the Shakti. And there were no they would be all together in a circle, and they would choose they'd have little sticks to choose, and the person who chose a certain one would be the vessel through which the teaching would come. It was very beautiful. And I would love, I know that Wai Ching is here, and Shanti, Shivani, and Effie Chow, and I see Lakshmi Vyas, Dr. Vyas. And so I'd love to bring some of you in to, if you have any questions for Leela, or if you have any thoughts and feelings about women's empowerment. Oh, Beth is here too. Namaste to you all, Beth Quist.
Namaste, Sharon. Namaste, Leela. Like, beautiful. It was so elating listening to this and just feeling the embodiment of my history, personal as well as planetary, just feeling. I'm in Ecuador, Leela. So, and Sharon knows my history in embodying the divine feminine through dance as well, and the temple dances of Bali, as well as the Rakshaki, the movement of the figure eight and just embodying into our body. And I just wanted to say that I'm in Ecuador and wanted to share with everybody that there is such a reverence, as you know, of Mother Mary here, with the Catholic faith being interspersed with the indigenous understanding of Pachamama. So I just found out that why there was so much reverence of Mother Mary was that in the Catholic Church, they found when the Catholic influence started coming in, they found that the Pachamama concept was so strong that the only way to really actually transform and to convert the people into Catholicism was through Mother Mary.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, it's really true. And they would build on top of pagan temples and earth-based temples. That happened all through the Highlands of Scotland and in England, and they had to do that because they were true power places.
Exactly. So it's all coming back, like in Turkey as well. The Temple of Ephesus was the resting place of Mother Mary as well, but it was also based on the ancient goddesses as well. And I had actually been through the south of France following the Mary Magdalene Trail to Saint-Marie de la Mer, Rocamadour, without realizing it, following the intuition. And speaking of following our feminine intuition, in Ecuador, in Ingapirca, which was the ruins that I came from just recently, and Baños, let me share this, that Ingapirca I found out, which no one talked about, no one, I just found out from one source, that it was actually a burial place for a priestess. Yes, and she was followed to the other dimensions by her the followers by drinking the potion from the datura, from the angel trumpet. And they went, and she was covered in beautiful textiles and copper coils, and also she had copper bracelets and anklets, and that's how they all journeyed back. So this is so beautiful because we know it's all intradimensional, and death and life is just a cycle, because this area, Ingapirca, was also one of the largest Canary and Incan marriage, you would say, the sacred marriage of these two great cultures. And there was an elliptical temple where they would observe the stars and also read all the planetary signs of our wisdom in agriculture. So it's bringing back the whole Pachamama concept and reality in planting. So it was really fascinating to learn that. And then also, just fortunately, unfortunately, because we do have a judgment about this, but there were virgin sacrifices. Yes, at that time. But it wasn't like the Mayan virgin sacrifices. It was done in a very sacred manner because of their belief and our belief of the eternity of time, that these young girls were actually offered as messengers to the gods. and that they were not, it was not a blood sacrifice, but they drank the potion of the datura, which was hallucinogenic, and it took them to transcend and transform into a different state as messengers to go and commune with the forces, so that the fertility and the fecundity and the production of the crops would be feeding and nourishing the people. So it was a whole different way of looking at things, and which I appreciated, from a sort of a new perspective kind of view. Just the same as when we look at the temple, and Mita wrote a very beautiful thing in the chat group, that we were goddesses and we were priestesses, and how it was really brought to be desecrated, our role in sacred sensuality. And and if he knows that we are all priestesses, we're channels of transformation with the men, just as Mary Magdalene was. And I was with a group of women actually, and Mother Mary would come through, Mary Magdalene would come through, and Kuan Yin, and we knew that we were the other half. And in fact, we have to be, from the yin perspective, right, Effie, that we are the matrix, the creative force of coming through the seed of life. And so this discussion is like so deeply satisfying for me as we follow the Mother Mary. And also another thing to share from Ecuador is that Baños is an area of therapeutic holy waters. So again, I went to Baños and was just recommended a hotel, and it's called La Posada del Arte, full of beautiful art, feminine art. And then there was one room left on the top floor, and it was number 8. Sharon, of course, the infinity, right? And then when I went there, the host said, "Let me show you the view," and took me to the terrace. And there it was the waterfall. And it's called La Cascade de la Virgen Maria. And it was the waterfall of the Virgin Mary right in front. That was my view for 3 days. And I had the window open at night when I was sleeping and just receiving the blessings. So this is where the purification and ablutions occurred. And there were miracles happening all the time. And all throughout Ecuador, there are spots like La Guadiana de la Fe, that Mother Mary has appeared and spoken to a young woman, a young girl at that time. Her name was Patricia, about the messages from Mother Mary to pray for the humanity.
Well, this brings up a few things. One, I've been reading that they're saying the Fatima prophecies are now coming forth, but I also want to bring in Dr. Effie before we've got Beth and Shanti here, some of my favorite singers in the world. But I'd like to bring in Dr. Effie Chow, because the understanding of the history of Kuan Yin, the Chinese goddess of compassion. I was reading John Blofeld, who is real authority on Kuan Yin. He talked about how Kuan Yin was a male, Avalokitesvara, in a male form, but then when Mary was brought to, the Virgin Mary was brought to China, there was such a longing for the essence of compassion in a feminine form that all of a sudden he now became a female. So she transitioned, he transitioned into the beautiful, she who hears the cries of the world. So Dr. Effie Chow, global namaste to you.
Hello, everybody. And dear Sharon, you have done a tremendous job bringing such beautiful souls together and revering the feminine spirit. And we need more of this. And I hope it's the beginning of a great series of programs like this. You brought up the system of Kuan Yin. I also found, like Amalia, that what you folks spoke about is very enlightening and also brings really the different cultures together, and that we are one. We are not separate. And that what is believed in one, if we search deep enough, that we will find it in the other. And so instead of separation thoughts, divisional thoughts, we are talking about compatibility and love and mutual admiration and seeking the positive aspects of what life is. And the Kuan Yin is, again, it's called the goddess of passion. And many of the qualities that we know as feminine qualities. And I want to bring it up to the present day, the evolution of the feminist ideal and the feminist expansive influence on the world right now, is that we have the yin-yang symbol, which is equal male and female exposure or the existence of life in Earth. It was intended to be balanced, but somehow the yang got increased and the yin became decreased until the influence of life has been mostly yang, and we began to realize this in the past numbers of decades, and therefore the evolution and the striving for the recognition of female was imbalanced. And so therefore, instead of the proper recognition for both male and female, or masculine or feminine energy, it became masculine dominated. And that's the evolution of our modern life, of agricultural to industrial and to technology now, And so it's a real imbalance. So the first movement of the feminine energy and the feminine recognition was through fighting and to be like male and to dress like male and to act like male and to make prompt decisions like male instead of the feminine way of looking at things and discussing things and looking at various aspects of how it can be. And so that went into a really extreme of the feminists. We got to fight for our freedom. We got to fight for our recognition. Mm-hmm. And we've been fighting 50 years about conquering cancer. Have we progressed? Not very much. And that's when we fight, then we bring the opposite into a fighting mood. So it's not a cooperative mood. And now, however, I'm very pleased to observe that we've moved past that. Not quite, because there was some lingering activities in that manner. But the feminine now is saying, accept us, and we're going to come into business and bring our feminine qualities in. Not be like the man, not like be the structure that has been set up by males. And that we are now moving into the system of society with this feminine concept and being proud of the feminine concept instead of fighting to not be feminine and to be masculine. And this is where we have to be. So, and knowing the history that you folks have been bringing forth it's very important to realize the history and then the present modern evolution that we must take into being, that the feminine must be respected now, not only in the historic times, and that we must be ourselves, the feminine energy. And it doesn't mean female or male. It means the male has a feminine quality. It's a yin and yang, so that the male should not be afraid or threatened with exhibiting their feminine qualities. And so that the balance becomes greater. I know that what I'm saying will bring up negative discussion as well as positive discussions. And I hope that does bring up a lot of discussions in that manner. And Sharon, you brought in a good, wonderful bunch of intellectual and feeling and compassionate people. Well, you brought in the yang and the yin. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much, all of you. Thank you very much.
And I have two beautiful women here that Effie, I've always wanted you to meet.
Oh, I would.
Beth Quist, they're exquisite singers, vocalists,
Yes,
who trained in many traditions. And I'm hoping that they can also be a part when we do the next, your next event in September,
yes,
to bring their talents to you.
Well, I would love to consider that.
Yes, yes.
I'm looking forward to hearing them. So thank you for bringing them on.
Well, let's say hello, global namaste to Beth.
Can you hear me?
Hi, Beth.
Hi, Beth.
Hi.
And Shanti, I've wanted you to meet Beth.
It's so good to see you, Leela.
You too. It's many, many years.
I know. I think the last time I saw you and David was on the Pearl Street Mall. In person. Yeah. Yeah. And I think Sharon might have been there.
and
Anyway,
the way I met Beth was she was part of the group that created the music for this Magdalene play, and this was like 90s. I was the choreographer. That's how we first met.
It's some of my favorite stuff to this day. I loved it's certainly the inspiration from both you, you, Sharon, and you, Leela. It was such great material to work with to begin with, but then there was something, I don't know, I felt the transcendence in working on that. I felt really very blessed to be a part of that. So
I'm sure she'd be honored to have it staged again at some point.
Oh, that would be incredible.
It would.
That would be incredible. Beth.
That could be in the World Congress.
That's right.
Yes.
So Dr. Chow, if you don't know, she's like the mother of Qigong and traditional.
You've been
Chinese
telling me,
medicine.
but I've been getting a lot of interesting. What's the word? Well, just yes, Sharon speaks very, very highly of you, and just so it's exciting. It's really lovely to meet you.
Thank you,
Beth. What would you like to share with us for women's
empowerment? I'm curious. I've been dealing with sound stuff. Can you hear this?
No.
No. Okay. Well, I have backup then. Oh, I was
for all of you out there, we're about to hear these two women, one after the other, share their exquisite feminine love of the feminine through their voice and their hearts. So there'll be Beth, and then Shanti will join us too and sing for us as well. And then we'll move on to Dr. Sheila.
Do we have, I don't know how quiet I am.
You're good.
I'm good, okay.
I'm so excited for you to hear each other.
Well, I didn't really prepare. I've been in the recording studio. I've been recording. I'm in Seattle at the moment. I live in Colorado, and I've been recording up in Bellingham. And I just fiercely tried to get everything together. And I was hoping to give you like a really big keyboard mix and everything. And I still don't know how to do that. Someday I will figure that all out. So for now, we just have a little microphone, and I'll use the guitar as kind of a drone. So can you hear a reverb? Did that come through? Check.
Not much.
Not much? Oh, well, sorry. Check. That's not coming through, huh? I wonder why that is. Oh, well. So it is. You'll get a dry signal even. Asatoma sadgamaya
Beautiful, as always, as always. Tell us about that song.
That was improvisation, but also with a little bit of a piece that was taught to me by Kabir and from the Upanishads, Oma Satoma Sagamaya, and then of course went into Om Shanti at the end. Got to get a little piece in there too. So that was mostly just improvisation based.
Beautiful.
Throwing that stuff in the middle of it and seeing where it leads. I've been so completely immersed in the music that I've been doing with my friends in Seattle that I just had to do an improv because I wasn't able to practice my solo stuff so much. And the music we've been doing here is math music, so lots of counting and lots of wild rhythms. But I do that with Sharon as well, so it's fun. It's fun. So that, yeah, improvisation. And I was listening to what Effie was talking about, the male energy, that the feminist women. Initially it was okay, we need to act like men, we need to be strong and warrior like, and I was thinking about improvisation being more of a flow, and it's like I wasn't very decisive.
Well, it was really lovely. It's so nice to have you back, and now you get to meet Shanti.
Oh, I'm so excited. I've been hearing about you too. So it's so lovely to see you, and I'm looking forward to hearing you too.
So lovely to meet you too, Beth. I just have a real quick question to Leela. I've always very much been into the Templars and the Rosicrucians and all of this. And the troubadours, of course, also. They were always venerating my lady. I missed the beginning of your talk, unfortunately. So maybe you even addressed this already, but wasn't my lady considered to be Mary Magdalene?
Yeah, definitely was considered to be Magdalene. And again, I feel like, the beauty of these two faces of the Marys are that one embodies the compassionate mother virgin energy, and the other is the sensually embodied, somatic feminine, which I think Magdalene definitely represented. And I love that period of history because I think that is where some of the mysteries of the West go underground, is right in that period of time. Montsegur occurs and all the Cathars are burned, who apparently felt no pain because they sang to the glory as the fires were lit, and there were no screams. They just were in an ecstatic experience. And the Templars got then, wiped out similarly, 1,000 years after, 100 years after that. So there was, this progressive elimination of these wisdom keepers of what could have flowered into something. And just as a quick bridge for me, I think that part of the mystery we're still missing is that when the Templars were eradicated, many still lived. I believe they took refuge in the Masons, because the Masons had a brotherhood and a protected organization that pretty much prior was only building cathedrals and doing what Masons do. And then some of that gets moved to Washington, D.C., where the Masonic influence in the structuring of the National Mall is a whole other seminar on how the feminine was layered into the vision of this country by the Masons, also featuring Virgo in almost every opportunity, because they were really detailed about doing astrology charts and the times of the laying of foundation stones, and all those charts feature Virgo. So there was sort of this inference that maybe part of that wave of Magdalene from the troubadours, the lady becoming, essentially what Magdalene embodied, not necessarily only a cult of Magdalene, but a cult to the feminine. then perhaps is layered into DC. So I'm trying to find some of those ways that we've all addressed on how do we actually find some ways to reignite what actually might be there, in some of the structures and the astrology and the feminine goddesses that show up, whether it's the goddess of liberty herself, or on top of the Capitol building is the goddess of freedom, who's partly Native American. And in my inner mythos, she's become the folk soul of the nation. She brings together Native American, she's wearing Native American garb. She has an eagle on her head, full-blown eagle. And she also has remnants of sort of Greek and Roman. So she's somebody I'm kind of looking to for some guidance here about what the heck to do in this country.
Yes, we need her very badly now. We really do.
So,
we need the feminine spirit.
Yeah,
we
and I think bringing in
nurturing, loving.
Key.
Yeah.
Thanks for asking that, Shanti.
Thank you so much for being with us.
I've always been very fascinated by the Templars and, Mary Magdalene, of course, as well. But I wanted to become an archaeologist, and the Templars and then the troubadours. And actually, my classical Indian tradition is called Drupad. And we used to have these wonderful retreats in the south of France. And we felt, three of us individually felt like Drupad. The name troubadour probably even came from Drupad, and they say that the troubadours were actually Sufis that came from the Middle East to Europe to change the vibration of the land. Have you heard that, Leela?
I love that. I hadn't heard that, but I love that. That makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense to me. And we felt so at home there. And there was also a whole excavation site. It had been a Catholic community that lived at the bottom of this sacred mountain. It was a very mystical mountain with I only found one little booklet with its history, but we went up this mountain and it's a whole long story. I won't go into it, but a really fascinating mystical place. And at the foot of this mountain was this Catholic community, and there were lots of ruins of small Cathar fortresses in La Drôme. It's the northern part of the Provence. So anyway, I'm going to do a chant though. I'm not going to do a Drupad composition today. I felt like I wanted to sing to Amba. Amba is another name for Durga. And the song is all about, she's the mother of the universe, and how she, Sukhahara, she removes, well, first of all, she gives bliss, Sukhakara, she creates bliss, Dukkahara, she removes suffering. And then I'll probably go into some improvisation. I mean, you have to know that usually I'm accompanied by a drummer, and that takes its own life and it speeds up in the end. And then I always have one or two musicians. So the kirtan becomes actually very rich. So you can hear the tanpura, okay?
Yes.
Jai Ambe, Jagatambe, Mata Bhavani, Jai Ambe, Jai Ambe, Jagatambe, Mata Bhavani, Jai Ambe, Sukha Vinashini Durga, Jai Jaya, Kala Vinashini Kali, Jai Jai, Dukkha Vinashini Durga, Jai Jaya, Kala Vinashini Kali, Jai Jai, Umarama Brahmani, Jai Jai, Radha Rukmini Sita, Jai Jai, Umarama Brahmani, Jai Jai, Radha Rukmini Sita, Jai Jai,
Jayambe, Jagadambe, Mata Bhavani, Jayambe, Jayambe, Jagadambe, Mata Bhavani, Jayambe, 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 Jagadambe, Mata Bhavani, 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 Jayambe, 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 Jagadambe, Mata Bhavani, Jayambe, Jayambe, Jagadambe, Mata Bhavani, Jayambe, Dukkha Vinashini Durga, Jai Jaya, Kala Vinashini Kali, Jai Jai, Dukkha Vinashini Durga, Jai Jaya, Kala Vinashini Kali, Jai Jai, Uma Rama Ramani, Jai Jai, Radha Rukmini Sita, Jai Jai, Uma Rama Brahmani, Jai Jai, Radha Rukmini Sita, Jai Jai, Jayambe, Jagadambe, Mata Bhavani, Jayambe.
So beautiful.
I gave you the wrong translation. I was tuning into Hey Amba, which is another one. No, so Dukkha Vinashini means she dissolves suffering as Durga. In Kala Vinashini, she dissolves time, or she is the ruler of time as Kali. Yeah. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Shanti Ji, Shanti Shivani, Beth Quist, Dr. Effie Chow, Wai Ching, Leela. It's been a pleasure to have you as well. And you know, we're creating a women's forum, a global women's forum through Healing Our Earth. And we would love, and here's my dear friend Barbara Vandenberg. She's here to say hello. And we're running a little late, so we should get moving on to the next, but it's an honor to have you all. It's wonderful to have you as part of our family. And please return and give us some more beautiful songs and messages. We just really appreciate all of you from our hearts at Healing Our Earth and the beauty of the feminine. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Thank you for your vision, your
so much,
creativity. Thank you
Thank you
all. It
too.
was a total joy.
And stay around because now Dr. Sheila Dovey, our next host, is joining us. And let me introduce Dr. Sheila, who I adore. Dr. Sheila Dovey was born in England and moved to the USA. She's a whole health dentist, humanitarian, and entrepreneur. She is also a television host. Dr. Dovey is a recipient of the Bay Area's Outstanding Woman of the Year Award. She has also been the recipient of the California Patient Choice Award. She takes a special interest in helping the underserved children and women in her local community. On the professional front, Dr. Dovey was the past president and dental health chair of SACDS Dental Society. She's a graduate of the American Dental Association, Kellogg School of Management Institute for Diversity and Leadership. She is an author of a popular children's book called Ninja Tooth Battle. And you can reach her at www.yourcaringdentist.com and www.instagram.com. And you can see the rest on the site. Namaste, global namaste to you, Sheila. It's really nice to be with you again.
Good to see you. How are you, Sharon?
Coming along. Yes, it's such a beautiful day, and I'm very pleased that you know these women in my life who I adore have come on to bring their messages and their beautiful singing for you all.
And you're looking so well. It's been a long time. I haven't seen you for a while. You look amazing.
Thank you. Thank you.
I was listening into your last guests and the music. Oh my gosh, like Beth and Shanti, it was like it kind of gets into your soul, like you can feel it resonating through your body. It was just so phenomenal. Such a beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for bringing these wonderful guests onto our show. I know a lot of them are your contacts, and you know, every time I tune in, I'm amazed at these amazing people that you know. I'm like, you must have such a life, Sharon.
Well, you know, you get to 73
such a
and you keep going and you meet many people. And that's one of the things before you take over, I do want to tell you all. Many years ago, my teacher, when I was in grad school, you know, my teacher, my first really important mentor in the world of dance, modern dance and improvisation and creativity, you know, she said, keep going, never stop. Never stop dancing, never stop learning, never stop growing, never stop giving. And Sitara Devi, my Guruji in India, she said the same thing. And this is what I say to you women. You know, we have such amazing abilities. We've been really blessed. Even though we're going through a very difficult time on the planet right now, we are very blessed, and especially Healing Our Earth, to have this connection. And so encourage each other, love each other, uplift each other. That's what we're here for.
Oh, so well said, so well said. You're so right. A lot of people are going through difficult times right now. And, you know, and this forum here has been so amazing for everyone. Can you believe, Sharon, it's 119th episode. You know, can you remember when we first started like a couple of years ago through the pandemic? And this is all we had was just Zoom. And now look at us, we're all connected. We've got Kerry coming on next, and she's all the way in New Zealand. And I think it's like Monday morning out there. You know, it's amazing. And, you know, this session is brought to you by Healing Our Earth and Global Women Empowerment Forum. And it's been so great to see how, you know, we've evolved. I mean, Neil Kumar put this all together, our producer, you know, 119th episode ago, and just seeing all these amazing people globally all over the world and to be part of this women empowerment group is just amazing. So thank you so much, Sharon. And I hope you're staying around for a while, right? Because I know afterwards, after Kerry, we have another wonderful guest, and I just want to make sure that we will get a chance to ask all our questions. So next is our wonderful guest, Kerry. How are you doing there, Kerry?
Doing really well. Thank you so much. And I'm loving, and I know we're running late, but you know what? This is what happens when you get a bunch of women together. So I love it. I love it. We've got so much to share and there's so much wisdom. And so I've been loving listening to these incredible women as well. And it's just, even like you said, those songs, you know, I'm all about frequency and vibration and increasing that within your body and within your physical. And these are the women that allow us to do that. Just like, whoa, we can move up to the next level and increase our frequency just by listening to them. So thank you for sharing, and thank you for having such wonderful guests.
Yeah, and as you can see here, we've got such a wonderful panel, and it's great to have everyone on board. And let's do an introduction about you, Kerry. So over 20 years ago, she was told by 2 specialists that she couldn't conceive children naturally. So she started her deep dive into finding natural solutions for herself, and she didn't stop until she found ways to heal her body. Kerry has 6 formal qualifications along with numerous certifications behind her name. She did indeed have children naturally. That's so great to hear. And they're teenagers now. And you look so young to have teenagers. Like, I wouldn't think that you have teenagers. She has over 20 years of experience assisting people and companies to exceed their performance expectations by ensuring they are healthy and balanced mentally, emotionally, and physically. And that's so important nowadays to have all of those in balance. Like, I can imagine that's what you need to have a successful life. While in South Africa, she received numerous awards, was featured in magazines and newspapers, and a TV show, as well as her own radio show. Now in Auckland, New Zealand, Kerry sees clients in her clinic as a natural health practitioner, as well as coaches international clients all over the world. In the last 2 years, she has coached over 5,000 clients. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of lives that you've changed. In 2019, she won International Wild Fish Coach of the Year. From the beginning of 2021, Kerry now trains other health practitioners and coaches and health practitioners on how to grow their business by getting better results for their clients. And on here, you can see her website, which is www.kerrydell.com and www.kepshealth.com. So welcome, Kerry. Thank you for joining us. What time is it over there in New Zealand?
It's 20 to 10 in the morning, so it's not bad at all. But it's Monday. It's Monday morning. So
wow, that's great. Yeah, I'm over here in California, and I think it's 12:38 in the afternoon. So isn't it amazing, kind of just all over us globally? I know Sharon's in America too, and Ecuador. We've got everyone all over the world. Weiling's in Ecuador. It's just amazing to have everybody so connected.
It's lovely. It's so lovely. And it doesn't matter where we are. It's just such a wonderful forum to connect like this as well. Yes.
Absolutely. Now, are you going to talk? Do you have a talk prepared for us today, or are you just are we part of a chit chat forum here?
So I have, I did want to, just extract some of the info that I've got on a training program of mine. And I thought it'd be really, really awesome to share with you ladies, because it is called the Power of 6. And when I think about the number 6 in numerology, I just wanted to read to you what I researched and I found, because I think it's so apt for where we are right now and for us women being where we are right now. So the number 6 in numerology, it's the embodiment of the heart. It's unconditional love. It's the ability to support, to nurture, and to heal. It's a powerful force of compassion and empathy. It's a warm light, a beacon of hope. It's the role is to use the heart and soul in service to others. We could all use someone in our life that absolutely embodies the power and the energy of the number 6. So I thought I wanted to share with you some of my training programs and the information from our training programs, which I've taken the 6. And really, as women nowadays, it's more important than ever that we tap into this, that we really tap into our heart, into our unconditional love, into our intuition. You know, I loved, you know, Effie was saying before as well, taking, you know, what we've learned from the masculine side of us trying to be in our power, but just be there as women. And I think we can when we live with this unconditional love and when we actually just really show up the way we show up. So I wanted to really go through, and I don't know if everybody has like pens and papers, because you can just, you know, mark down.
I do. I have my pen and paper ready.
Okay, awesome. Awesome. What I wanted to do is I wanted to go through the 6 areas. So the 6 areas of wellness, the top 6 areas of wellness. And if we look at these 6 areas, I want you to mark yourself out of 10. So I'm going to go through each area and I'm going to give an explanation. And then whilst I'm giving the explanation, if you can think to yourself, so out of 10, how am I doing in this area? How am I doing in this area of wellness? Because if I know that I've got one area that I'm excelling at and I'm like, I'm there, I'm really doing well, then I know I need to focus on this other area of wellness that is not doing so well. So when we know where we can focus, then we often can actually take the tools that we need and start implementing it. So 6 areas of wellness. First area is physical wellness. It's our physical wellness. So if you can write there, physical wellness, this dimension considers our overall health and what we need to do in order to maintain a healthy quality of life. It's the ability to take charge of our health and making conscious decisions about being healthy. Physical wellness is the ability to maintain a healthy quality of our life that allows us to get through our daily activities without fatigue or physical stress. So developing physical wellness empowers us to monitor our own vital signs and understand our body's warning signals. The physical benefits of looking good and feeling terrific most often lead to good psychological benefits of enhanced self-esteem, self-control, determination, and a sense of direction. But when we look at our physical wellness, it's not just about us being energetic and well, but it's also about us tuning into the signs that our body is trying to communicate. So out of 10, how do you feel you are faring with your physical wellness when I explain it in that way? So are you doing really well and you're listening to your body's signs? Or are you going, okay, I need a little bit of attention here? So that would be out of 10. So Sheila, I'd love to talk to you afterwards about your scoring. So I'm going to just run.
I'm not sure. I'm already a low score right now. I don't know if I want to share with everybody my low scores.
It's all good. It'll be awesome. But I'll go through all of them, and then we can really just do a deep dive into 1 or 2 of them. How's that? Cool.
Sure. Fine.
Then emotional wellness. So emotional wellness. Now this is the dimension where we're in touch with our feelings and our emotions. This dimension helps us to cope with emotions of challenge that are challenging us throughout our life. Emotional wellness concerns our ability to understand ourselves and cope with the challenges that life can bring. The ability to acknowledge and share the feelings, like share the feelings of anger, share the feelings of fear, share the feelings of love and sorrow, but not collapse into them. So in other words, not go crazy when we're angry and when we are dealing with all this fear and anger and frustration, and not collapse into depression and not really collapse into those sorrowful, feelings, but really being able to be emotionally balanced about recognizing them, knowing that they're coming up, but actually knowing that I've got this. I've got this. I understand what I'm feeling. I'm feeling my feelings. So you feel your feelings, but you don't collapse into them. So on a scale of 1 to 10, where do you feel that you fit in on that scale? That's emotional wellness. Then the third one is actually social wellness. We need people in our lives. We need relationships in our lives. How do we fare when it comes to social wellness? So this dimension considers how we relate to others, how we connect, how we communicate, and how we get along with other people. So it's about us getting along with other people, but it's also about how do we feel about ourselves when we're connecting with those others. So it's not just about our connection with our loved ones and our friends and our community, but how do we feel about ourselves when we connect with those people? So that's emotional wellness. Emotional wellness is tapping into, yes, we're connecting with others, but are we really enjoying the person who we are when we connect with those others? So that's emotional wellness. Then we've got intellectual wellness. And I loved what the lady said before, because intellectual wellness is about us being lifelong learners. That's what we really are. We're lifelong learners. So this dimension is about the desire to be a lifelong learner. It's the ability to open up to new experiences and ideas in order to continue to grow. Intellectual wellness is the ability to open our minds to new ideas and experiences that can be applied to personal decisions, group interaction, and community betterment. So it's the desire to learn new concepts, improve our skills, seek challenges in pursuit of lifelong learning, and contribute to others. So as we're learning, we're not just holding it in for ourselves, but we're also in service to others. So our intellectual wellness is looking at both angles of that. Learning, being lifelong learners, being able to implement it in our own life, and being able to help others. That's a lifelong learner. So that was the fourth one. The fifth one is about financial wellness. We live in modern society. We need to look at the financial wellness. The financial wellness is a dimension that deals with the ability to understand our financial situation and take care of it in order to pay the day-to-day expenses, as well as look after our future. So have we got it under control where we actually know what's going on day to day, and we've got our finger on the pulse in the future and go, I'm sorted for my future. That's financial wellness. And then the last section of wellness, which I feel is the sixth one, which is in the top six, because there's many people look at different areas of wellness, but this for me is my top six. So the next one is spiritual wellness. So spiritual wellness is the ability to establish peace and harmony in your life, the ability to develop congruency between values and actions, and to realize a common purpose that binds us together and creates us that can contribute to us and others. So spiritual wellness is a personal matter which involves values and beliefs that provide a purpose to our life. While different individuals may have different views of what spirituality is about, in general, it's considered to be about the search for meaning and purpose in a human experience, leading one to strive for a state of harmony with oneself and others while working to balance inner needs and the rest of the world. So that's spiritual wellness, having peace and harmony in our life and with others in our life. So that for me is our top 6 areas of wellness. So Sheila, I want to ask you, how did you feel about those explanations, and how was your scoring?
You know what was interesting for me was actually like looking at your life as a whole, because we do get very kind of focused in on our day to day, and then you're right, you don't really look at all the different areas, and it was a good way of doing a quick check of everything, and I really like that. Thank you for that, for sharing that, Kerry. It was a good way of being like, oh yeah, I did realize that I felt like I was lacking more in the spiritual sense, but I was doing well in one area. But that's not what you want to be doing. You want to be balanced and get your score up as high as you can.
Absolutely. And the thing what happens with life happens. We have lockdowns. We have things that just come and knock us by the wayside. We don't expect it to happen. But if we have those areas of wellness operating at a really good level, we can get to handle those things. We get to handle life. We get to come through those. We get to learn even greater lessons. We get to experience them without collapsing into them, without going into fear about them. So I truly believe that there can be a balance of wellness. There really can be a balance of wellness. And then when life comes around and knocks us a little bit, because it's always going to, there's always going to be some change, we can still handle it. We can still handle it. And we can still get through it quicker instead of taking months, of prolonged, how am I doing? And, what's happening? And, oh, woe is me, and feeling sorry and getting into victim and all these things. When we've got our 6 areas of wellness and balance, we're doing incredibly well. We really are doing incredibly well. So I wanted to bring that to your attention so that you go, right, I've got these 6 areas of wellness, but I've got a whole lot of other 6s to look at. So I want to share with you as well. For those people that know, Tony Robbins talks about the 6 human needs. And the 6 human needs for me has been also very, very vital in today's life. Because, most people looked at the need for certainty, which is one of the top needs. Now, the need for certainty was taken away from us. It was really taken away from us. We had no certainty, and it's just like, okay, but let's not collapse into that. So Tony Robbins' 6 human needs is the need for certainty, the need for variety, because we also need that in life. So we mustn't forget that we definitely need variety. So why get so worried about everything to be so certain when we can also have some joy around the variety that is coming, or what could be exciting around the corner for us? We need the certainty for love. We need the human need is love and connection is one of his other human needs. And then also the 4th human need is growth. The 5th one is significance. And the 6th one is contribution. Now, some of those human needs are personality needs and others are spiritual needs. So if we go through the 6 human needs and we identify which ones are really my top needs in my life and which ones are am I really needing to take my spiritual wellness to the next level? Because when we are, connecting on a level of contribution, oh my goodness, the spiritual well-being goes, is so, so amazing. So when we're in service to others and when there's a sense of contribution, it's amazing. When there's a need for growth, then that is the need for intellectual wellness, where you're going to be learning more and being that lifelong learner. So that also is just amazing to have that in our life. So those needs are really, really important, I think, to understand that there are 6 really human needs. And if we understand ourselves in relationship to that, we know that we can have an impact on all our areas of wellness. Then there's a man called Eric Edmonds, and he talks about the 6 human hungers. So this comes down to wellness as well, because we've got different ways that our body communicates with us as far as how hungry we are and what we need to feed this body, what we need to nourish our body. And the one hunger is actually thirst. Our body doesn't know how to communicate thirst with us. So it communicates through a grumbling tummy. So if people have a grumbling tummy, it's like, feed it water first. Because most people I come across are dehydrated. Yes, cheers. Well done. Most people are dehydrated. So when we feel hungry, it could be a thirst hunger. Another hunger could be an emotional hunger. We've all heard that. It's like, do we really need that food? Or is it actually an emotion that is coming up that we're actually just trying to feed? And I know so many people that are feeding emotions at this stage, and it's not nourishing their body. It's not, because it's the wrong food you're putting in. So you've got to be aware which hunger. Now, there is an empty stomach hunger. So this empty stomach hunger tricks people up, because after you've had your dinner at night time and you're relaxing, all of a sudden it's like, oh, there's a little bit of it. My tummy is starting to grumble a little bit. What is actually happening is that because the stomach's expanded over dinner time, it needs to contract whilst it's digesting that food. And so people mix up and they go, the tummy's grumbling, I must need something more. 9 o'clock at night, I must have something more to eat. Meanwhile, If you just wait a few minutes, allow that tummy to go down to its normal size, the hunger will disappear. It's just the stomach readjusting to its normal size. So don't get tripped up by the empty stomach hunger, because it's not a real hunger. It's the organ itself is readjusting. So you sometimes find that, you know, after breakfast, 10 o'clock in the morning, or after lunch. There we go. Am I back?
Yes, you are.
There we go. I wasn't sure what I was muted it. So it's looking into you know, whether that empty stomach hunger is a real hunger or not, and it's actually not. It's the organ readjusting. Then another human hunger is that low blood sugar hunger. So we know what happens when we have that chocolate and it spikes our sugar, and then all of a sudden it drops it. And we go, oh my goodness, I need something else. I need to pick that energy up again. And so that's a low blood sugar hunger that comes into effect. And a lot of people feed that with the wrong stuff as well. And then another one of our hungers is a variety hunger. And we've all had this as well. It's like, we know we're full, but there's something there that somebody has made that I've never had before. I've never tasted it before. Or, you know, somebody's brought something round. I'm not hungry, but it's not the norm that I normally have. And it's just variety, because humans want variety. We want variety. So we'll go for something that is, we're not hungry, but because it's something different, we're going to try it. We're going to try it. So that is a variety hunger. So I've done thirst hunger. I've done empty stomach, emotional hunger, low blood sugar hunger, variety hunger. And the last hunger is actually nutritional hunger. It's the one we need to listen to. It's the one where if we put live whole foods into us, we will become satisfied, because the nutrients will nourish our bodies and we will be satisfied. So if we put, I say, living food into this living body, we're going to live longer. So we need to put good fruits and veggies and good wholesome food into our body. We will be very satisfied with there will be no grumbles. There will be no grumbles, and the hunger will disappear. So nutritional hunger is the real hunger we need to listen to, but don't forget about the thirst hunger. It's really, really important, really important. Cool. So then another number 6 to mention is the six human fears. There are a top 6 human fears that come in, and we've experienced quite a few of them in the last couple of years. And I just want to bring awareness to it, because when we're aware of something, we need to know we can switch to our faith. So this is really aware. So one of the top human fears is the fear of ill health. It's right there. It's right at the very top. We are very much in fear of ill health. And when we're in fear of it, it brings our vibration in our body down, and we start attracting that. So we need to move away from the fear of it, move to the faith that life is good. Life can be good. I can have good health, and we actually move away from that fear. The second human fear is the fear of death. Third human fear is the fear of criticism. So it's like we need to support each other. We need to love each other. We need to be compassionate for each other so that we can help each other through these times. The fourth human fear is the fear of loss of love. It's really, really great in our being and our fears. The fifth one is actually the fear of old age, and the sixth is the fear of poverty. The fear of poverty is really high as well. And so we need to know that we can tap in to our abundance within our life, and also into it's our natural birthright to experience abundance in this lifetime. And so we should not be living in the fears, because once again, that brings down the vibration, and that's what we start attracting. So we want to move away from the 6 human fears, and we want to live in faith. We really want to live in faith. And often it's a supportive environment like we've got today of healing our earth that we get to move away from those fears, and we know that we've got bright futures ahead of us. So I love this community and I love what you guys have been doing, and it's just incredible that you've had so many episodes, and so it's just beautiful that you're all here for each other. So it's really, really special. And then I want to mention the top 6 diseases in the world today, because I'm in wellness, so I've got to mention them. So number 1 is heart disease. Number 2, diabetes and obesity. Number 3, stroke. 4 is cancer. 5 is autoimmune diseases, and 6 is Alzheimer's. And let me tell you, when you look at that list, every single one of them is affected by your nutrition, by what you're putting in your body. And so you can have a plan to avoid those. You can have a plan not to attract those into your life. So if you look at those top 6 human diseases in the world today, we can definitely avoid them depending on the choices that we've made to put good nutrition into our bodies. So good fruit and veg, lots of water, flush out the toxins, you know, really, really look after our bodies, and we will have the long life that we all entitled to. We really can. And then yeah, I really wanted to finish off by saying that the one thing that we need in order to make sure that our wellness is really at the top of its peak is water. And so I want to mention 6 benefits of having delicious water, because water is crucial to our well-being, absolutely crucial to our well-being. And water, it increases our metabolism, it boosts our energy, it lowers the stress in our body, it prevents joint pain and cramping, it nourishes our skin, and the most important thing that water does, it detoxes our body. It helps transport the toxins out of our system. So huge amounts of water are really, really important for us to be able to move into a whole state of wellness. So I think it's really crucial nowadays that we look and we go, right, what are things that can enhance our wellness? What are things that can enhance the different areas of our wellness? And which ones do I need to focus on in order to bring that back into balance? So I hope that by giving you some powers of 6 today, that we've actually taken on board that, you know what, together we've got a good life. And I love that we've got everybody here supporting each other and contributing to this incredible life that all of us can lead. I love connections, and so this is just so important that we have surround ourselves with such good people and such good, amazing, good strengths around us are really, really important. So thank you.
That was so great. It was like, it just encompassed everything that you need to live a happy, healthy life in like all these 6 steps. Let's do this. I think it'll be really fun. You gave us so much information. Let's put a checklist together for everybody watching. Just 6, maybe let's put 7 things together for everyone to do. Like the first one, and let's make it practical, things that you could just literally start off by today, and 7 things that you can do. Like the first one was water, right? So we could go get, how much water should we be drinking a day?
I truly feel that it shouldn't be less than 3 liters. I really feel we should be drinking about 3 liters of water, because our body is always in healing mode. But when you think about how much water our body gets rid of every day, so how much we urinate, how much comes out in sweat, how much comes out in our breath, we're actually getting rid of about 2 to 3 liters a day. So we need to replenish that in order to flush additional toxins and in order for our organs to function properly. So we need to realize that we're not just putting in water to flush the toxins and to help the healing, but we're also putting in water to replenish what comes out every day. So we need at least about 3 liters of water a day.
So how many glasses of this size are we looking at?
I would say between 10 to 12.
That's a lot of urination. That's going to be spending half my day seeing patients
Let
and
me
using
tell
the
you a
restroom.
secret. Let me tell you a secret. The more water you drink, the less you go to the toilet.
Really?
The more water you drink, the less you go to the toilet, because the body readjusts, because your organs need water to heal. So they're going to start absorbing it when they know they're getting enough in so they can flush the toxins and they can absorb to heal. So if you increase your water, it takes about 3 days. If you increase your water, it will take about 3 days for your body to adjust, and then you won't go to the toilet as much.
Oh, thank you for telling me
that.
I've
done this with thousands of people around the world, and I've asked them this: have a glass of water just before you go to bed at night. Just before you go to bed at night. And if you don't wake up to go to the toilet, you know you're hydrated.
Wow.
Yeah.
Because that's a big, I'm glad you told us that, because a lot of the times everyone's like, don't drink a couple hours before you have to go to the restroom, before you go to bed, because you have to you'll have to get up in the, in the middle of your sleep to use the restroom. So I'm so glad you told us that. So that's number one. So we were going to go out and let's get a big container of water and then maybe a cup, and then have that water. At least then you can see how much you're drinking throughout the day, and then you can monitor how much water you're having. And the good news is then you can slowly start increasing the water without having to urinate all day long. So that's going to be step number one. Number two, now let's, what do you want to say for step number two that we can implement?
So I would love for you ladies to tune into your intuition. Really tune into your intuition, because, I feel as a woman, my intuition was probably heightened. Number one, when I wanted a family, I had this absolutely burning desire that I wanted a family. So nothing was going to stop me. I was going to find every solution. I was going to really go for it. But it was incredible, because when I did fall pregnant, and it was amazing, I did fall pregnant naturally, I found I was so in tune with my intuition. That motherly instinct kicked in, and it was just like, I know what this baby needs. I know exactly what I need to do. I know the decisions I need to make around this in order to make a healthy child. And I feel like we as women, we tune in very quickly. We can tune in really quickly to our intuition. A lot of people call it our sixth sense. And so I really want you to tune into that intuition. I feel that our guts really do guide us. So my gut for me is a little bit of like, okay, tuning in. So we got to clear that gut out if it hasn't had any clearing out, and really look after our gut well-being in order to be able to, tune into that intuition. But tuning in and listening to that is much better than listening to this. Because often this
keeps going on in there, right?
Yes. But your intuition knows. Your intuition is just like amazing. So if you are guided by your intuition, you will be guided on the right path every time. Every time.
I'm glad that you mentioned the gut health, because that's really everywhere now, the link between the gut health and human health, right? Even there are studies now showing that, like, links with Alzheimer's and mental health and depression, anxiety, and it's so important to get your gut in a good position. So on that topic, and I know we're just on number 2 of our 7 hints, but let's talk a little bit about gut health for a few minutes here. Like, what I know, being in the dental field, is like sugar is really, really bad for you. Not the fruit sugars, but the sugars that you're eating, the refined sugars. That's really bad for gut health. Give us a few tips here as far as getting your gut healthy.
So the first thing I think you've got to do is read every label that you come across. Be aware of what's going in. And don't read the nutritional value. It's not the nutritional value, it's the ingredients. Look at the ingredients. If sugar is near the top, then you know it's one of the highest ingredients in that thing. Sugar numbs our brain. It numbs our brain. And it's highly addictive, highly, highly addictive, which is so hard to get over. But it numbs us. If we need to get rid of the brain fog, we need to get rid of the sugar. We really do need to get rid of the sugar. So it is difficult, but I find the easiest way to move away from the refined sugar is to increase the natural sugars. So increase your fruit and your root veggies whilst you're trying to move away from the refined sugars, because then your detox is not so bad. So the body goes, okay, that's cool. I'm still getting some natural sugars in, you know, but it really is super, super important that we don't have refined sugar in us, because refined sugar is poison. It's poison for us. That's exactly what it is. And we should be seeing it as poison. So yeah,
and
numbs the brain.
Well, people don't realize that sugar is as addictive as cocaine. You know, they did that study, right, with the rats, and there was sugar and there was cocaine, and the mice and the rats, they actually went to the sugar. And then once you're on it, it's dampening down your brain. For us, it's like, for my patients, it's causing them, you know, huge amount of dental caries and cavities and gum disease. And then that bacteria goes into the bloodstream, causing a bunch of other things like heart attacks, strokes, Alzheimer's, premature births, a whole array of things. So sugar for us is number one enemy. I really believe that we have to take that out of our diets, moving more towards, like you were saying, the natural sugars. Now, remember, artificial sweeteners are also bad. I know a lot of the audience are like, oh, what about the, you know, the Splenda and, you know, the other kind of artificial stuff? That's also bad. What we're saying is the sugars that are the natural sugars, the fruit sugars, and basically stuff that isn't coming out of a packet, right, Kerry?
Exactly. Stuff that's not in boxes and tins, you know?
Unfortunately, that's the stuff that tastes the best.
But this is the thing, when we get used to putting the natural food, the fruit and veg, our taste buds change. Our taste buds change. We start to change. We start to realize, oh, wow, that's the real taste of something. So it is amazing that we can definitely have, you know, a shift towards the good stuff. So what I tell my clients, living food, fruit and veg, into a living body to live longer. Dead food into a living body, you will die earlier. And unfortunately, the stuff with refined sugars is dead. It's dead. So that's the way I've switched my mind over. It's like, you know, that donut, it's dead. It's dead. They try and make it nice and colorful with icing and all the rest of it, but it's not going in here, because it's going to make me die earlier. It's going to affect my liver, my gallbladder, my pancreas. It's going to have effects on the lining of my guts. It's going to have detrimental effect to me long term. It's numbing my brain. There is just so much that it's not working. So why do I want that? Why do I want that? Yeah.
And I'm so glad that you, sorry to interrupt, but I'm so glad that you mentioned when you stop eating sugars. I mean, I gave up sugar about 2 years ago, the refined sugars, and it was very difficult. It was very, very difficult. That first 2 weeks was like, you know, you get angry, you get mad, you're kind of, you get your withdrawal symptoms. But now it's been a while. It's true. Like when I look at a donut or a cake, I never thought this was ever going to happen, but I look at it and I just look at it more like, oh, it's just not what I want to eat. And I really get satisfaction from eating basic things like a pomegranate or something, you know, something very, very like a fruit and vegetable. I'm like, wow, this is so tasty. And I felt like I couldn't quite taste it quite before. And we do have a question on there, and that's from, I think it's Sally, who's going to be our next guest. And the question that she had was, what about stevia?
Yeah, so stevia is one of... Yeah, it's one of the more natural ones, but stevia is very, very sweet, like really sweet. So you've got to really watch the quantities that you have, because some people don't realize that you only need such a minute amount of it. So I'm not against it. It is more of the natural one, but minute minute quantities of it, because we don't want to spike everything too much. We don't want to overwork the organs too much. Same like honey. Honey is brilliant, but you know, small amounts, very small amounts. Stevia, honey, all of those really do have an impact on our liver. And 80%, now I know the stats come out of America. America's brilliant at keeping stats. So I think all our stats come from America, but 80% of Americans have fatty liver disease. And so most of them walk around with fatty liver, they don't even know they've got it. And it's because of the sugar. Now we used to only think of cirrhosis of the liver because, you know, we used to think of alcoholics getting cirrhosis of the liver. People are getting cirrhosis of the liver nowadays because of too much sugar. So even your honeys and your stevias and your natural sugars, we can't have too much of them because it's still going to have an impact on the liver. And our liver has hundreds of functions in the body. So we don't want to upset the liver. We want to keep the liver as imbalanced as possible. So it's really, really important to keep that good. Yeah.
That's great. And I do want to, I want to say something here, because I know a lot of our viewers from all over the world, different ages. I just want to remind people it's never too late to start. Like, just because you might be 60s, 70s, 80s, and you might be overweight, or you may have fatty liver, as you're saying many Americans have, it's never too late to start to kind of take that shift and be like, okay, this is what I'm going to do. And let's start with a few. And this is why we're going through our 7 steps is, we, you know, start off with the water and then cut out a little bit. We're not saying tomorrow go and open that cupboard and just take out everything that's processed. Start by cutting a little bit of the sugar down, and then start eating a little bit more fruits and vegetables and take it from there. And so that was number 3. So we had the water, the intuition, the sugar. What's the next thing that you want to implement?
I would love people to remember to breathe.
Mm-hmm.
We're living in a stressful environment. We're living in stressful times. And we really, really forget that deep breathing is so important to, first of all, bring us back to the present moment. Then it really is about opening up arteries and veins, allowing more oxygen to be circulated around our system. We forget how important deep breathing is. In fact, deep breathing even helps with constipation. So really, 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 we need deep breathing for so many reasons for our health. And, you know, I say to people, when you go to bed at night, lie in bed and do deep breathing. When you wake up in the morning, before you get out of bed, do deep breathing. If you're jumping in a car or transport to work, do deep breathing. The minute you get on the toilet, do deep breathing. You know, take things that you already do and just add some breathing to it. But do it in a very, very structured, mindful way so that you know you're helping the body. You're really helping the body. So just do that deep breathing.
And when you say deep breathing, are you just, is the regular that, you know, kind of breathe in for 3, breathe out for 3? What's a quick?
So yeah, I do breathe in for 5, hold for 5, breathe out for 5. So just a calm rhythm. Breathe in for 5, hold for 5, out for 5. Yeah.
Got it. All right. I know it.
Just a rhythm, just nice deep breathing.
Got it. So let's have a few more of your tips. I think we're down to 5, maybe 2 more, because I know we've got our next guest, Sally, coming up, and we're all excited to have her too. And then we can, at the end, have another discussion, because I know I can speak to you for hours, Kerry, about all these wonderful ideas of 6s that you have. But do share with us a couple of your last few things that we're all going to start today. Let's say today. We're all going to start some of these things today.
Yeah. So what I really, really feel is so important is that every now and again, if you can think about it, we actually eat too much food. So every now and again, skip a meal. Skip a meal and do some fasting. A little bit of fasting every now and again is super, super healthy for us. Super healthy for us. I do fasting on a monthly basis. And in fact, Thursday last week, I actually tested positive for COVID. I went into fasting and I'm here today. So I truly feel that I just find that, you know, it just helps the healing process. It really helps the healing process, helps speed up things so that we can actually get ourselves back on track. So, you know, fasting actually helps us heal quicker. That's really what it does. Yeah.
Got it. All right, give us one more before we move on to Sally.
Quiet time. Spend some quiet time with you, because you're worth it. So quiet time with you, with the journal, you're just meditating, whatever it is, but take time out. Take time out. You'll be surprised how good that is for you.
Wow. Well, thank you for that. And I know that's one thing we're going to have you back for a session to show us how to do that, because as soon as I'm like got about 2 minutes of quiet time, I'm like, okay, well, I've got so many things to do. And then I'm like online. And I think that's something that you hear about it everywhere, that you need to do it, but you just don't know how to start. And then you kind of give up. So definitely going to have you back on for some more of your one. I mean, there was so much wealth of knowledge today, and I really want to kind of go into each topic a little bit more deeper at some point. And if you are able to stay on after our next guest, we're going to be having a little panel. That would be great. I know we're getting a lot of questions coming in, and I just want to get on. I know we started a little bit late, so I'm excited to introduce Sally. So Kerry, I'll see you in a few minutes, and thank you for giving us such a wonderful talk. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm excited to introduce our next guest, which is Sally. Sally Mabel. How do I say your name? Is it Mabel? Did I say it correctly?
Yes, that's correct. Very
beautiful. Good. Sally Mabel. Now, she's going to be talking about empowering your voice and presence. Would you like people to listen to what you have to say when you speak? Would you like to have more confidence and presence when you present yourself? I definitely would. Sally Mabel is originally from the Philadelphia area and has been based in New Zealand for the past 18 years. She's an award-winning speaker, an author, and international authority on the voice of leadership. Sally has trained hundreds of business leaders to develop and express their authentic voice and to heal their early wounding around speaking up and being heard. And I know that they do say, hey, you know, after death, I think public speaking is the second thing that everyone's fearful of. So definitely this is a great skill that you have there. She is trained vocal coach and actor, as well as trained teacher and ordained interfaith minister. Sally will lead us in some interactive exercises to empower our voices and presence. Sally will share some practical tips to help us feel clear, confident, and connected when we speak or present ourselves. And her website is listed here, www.sallymabel.com. I'm super excited to have you on, Sally. Welcome.
Thank you. Oh, can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you, Sheila. I'm very excited to be here, and thank you, Carrie, who gave us all those tips. I'm sitting here going, oh, I don't have enough water.
I don't think, from what I heard, none of us have enough water. We've got like 2 liters down. I thought I was doing good with my 3 glasses a day.
No. And I do get up, Carrie, in the night and go to the loo, and I thought I was drinking too much water because of that. So you've really given me food for thought. And interesting, someone put up in the chat that Lent began a couple days ago, and it's a period of fasting where Jesus went out and fasted for 40 days. So that was a good tip as well as fasting. I thought, I could skip a couple meals.
Brilliant.
I'd like to start, because we are from New Zealand, Aotearoa is the Maori name. I'd like to start with the Maori karakia, which is traditional way to start a presentation, followed by a waiata, which is a traditional song. And I'll tell you what it means after. E mihiana ki te kotahi tangapure, ko ia hoki te tino tomata o te aroha, o te whakaro tahi me te atawa. Kaore he tangata ko atu ia, e whakakotahi tia kina wairua tu rama katoa, ko rato ne te whakatinanatanga o rato kua whetu rangatia o te nyako arataki. What that means is toward the one, the perfection of love, harmony, and beauty. Don't we all want that? Golly, the world needs that now. The only being united with all the souls, united with all the illuminated souls that form the embodiment of the mystery, the master, the message, the mother, the spirit of guidance, which is that intuition that Carrie was talking about. And then after the karakia, if you go to a traditional New Zealand ceremony, there's always a short waiata. And this means love, faith, and peace to one and all. Te aroha, te whakapono, me te rangi mari e, tato tato e. One more time. Te aroha, te whakapono, me te rangi mari e, tato tato e.
Beautiful. Thank you for sharing that with us. That was
You're
amazing. You
welcome.
started speaking and suddenly your instrument came out and then these beautiful words and beautiful music came out. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, I mean, I'm seeing a lot of people's pictures. Like there's no one live. Thank you, Judith. Judith and Mita, you are live people. Everyone else has put up their photos. I'm imagining they're all tired of sitting. In fact, I had my photo up earlier. So I invite you to stretch. Oh, hello, Dr. Wai Ching Lee. It's nice to be able to look at live faces, so you don't know whether, but I was up when I had my photo up, I was up stretching and just moving around because I don't like to sit too long. So I invite you to, if you want to go up and stretch, fine. So my question to you, ladies, I'm going to talk to Wai Ching Lee and Judith. Am I saying that right? Judith? That sounds, maybe she's from France. And I'm going to talk to Sheila because, and Mita, the people who are live, I'm going to talk to you ladies, okay? So we're going to have a conversation. I'm going to ask you,
All right.
what is blocking your authentic voice? What is blocking your full voice, your full presence, okay? I've got to think about it in your head. Don't answer yet. But there are two things that generally block our full voice, power, and presence. We all deal with them to certain degrees. Brene Brown, who is a social psychologist, talks about these two things, and they are the voice of shame. And what does the voice of shame say? I'm not good enough, or who do you think you are? Who do you think you are to be big, bold, beautiful, powerful? Who do you think you are? And I'm not good enough. If those voices come up in you, that is the voice of shame. And that is one, on the psychological level, that is what's blocking most of our voices and our full power. I am here today, however, to teach you, and the best antidote for that, as Carrie was saying, is self-care, self-compassion, tuning into your intuition, your emotional well-being. All of those health tips Carrie gave you, those will be helpful in terms of emotionally. Physically, there are things we can do as women to help our voices be heard. And I'm going to show you some physical exercises because I find that women's voices, they can be tended to be high and squeaky and they don't have very much authority. And so when people, and they kind of go on and they don't take very much breath. And so they just kind of talk like this and people tune us out. Okay. I'm exaggerating, people. You're not. So I'm going to suggest, Carrie also talked about the breathing, that before you speak, you take what's called an earth breath in and out through the nose to ground you. So when you're about to make a point with someone, you kind of breathe in and breathe out. When we do that, that calms that superficial nervousness that will have us running at the mouth. The other thing is what it does is it says, I am worthy of taking up space. Research shows that when we speak slowly with a lot of breath, that is psychologically as if being sort of a lion in the jungle, taking up physical space. They have also done studies where people who take up a lot of physical space, you know, guys who sit back in their chair like this, and you put out your hands like this, if you take up a lot of physical space, you increase your sense of testosterone, your assertiveness hormones, your endorphins go up. Taking up physical space can help your sense of presence. However, taking up space and time, as I'm doing now, helps your presence. If I dare to take a breath when I'm speaking with you, what am I saying? I'm saying I am worthy of your time and attention, and I'm worthy of taking up space. People who have high status tend to speak more slowly and to take up more space and more time because they assume that what they are saying will be attended to. Also, people who have more status and authority, they tend to articulate their words more clearly. They choose their words. They don't just blah, 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 blah. So what you want to do is you take your earth breath, and then one technique to slow down your mind, your racing mind, and to keep it in tune with a more polished, steady voice is to over-articulate. So I'm going to show what I mean. If I am speaking to you and I am moving my lips as I'm doing now, what I'm saying is that every word I'm speaking has power. If I move my lips, blah, 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 I'm not saying that my voice has power. I'm saying by speaking like this, I'm telling you what I'm going to tell you has importance. It's worth taking time to articulate. To practice that, ladies, we're going to practice a couple tongue twisters, and I can see you on screen. Tongue twisters are a great way to practice energizing your lips and articulation. Okay, here we go. Peter, do you all speak English? I'm assuming if you speak English, good. Otherwise, it would make it more tough. Repeat after me, and I'm going to watch your lips so I know whether you are listening. Because I don't want to waste my time. My life energy is important, as is yours. So we're going to get right to it. Repeat after me. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled pepper.
Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers.
Excellent. Who was that? Was that Jude? Oh, that was
Me.
Dr. Watching. Excellent. Sounded very authoritative. Here goes. Let's try Judith now. Watch my lips. I'm articulating. Did Peter Piper pick a peck of pickled peppers? Let's hear Judith.
Did Peter Piper pick a peck of Peter Piper? I'm so sorry. I had to mute myself. I forgot.
That's okay. Sorry, not to pressure you. I should have said raise your hand if you'd like to try one, but it's good. We can all do it. Actually, you can do it on mute, so I won't call. I won't
No, go
unless
ahead.
anybody's eager. Wai-Ching, Dr. Wai-Ching Lee,
Yes,
would you like to try one?
I thought we already did one. Sure. Yes,
Oh, I'm
another
sorry.
one.
I'm sorry. You did one. Sorry. Mita, would you like to try one?
Do you want me to repeat it?
Okay, I'm going to do another one for you, dear. And I'm saying it as if it's the most authoritative thing in the world, even though it's a silly tongue twister. Because the practice is slowing down your breath and speech and energizing the lips. She sells seashells by the seashore.
She sells seashells by the seashore.
Beautiful and articulate. Excellent. And Dr. Sheila, would you like one? Let's give you one. Betty Botter bought some butter, but she said this butter's bitter.
What? Why do I get the difficult one?
Should we break it down? Betty Botter bought some butter.
Say again.
Betty Botter bought some butter.
Betty Botter bought some butter.
Excellent. But she said this butter's bitter.
But she said this butter is bitter.
Oh, good. You ladies are all so articulate. I was thinking people came who needed to empower their voices. You sound very good.
Sally, we've got an international audience here. Here you're interacting with the those that are on the Zoom call, but we've got the bunch out there in the whole global that are
hello out there, people.
You know, so many people watching.
And okay, great.
Live. So right now,
people, if you're watching this at home, I recommend, those are two things, specific tips, right? The earth breath, in and out the nose to calm yourself down, and speaking slowly, that's 2, and 3, over articulating, if you really need a message heard. Okay. Now, what else shall we do? Yes, the other thing is vocal prosody. Now, vocal prosody is a technique. It's not a technique. It is the quality of the variety of volume and tone and pitch and pace and pauses, the variety with which you speak. If I spoke to you like this and just spoke like this, or even just went like, oh, and just talking like this all the time, people tune out. Studies have shown in Psychological Science 2015, to be exact, there's a journal article there that says an energized voice and a voice with vocal variety has more sense of power. It will help you feel more powerful, and it will help the listeners who are listening to you feel your sense of authority. So we're going to do a couple empowering poems. I'm going to say a line, and those of you out there, I would like you to repeat after me. They're empowering messages as well as the practice of variety. You'll see me, I'm going to go quiet, I'll do louder, I'll go faster, I'll go slower. I will break up my speech so it's not all just like this, okay? And listen to the message. This one message is a letter from Martha Graham, who was considered the mother of modern dance. And she broke all the rules. She grew up in the time of classical ballet, where there was only certain ways to dance. And she broke the rules. She danced barefoot. She moved her body in obscene gestures, like articulating her rib cage, which you don't do in ballet. And the critics called her too old, too overweight, too tall. She's not a ballerina, but she is the mother of modern dance. She said this to her student. And let's do it line by line. There is a vitality, a life force, a quickening that is translated through you into action. Maybe I'll do it in shorter bits. Ready? There is a vitality, a life force. You can say it on your mute. Do it on your mute so we don't all.
There is a vitality.
Okay, and just do it. Just do it in your own. There you go. And because there is only one of you in all time, this expression is unique. I'm watching your lips to see if they're moving. If you block it, It will never exist through any other medium. Beautiful lips, ladies. I see the lips moving. And be lost. The world will not have it. Now, it is not your business to determine how good it is. Let me say that again. It's not your business to determine how good it is. You say that. Nor how valuable it is. Nor how it compares to other expressions. It is your business to keep it yours. Clearly and directly. Keep the channel open. You don't even have to believe in yourself or your work. What a relief. You don't even need to believe in yourself or your work. You only need to keep open and aware directly to the urges that motivate you. Keep the channel open. No artist is pleased. There is no satisfaction whatever at any time. There is only a queer divine dissatisfaction. A blessed unrest that keeps us marching and makes us more alive. Beautiful. I'm seeing your expression. Thank you so much for those ladies who've got your video on. I can see you. And if you're at home doing it, good on you. We say that in New Zealand, good on you, instead of good for you, which they say in America. Okay, here's another one. One day you finally knew what you had to do and began. Forgot to say, this is The Journey by Mary Oliver, award-winning poet. Beautiful poem. Though the voices around you kept shouting their bad advice. Though the whole house began to tremble and you felt that old tug at your ankles. Oh, I'm loving your expressiveness. Mend my life, each voice cried. But you didn't stop. You knew what you had to do. Though the wind pried with its stiff fingers at the very foundations. Though their melancholy was terrible. It was already late enough. And a wild night and the road full of fallen branches and stones. But little by little, as you left their voices behind, the stars began to burn through the sheets of clouds. And there was a new voice, which you slowly recognized. your own. As you strode deeper and deeper into the world. Determined to do the only thing you could do. Determined to save the only life you could save. Beautiful. Thank you so much for doing. I was watching your expression. Beautiful. Thank you. That's online. The Journey by Mary Oliver, and the other letter is you can. I don't know if it's online. Oh, I think it is. It's called Martha Graham's Letter. If not, you can email me and contact me. Now, I could go on and on all day, but I will stop because I know it's late. I believe it's very, very late. I am an hour behind when I was scheduled to speak. So I'm sorry that the folks who logged on an hour ago to see me didn't get to see it, but hopefully this will be recorded. Is it being? Yeah, it's being recorded,
Yes,
so that's good.
it's recorded and available on www.healingourEarth.com.
Excellent. Okay, so now I've got lots more I could say, but I just want to be mindful of the time. How are we doing, Sheila?
I think we're doing good. I think we can keep going for a while.
Can we go for a little bit?
Yeah,
Okay.
sure. I mean, I'm having a wonderful time.
Good. All righty. So let's see here. Yes, voice. I would like to get your questions because I know that they said. Thank you, Dr. White. Judith, you can't speak up because you're in a quiet room. One thing I recommend in terms of practicing your voice, I do a walk every morning, and in that walk, I'm rhythmically singing, chanting sacred phrases, and I walk somewhere where there's not that many people. I realize I live out in the country at this point. Thanks, Mita. So I can do that and not be embarrassed that people are listening to me. If you live with a lot of people, I recommend you go anywhere you can have privacy if you want to start practicing this voice. In a car, I used to, when I was ashamed and embarrassed at first, I used to go sing in my garage. I'd close all the windows and doors, and I thought, oh, well, people can hear me, but at least it'll be muted. And then I would go in the car when I was driving, and all the windows were up, and I would sing and speak. If you can read poetry, that's a wonderful way to start to practice your expressiveness. And emotional poetry that connects to your power. That's a wonderful practice. And again, doing that deep breathing, it's more than just for our physical health. It's for our emotional health. If I'm about to lash out at you and I take that deep breath, I'll give myself a few moments pause to think about that. The other thing that I think is important for our voice is to realize that we are channels of a much greater force. We are channels of the great mystery. Call it what you will, spirit of life, God. And as we recognize that we are channels and we get our egos out of the way and we say, my mission right now is to inspire and empower you, and I'm going to get out of the way, this being called Sally, I'm getting her out of the way so I can focus on you. When I'm focused on you and how can I help you, my voice is powerful. When I'm focused on me and, ooh, how do I sound? How do I look? Ooh, are they going to buy my stuff? I sound terrible. Judith. Okay, but let's face it, Carrie talked about our financial well-being. We live in a world where that is set up to not be empowering. And so that's the one point where I wasn't so certain that I might have a debate at another time with Carrie. I feel that we live in an interdependent world, and sometimes our finances may be handled in a different way than through us making lots of money in our business. You know, in other words, we may have partners that work the job so that we can do our ministries and our mission. We may have people may have a benefactor. I mean, lot of the spiritual teachers, I'm thinking of, you know, they didn't have any money. They didn't have money. They did their mission, and their mission attracted people who supported them. So I'm not saying we're all spiritual teachers that cannot worry about money. I'm just saying I have made the mistake in my life of making that important versus my mission. And I think that has caused me to make a few mistakes. Yeah.
So I'd love to add to that, because you've hit the mark there, because when you're in your mission, the abundance flows anyway. So
and it may not.
Yes, it comes from all angles and anywhere. So I'm with
That's
you.
good.
Yeah,
Good point.
yeah.
So Carrie, so what I'm saying is when you were saying how you're doing financially, in my life, I've been up to that 8 to 10 zone quite a bit with all those things you said.
Yeah.
With the financial zone, I haven't been up there. But what I've realized is that I have been supported anyway in different ways, whether it's through a grant, through my husband, through whatever. So even though my shame around that left me scoring myself at a 2, what I have to realize is that as I'm an interfaith minister, right? I run lots of groups, mentoring groups. I teach the dances of universal peace. I feel very empowered and inspiring when I'm doing that. It's all on a koha basis. Koha in New Zealand means gift, charity. You know, like people put money in the basket, or people I often will give folks scholarships, or and then if I go to corporations or businesses, they will pay corporate fees. So I'm very flex with how I do money, and that is not always looked upon as a good business decision. However, as a mission decision, it's been very good.
It's almost like the universe has just provided for you because you've made a decision to give out, and somehow you're taken care of.
Thank you. And that takes a lot of trust, and trust is not something that people don't. Let's face it, all the commercials out there want you to not trust. They want you to be fearful of your health, so you buy this, fearful of your investments, so you buy insurance of this, fearful of this. We are programmed in this world to be fearful. And women, our power is in our love, in our heart, in our connection with truth, God, spirit of life, and that is our power. And we have to be careful not to value ourselves based on how much money that we have or physical things that we have. Now, one thing, as we know, it's quite appropriate at this time in the world. Do women cause wars? No. It's the men out there causing the wars. And their fear, their lust for power, their lack of trust, they're not there exactly. And our ability to be vulnerable, to be real, to be connected to our heart and intuition, this is what our power is.
Yeah. And Sally, I have to add, because I've come across so many women who have undervalued themselves. So don't undervalue. You have got so much value to add to others and to share to others. And so when you're sharing that value, it will come back in different energy ways. And money is just energy. It's just one of the energies. So that's when I talk about, the financial well-being. It's the wealth that you feel when you're adding value to others.
Ah, nice. Oh, that's nice. That's a nice way to look at it. Thank you for that. Thank you.
And
yeah.
Sally, since you like words and etymology of words, so there's something I play with, and it's abundance. So abundance, and it's a bun dance. So Like a little bun when you're pregnant. Yeah, Carrie, so when you're pregnant, you have a bun, right? And so it's like a bandana. It's like us women, we are the carriers, as you say. I'm also a reverend. So we're the carriers, we're the channels of divine feminine energies and fertility, fecundity, and all that abundance is just within us. And if we know how to bring it out into the world through the arts and through weavings and cooking or culinary arts, any of the feminine arts that are undervalued, and how we bring it out. And anywhere in the world, what do people do when people migrate to a country? What do? They start off by tapping into the feminine arts, which is like cooking and taking care of people. So, that's what we do when we bring in the divine feminine again, is to really know that we are totally 100% fertile. And that in this exchange of commerce, right, the spiritual commerce or eco-commerce, that's when we barter or when we exchange our gifts. Like now, it's just so enriching. And this is what's so wonderful and so abundant. And also I help people with their money matrix. I help women with making money and creating wealth and keeping it, because I had to learn it myself. So we learn our lessons through this. So this is a joyful communion in how we can all support each other in this forum and to create wealth, physical wealth. I'm learning about crypto, and that's not like it's easy, it's like, whoa, it's something new. I had to just go into that space, the hyperverse space. But it's essential. And whatever it is that we go into, it's a beautiful weaving, just like this. So I want to thank you for this fun ways of expression. And it was just really fun, Sally. Thank you.
Well, there's lots more to share. I wanted to say before I stop and either take questions or so, is on my website, thesallymabel.com, there are lots of free stuff, free tips on my blog. It's a free self-assessment. There's 30 questions I ask you, and you rate yourself from 1 to 5 on 30 items about your voice and what I call your voice of leadership. So you can do this self-assessment, and I'm also going to offer a free session, and then I'm going to offer a 10-week program, 10-week mentoring program, where weekly we will do work on empowering our voice and presence. And I just want real quickly, this is my book, The Voice of Leadership.
Oh, wow.
6 keys to presence, influence, and creative confidence. And there's me. But so in this book, just real quickly, there are 6. It's interesting that this is called 6 keys, and she's got 6. There's another 6, Carrie. Just to give you, it's voice, vision, values, vitality, visibility, and veneration. Veneration meaning treating yourself and others with deep respect. So there's a lot of good tips in here, and I just wanted to say a lot of that. We can talk further if you are interested in talking further. Go to my website and contact me. And if you're interested in that 10-week mentoring program, I'll do a free session on the 17th of March, New Zealand time, 4 to 5, which is your guys' time. Is Wednesday, the 16th of March, I think, 12 p.m. in Tokyo, 8:30 a.m. in India, 7 a.m. in Mauritius. I saw some of the countries that were here. So if anybody wants to know more about that mentoring course or the mentoring session, thanks, you're scrolling through. Thanks.
Yeah, we have the screen up showing your wonderful website with all the great work that you do. I'm having a great look here. Presence, influence.
Thank you. Thanks for showing that. Feel free to do that. And if you want to know more about the Dances of Universal Peace or singing, I've got a YouTube channel with about 20 sing-along songs that you can kind of sing in all different languages, some from New Zealand, and mostly in the different spiritual traditions. So we've got Hindu, Buddhist, Jewish, Christian, etc., Islam.
That sounds so great.
So go to YouTube, go to my YouTube channel. But for now, I will stop talking and say thank you very much. And if anybody has any specific burning questions, happy to answer those.
So there is a question that's come up, and it's the question is for women that are in relationships. how do they get heard? Like, can you give some tips for them in a relationship? Maybe their husband, their kids. What's a good way of them being heard in a relationship?
Good, very good question. Very good question. Let me do a earth breath while I pause and reflect on that. One of the things is you don't start speaking to your partner until you have their attention. One of the mistakes you make is you go, "Oh, honey, I really want, can you please get me the baby?" And they tune you out. However, if you say, "Honey, I really need to talk to you about something important. Can we sit down? Could I have your attention? Can you look at me so that I know that you're hearing me?" Here's one. Depends on what kind of mood they're in, but this is a good one. "Can you just say back to me what I said so that I know that I got my point across?" Get them to mirror back what you said. That's a good one. Because you'll see how much they're not listening. I'll say, David, didn't you hear me say that? And they'll be like, "Oh, no, I was some." So if I say, "Could you please tell me what I said? Because I'm not sure that I was clear." I knew damn well I was clear, but I'll say, "I'm not sure I was clear, but could you tell me?" And then that will, so those are a few tips. There's some more tips. Also, depending on your personality type, you probably heard of the 4 behavior types. There's 4 different priorities and ways people communicate, which is, you can remember by A, B, C, D, E. The A is all, because we all do all types. The B, I forget, A, B, C, D, E. Oh, being, the being type. People who just like to breathe, hang out. They like everything to be peaceful, no conflict. They go slow, right? Most guys may not be in that type, but they'd like you to speak slow, be calm and peaceful. There's the checking type. They want you to get all the facts correct, and they want you to get to the point, no fluff. They like to check everything that is actually truthful. So you have to have your facts straight for the checking types. There's the doing types. They go fast. They don't want to waste time. They want to just get things done. Look, I got work to do. What do you need? They want you to get straight to the point. And then there's the expressing types. I don't have one of those. Expressing types will love to talk and process, and generally more women tend to be the expressing types, and the guys tend to be more the checking types. That's a stereotype, but that's been my experience, probably because I'm a doer and an expresser. So did I answer your question?
Yeah, absolutely. That was great. So so what I'm hearing you saying is there's all these different kind of personalities out there, but just those few things that you said to us can really help, like the attention. And that's a very valid point, because nowadays there's so much distraction with social media, people on their phone, and you're talking to someone and their watch is beeping, their phone is beeping. It's so difficult to get attention nowadays for everyone in the business or in the relationship world. So thank you for sharing that. And your book that you mentioned, I know you very briefly brought it up there. So is that a book that is good for just any women can read it, or is it a good book for?
I'm Sally Mabel, and I'm here with my new book, The Voice of Leadership: 6 Keys to Presence, Influence, and Creative Confidence.
Yeah.
This book is suited for you if you're an aspiring leader, a career changer, a job seeker, a presenter, a speaker, a coach, a mentor, and anyone who wants to project more presence in the way you present yourself and communicate. The first key is all about voice, about projecting your voice, projecting authority, projecting warmth, resonance, fullness, dynamics, everything to do with voice and expression and what may block you from that. The exercises in there are research proven, they're practical tips, there's a lot of client stories. So key number 1, voice. The second key is all about your vision. What do you want to create? What's your philosophy? How do you want to see yourself? How are you currently perceived? And how do you want to be perceived by yourself and others? Key number 3 is all about your values, getting clear on your top values as well as your values hierarchy. When you're making decisions, what are your most precious values and how does that direct the way you act? The 4th key is all about your vitality. If you're feeling vibrant and positive and energized, you're going to come across with a lot more presence and you're going to feel better. So this is really practical tips to enhance your vitality. The 5th key is all about your visibility, your 7 steps to powerful presence, your 7 keys to crafting a persuasive presentation, your elevator pitch, everything that you do to own the room, to own the space, and to make yourself visible. And the last key, last but not least, is all about veneration. Veneration meaning the way you treat yourself and others with deep respect. And this involves a lot of communication skills, some emotional intelligence skills, and again, all research-based activities that you can use and put into practice right away. So here's to you, this is dedicated to you, expressing your voice of leadership.
Wow, that was beautiful summary of all the questions that I had for your book. And I think you're on mute right now. If you could just.
Oh, thanks for sharing that. That was great. So to answer your question, Sheila, it's for anybody. I basically, because the people who can hire me are generally business people, you know, who the folks who had me come do seminars and speeches and things were business people. I directed it towards aspiring leaders, women, but it works for anybody, really. And the emotional intelligence skills are quite powerful. In terms of talking to your husband, I recommend a process called nonviolent communication, which is wonderful. And I summarize it in my book as well. So that's a lovely technique.
Beautiful. Thank you for sharing. Does anyone else have any questions? We have this communication expert here. We're so lucky to have you here. Thank you.
Thanks.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Well,
thank you, Rita.
Yeah,
Yes, actually, I have a
go.
question. So how exactly do you start? Because that's been my my issue. One of my mentors, she's on top of me. Why haven't you started anything? And I'm just like, I have no money to start it. So how? But then she's like, you just start. That's how I started. I'm like, okay. I have a 13-year-old son. So how do you start?
Good question, Judith. What you do, this is how I started and how I started to actually book speaking engagements. I gave free talks. You don't need money to give free talks, but you need courage. So you get your talk together. We can talk about that later. I can help you get your talk together, but you get your presentation together. And so many organizations want free speakers. Rotary clubs, women's clubs, business clubs, Toastmaster clubs. There's another organization you probably know of called Toastmasters. Do you know that?
Mm-mm.
Where are you located?
I'm here in New Jersey.
Oh my gosh, there'll be tons of Toastmasters. If you Google Toastmasters, it's all about public speaking, and it's a free thing you go to. I think it's a very minimal fee that you pay, and you can practice giving your pitch. What are you actually wanting to get out and talk about?
See, the thing is, well, the youth, the young people, and I've already started with at my job. I'm a teacher, teach French, and we have a mindfulness club, and I talk to them concerning interfaith things, but not really interfaith things, but issues of truly understanding yourself. You know, because I feel like our youth, they're being pushed and bombarded with making decisions about themselves when they're at an age where they're still exploring. So I really want to focus with them and with my past of the craziness that I went through, having survived that and teaching them on how to do it, you know, and even the obstacles that life offers.
So your question about how to get started if you're a teacher, aren't you in front of them already? I'm not sure.
I am. I was thinking about that the other day. I was like, I'm in front of them. But then I, with the rules in school, and I'm like, I'm a little reluctant to, because it's kind of like in school. So I'm reluctant to not break rules, whichever.
So I mean, yeah. So with your situation, I would ask myself, who are the groups that meet regularly? Are there after school youth groups? Who are the groups that I want to get in front of? And can I offer them a free talk?
Thank you. I never thought about that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then Mita, you have a question? You're still on mute and your hand is raised.
You mentioned at the end, Sally, about nonviolent communication, if I heard properly. It's very interesting, isn't it? I think it's how you communicate without, with empathy, without hurting other person's feelings. What would you say? I mean, can you do you think in the current situation of the Ukraine-Russian things, leaders should be given that kind of training?
Oh my gosh, yes. I'd love them to hire me.
And on a practical side, if you can give some tips to us as well.
If Putin and Zelensky hired me, the war would be over. That's it. Okay. No, I'm serious. That's what they need. And we all need all this emotion, all of the stuff, this emotional intelligence and well-being and all of the things we're talking about. If we got that from early, let's face it, ladies, we know that if we got that from early on as children, we could have more world peace, couldn't we? So your question about, you want a tip on empathy?
On nonviolent communication, what does it mean? And, what are the basic...
Okay, what it means is basically empathetic communication. So never, anybody who's angry, a lot of times people, when Putin started bombing Ukraine, people were like, get him, I'm so pissed at him, blah, blah. And what I always say is, I wonder what he's feeling and needing. So the question always, when someone's angry, take your breath so you don't react and go, gee, I wonder what he's feeling and needing. So if my husband, for instance, if he goes, he bursts out in something, I'll go, okay, he's obviously feeling irritated and he needs some space. So you always ask yourself, what are they feeling? What are they needing? Because under every feeling that is anger, fear, irritation, any icky feelings, there's always a need that's not being met. If I can help meet that need, then he could hear me. So, okay, sweetie, I hear I hear you need some space. Can we talk about it at 5 o'clock after you've had a rest? So hear the feeling and then hear the need, get the need attended to. And sometimes you can't fill their need. They have a self-healing need, a wound that you can't heal. And so the empathy, Mita, has to be with yourself. Somebody's yelling at you, you go, oh, Mita, I feel so afraid. I feel so helpless. What do you need, Mita? Oh, I need to get away. I need to go somewhere safe. So if the person you're empathizing with, the feeling and the need, it might be like they're feeling really furious and they're throwing things, and they need psychological help and they need some counseling that I can't give them. I have to empathize with myself and get out of there. So you have to decide whether, like with my husband, if he's angry, I know it's not forever. It's a momentary thing. I can come back to him and talk to him later. But if some people have deep psychological healing that you can't handle, they either need to agree to go to therapy, or agree to meditate and do some spiritual work to get more neutral. And if they're not agreeing to go to therapy or to do spiritual work and they're not willing to do anything to change, I got to empathize with myself and say, is this, am I supposed to be a martyr here or am I supposed to get out of here?
Wow. Thank you for that.
That was really good. I totally agree with you. And it won't work with people who need some kind of additional help. So it's not going to work. It will only work with someone with that of maturity, so who can listen to what you are saying. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you for reminding us that it's sometimes the emotions aren't directed to you, but there's underlining things that haven't been dealt with in the past. I think that was a really good takeaway from that comment that you made there. Reverend Whiting, do you have anything that you'd like to, the concluding questions?
Well, not so much a question, but also to say thank you that we're going into a deeper, more profound conversation about finding the voice. I work with women who have been sexually abused and in family violence as well, and trafficked women. So, you know, this is really something that is not just personal, but generational and cultural, and it's a humanity issue. So all of us have to speak up, and that's the most difficult thing, especially on a personal trauma level. You know, is supporting them to really speak up, and especially speaking up with women who oppress other women, and that's difficult. I feel that's difficult because I've come across a case of a very unenlightened leadership. I feel it's from a spiritual teacher who's a woman, but on an everyday level, it was so difficult to observe the oppression and the narcissistic gaslighting that she places on people. And I couldn't say anything. And it was hard for me. I had to suppress my throat chakra, and I had to suppress it. And I keep praying. I said, I hope there'll be a moment when we can all heal, right? Not just her, but all of us heal, that we don't have to impose this kind of control over the others, you know? And this is part of what you're saying, Sally, is the nonviolence communication, NFC. It's so important to just respect each other and to hear opposing views without getting charged up or, you know, having to defend and project on others. So I was just praying for that as well. And suddenly, if we can all bring this feminine gifts of listening and speaking from our hearts to the masculine matrix of warring and having to be right, you know, if only we can do that. So anyway, yes, we can. I want to just declare, yes, we can, and we're all speaking up with that. So that's what I just want to say, and thank you for laying the groundwork for us to speak up in this forum.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you for your time, Sally. I hope that we can have you back on again. And you have so much wealth of knowledge, and we'd love to have you back on for you to share some more information with us and for our viewers out there.
Thank you, Sheila. I see that Judith has her hand raised. Do you have a quick little question, Judith?
Oh, you're muted.
As you were speaking, and Sally, this is directed towards you. I remember Rabbi Friedman, he said that we have the whole story of the Garden of Eden according to the Torah. That's not the way it happened. What happened is that God said to Adam, you should not eat of the fruit, right? But then Eve heard the heart of God, where actually God was saying, I need for you to eat from the fruit because I need for you to go down to the lowest level, which is earth, so that you can bring me down to them. So he said that once everything happened and God had a conversation with Adam and said, no, she heard me. You didn't. She heard my heart. So even though I said, don't eat it, I really wanted you to eat it. So women have that ability to hear from the heart of God because, you know, yeah, it's amazing. He's an amazing teacher. So I wanted to share that with you, Sally.
Thank you.
I don't know why. Just felt like sharing that.
Well, I appreciate knowing that. That's quite good. I know, yeah, we could talk. That's another conversation. So isn't it lovely? We have lots to talk about. Yeah. And lovely to meet all these people from around the world.
Thank you. And so we're definitely going to have you back, Sally, because we've got to share some of that wealth of knowledge that you have.
Beautiful. And thank you very much. Is this the end of your is this the end of the seminar now? Are you
Yeah, this is the end of our, this is, the session was put together from Healing Our Earth, and the Global Women Empowerment Forum. And special thanks to Kieran and Seema that put this together. And they've done a wonderful job.
119th free episode. That's amazing. And thanks to Neil, who helped coordinate me, Neil Kumar. Yep.
Yeah, Neil Kumar's been amazing because he's managed to put together so many people every single Sunday without fail. There's so many guests, so many people on here from all around the world, and just giving free information and just sharing a lot of love. And the community is so amazing, and it's really helped a lot of people during the pandemic to have this amazing community. So thank you, Neil. And this was our 119th episode, Healing Our Earth Global Women Empowerment Forum, for the women, by the women, of the women, towards the women. And I'd like to say thank you to everybody, and a global namaste to you all. Until next Sunday, we look forward to